Good morning. I declare open this hearing of the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee into the 2025-2026 Supplementary Budget Estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet and pay our respects to Elders past and present. The committee has fixed Thursday 29 January as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee's proceedings today will begin with corporate matters and general questions of the climate change, energy, environment and water portfolio. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session, and that includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purposes of estimates hearings. That is a broad test of relevance. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth should not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given a reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and I incorporate the public immunity statement into Hansard. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. Just a matter of housekeeping. Mobile phones in the room, please switch to silent. And I say to my colleagues that they would be aware that one of the roles as committee chair is to ensure the proceedings are conducted in an orderly way that is not intended to prevent rigorous questioning of witnesses, but to help ensure that senators exercise their rights and privileges in a civil and responsible manner. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. And as chair, I intend to uphold these standards. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Tim Ayres, Minister for Industry and Innovation and Minister for Science, representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Minister, did you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. I also welcome Mr Mike Kaiser, the Secretary of the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. Welcome, Mr Kaiser. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, Chair.
Before we commence with corporate matters and general questions, I remind senators that this part of the program relates to matters concerning central departmental administration such as building services, ICT, staffing levels and media procurement. Questions relating to individual policies and programs should be addressed to officials when specific programs are considered in subsequent sessions. And I now, on that note, hand over the call to Senator Henderson.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to you all. Thank you so much for joining us today. Look, I want to start asking about COP30. Mr Kaiser, how many ministerial staff attended COP30 with the Minister and the Assistant Minister?
Senator, this is a time in the agenda for corporate questions, so we can answer questions in relation to, as the Chair outlined, broad issues of corporate matters across the entire department.
Yeah, this goes to absolutely to the corporate. Because I'm asking about the attendance and the... This is a corporate matter, Mr Kaiser.
That agenda item's on at 9:30, so you don't have time to wait. We can tell you how many staff in the department overall.
Yeah, and I'll be looking for...
The budget overall, the travel budget overall.
Yep, that's what I'm going to be asking about, Mr Kaiser. Thanks. So how many...
No, you've asked specifically about a particular area of the department and a particular activity which comes under a different outcome, Senator.
Mr Kaiser, I'm asking about the departmental matters in relation to the attendance at a conference. This is strictly speaking and comes very much within the remit of corporate matters. So could I please ask you to address that? I'll be asking about travel costs and other matters in relation to the department's attendance at the conference.
Yeah, and you'll be doing that at 9:30, Senator, because we don't have, in the corporate section, we can tell you how many people have attended conferences overall. We can tell you how much the cost of conferences is overall for the department.
Mr Kaiser, I've never, in all my time in Senate estimates, I've never had a secretary refuse to answer a question in the corporate section about attendance at a conference. Senator, so I would ask you if you could just address my question, please.
Senator, I think what the Secretary has done is indicate to you which bits of your questions he can deal with now and which questions he can deal with in a few minutes' time. It is normal, not unprecedented, to try and make sure there's some discipline in the process from the beginning, because it means that later in the day, that if we go through things sequentially, it does mean that senators are able to deal with all of the issues rather than find out, later on that that officials aren't available. So perhaps if you can follow the Secretary's lead, there's no part of this that we're not happy to talk about, Senator.
So, Minister, what I'm
the course of the day
is to within this section to address these questions. So, Mr Kaiser, I would again ask, I'm seeking how many ministerial staff attended COP30, how many department staff attended COP30, please?
And Senator, I'm letting you know that the people who can answer that question very specifically for you will be available from 9:30.
So you don't have that information?
No, and the officers who have it may not even be here because we seek to get people here in accordance with the agenda.
You'll get better answers in 20 minutes. 19 minutes.
Minister, I don't need your assistance if you could just let me continue. How many Commonwealth...
No, hang on a second.
So, Minister, can I just please continue?
I'm entitled...
We started early, Minister.
...obliged to respond when it's my job to respond. I don't need a snarky aside about whether or not you need my assistance or not. What I am indicating is that in now 19 minutes, the officials who are able to answer your questions will be here.
Thanks, Minister.
And we're in corporate, so let's just work as suggested, because you will get to what it is that you need to get to, irrespective of...
Thank you, Minister.
How you've choreographed how it is that the sequence of these questions. Let's let the officials who are actually responsible answer the questions for you.
Mr Kaiser, what was the total cost of the Australian delegation with travel, accommodation and other expenses to COP30?
Again, Senator, this is a very, very large department. The corporate section within the department does the accounting for the entire department. Those people who are able to describe the answer to your question will be available at 9:30 to do specifically that. It's a very large agency. The people who run the climate change group within the department will be available at 9:30, and they are accountable for the expenditure within that area and will be able to answer your questions about COP30.
Mr Kaiser, travel costs have always been strictly a matter for the corporate section of the program.
Overall, for the whole department.
And you don't have a breakdown?
The people at the table at the moment don't, because we're not up to that agenda.
All right. Is it possible to call those people relevant to the table in relation to the travel costs?
They may not be here.
They'll be here in 18 minutes now, Senator. That's the way this works. People are told when...
Otherwise,
the reason we have an agenda is this is an additional week of estimates, right? So, and it's more important now that an additional week is loaded upon all these public servants who would otherwise be doing their work, so that they can sequence their appearance to minimise the amount of time that they have to spend here, useful for the efficiency of the committee, but also important for them being able to discharge their other responsibilities on behalf of Australians.
Thanks, Minister. Mr Kaiser, are any of the people who could answer that question here in the building at the moment or in the room? I can see one person nodding.
Yeah.
Is it possible to call that person to the table so we could have these questions
answered? She has no responsibility for matters in this agenda item. She has responsibility for matters in the agenda item that begin at 9:30.
There's clearly a lot of sensitivity about these costs.
No, we're fully prepared to answer them. We're just trying to stick to the agenda that we were given.
In 17 minutes they will be available now. Honestly, if you have any other questions in corporate, if you've run out of questions, hand it over to some of the others.
So hold on. Senator, I'm going to take the call back just for one moment to indicate that We have a long day. I would really appreciate it if people didn't speak across each other. I appreciate that there will be relevant points of time where the questioning is robust. If there is a practical way to move past this particular issue just at the moment,
Thanks, Chair.
I would appreciate that. Senator Henderson.
I'm disappointed, Mr Kaiser, that that you're not able to address this question now when it is travel costs is very much a matter for corporate. But I will ask you now, what are the total travel costs of the department, and can you please provide a breakdown in relation to those costs?
What do you mean by breakdown? We can certainly give you the total travel costs. But what do you mean by breakdown? Well, if overseas compared to domestic?
That's right,
yep,
overseas,
sure.
and which conferences these costs were incurred.
Okay, so Amanda Lee, Acting Deputy Secretary, Enabling Services. So for the period of July to 30th of September 2025, our domestic travel costs have been $4.4 million.
Sorry, what, 14.4?
4.4.
Oh, 4.4 million.
4.4. And that's broken down by 1.7 million in airfares, 1.5 million in accommodation, and then 1.2 in other costs. Other costs are things like ground transport, taxis, car hire, other booking fees, etc., and travel and meals, etc. Our total international costs for that same period are $2.4 million. That's international, so that's 1.2 in airfares, 1.1 million in accommodation, and then the other costs of that one are a lot smaller at 1 million, at 100,000. So overall, that brings our costs for airfares to 2.9 million, accommodation 2.6, other costs to 1.3, and so our total costs in that period from July to September are 6.8 million.
And of the overseas costs, how are they incurred, please? Whereabouts did officials travel?
So our officials travel to a range of places. So I have some of that, and then
Could you give me a breakdown?
I have a little bit of that. Sorry. Sure.
So apart from. So did that include COP30?
No. So these are our costs. Apologies. These are our costs until September. There is one element of COP30 in those costs. But over that period, our officials travel to a range of places for a range of international forums. So some of the key forums that were attended during that time was Australia-Japan Workshop on Antarctic Science, a Committee for the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources, a World Heritage Committee meeting, attendance at the United Nations General Assembly and Climate Week in September.
Okay, so if I can ask on notice if you could provide the full list. And what about the costs in September?
In September?
No, since September.
Oh, since September.
Between September and now.
Yes, that I only have up until September. So in terms of how we reconcile, so I don't have. I'd have to take on notice the later October. And
what
November.
Costs since September were approved for travel, please?
I'll have to take that on notice. So
you don't have any?
No, I don't. In terms of how our systems work, we've pulled out up until September. So
right.
I don't have.
So, Ms Lee, is it possible to ask someone in the department to bring those costs back to the table? For the next.
I'll take them notice to see what other information we can pull out in terms of where we're up to our reconciliation.
So you said that of the 2.4 million incurred in overseas travel, a small amount was for COP.
Some of that was for. I didn't say small. Some of that was for COP. So we had a whole of government contract for accommodation, and we paid the deposit for that contract of 600.
Of 600,000?
666,000.
666,000?
Yes, and then that's the deposit, and that's not only our cost, that's part of the whole of government.
And what percentage of the total accommodation fee was required by way of a deposit?
I don't know. The people in the next...
Is it 10%?
I don't know.
20%?
I really don't know. I don't know, but I just have the number because I know it's in my September numbers.
All right, could you find out...
We will find that out and see.
And just in relation to the costs since September, are they costs that are approved through the department?
Yes, so international...
So you've got information about those costs?
We've got information about the approved budgets.
All
yes.
right. Could we please have those brought back to the table?
No,
the approved
Sorry,
costs.
Senator, I'm not certain what you're asking there. Could you repeat the request? Maybe with a little more precision.
The costs of all travel since September.
September.
So what information that you hold in the department including what was approved. Travel.
Yeah, we'll see what we can get. If that was available, we'd have it in our briefing notes. It's likely to not be available because we've not completed all the reconciliations.
Mr Kaiser, you are required to answer these questions if that information is within the department. So what I'm asking is if you could ask one of your officials to find that information and bring it back to us.
Yeah, we will endeavour to do that. At the moment, we're taking it on notice.
If we can assist you, Senator, we will. As the Secretary's described, these matters are accounted for in the normal way. That they will either help you later today or they'll help you on notice, and if they're not, those figures are not available. Because they take some time to work through and to become available. We'll just deal with that in the normal way.
So, Minister, I'm not asking for the reconciliation of those costs. I'm actually asking for the information within the department which currently exists as to the approved travel costs. So that is information held by your department, and I don't appreciate the ducking and weaving, Mr Kaiser, in relation to critical information, because our job is to scrutinise the expenditure of your department, and I would ask that you find that information, please, and bring it back to us this morning.
Well, it may be, Senator, that Mr Kaiser and his team have information that is consistent with what you've asked for, and it's available now, and no doubt, if that's the case, they'll provide that when they're able to. It may be that because it's, I think, the conference that you and some of your colleagues, not all of them, are so singularly obsessed with, is still being reconciled, so those figures may not be available. It's not possible to go and collect all of the sort of receipt stubs and sort of bring them here in the back of a ute and sort of... Don't interrupt me, Senator. I'm answering your question.
Minister,
do not interrupt.
Minister,
like you've done it already. We've been in here for 21 minutes. You've talked over the top of the Secretary.
You are talking over me, Minister.
No, sorry, hold on.
I was answering the question. You talked over me.
You are filibustering.
Minister and Senator Henderson, just let me take this back for one moment. At this point, I think it is important that the Minister be allowed to answer. Senator Henderson, you characterised the behaviour of the department in a certain way in your question. There's a response coming from the Minister, so it is important that he be given a chance to finish that response, and then you'll get a chance to ask further questions. Minister.
So, as I indicated, if the information that you seek is available in a format in which it can actually be provided, and that is available to the Secretary and his team in a way that they can provide it over the course of the day, then of course they will. As the Secretary indicated at the outset, the team who are responsible for this particular area will be able to answer your questions both in a quantitative and qualitative sense very shortly, 8 minutes away now. If they need to take it on notice, they will take it on notice. And no doubt we'll have another... This is, as I said, an additional set of estimates that was not planned for. There will be more additional estimates at the very beginning of next year, and so there is no ducking and weaving, not necessary to characterise the evidence of officials that way. This information will all be provided in the normal sequence of events.
And Ms Lee, you mentioned that all of the costs for every bit of travel is approved through the department. What was the approved travel budget for COP30?
I don't actually have that with me, so that's because I've got up until September, so I wanted to... All right, we'll need to see if we can find it.
Chair, on that point, I'll hand the call back over and...
Wonderful. I'm just looking at other coalition senators if you have any questions in general corporate before we move on to outcome one.
Sure. I might just to continue Senator Henderson's line of questioning, the $1.2 million in airfares, how many officials does that account for? So how many individual flights?
For international travel?
For international travel. Correct. So for international travel during that period, that accounts for 81 travellers.
81 travellers, accumulated $1.2 million in international airfares?
Yes.
91 trips.
Sorry?
91 trips.
91 trips.
81 individual travellers.
91 trips, 81 individuals.
Yes.
And what was the list of destinations travelled by those 81?
I don't have the full list with me. As I said, so some of them we went to Tokyo for an Antarctic science, South Korea for energy ministerial missions, Switzerland, these are some of the ones I have, Norway. I think we did have a question on notice that had a list of all the travel from the last time. So
if you could just update that previous question on notice, that would be most
I think it's really
helpful.
important to understand the context of this department and its exposure to international affairs.
Mr. Kaiser, if you can add context to the figures that have been delivered in the corporate section, you're very welcome to. So if you would like to provide some context, some broader context to the questions that Senator Henderson had asked you about international travel, then please do.
I'm attempting to. This is a department that has enormous exposure to international affairs through its energy division, through its environment division. We manage we manage international treaties and relationships in the energy space, in the environment space, in the climate space. And that we do that often in the context of assistance from and in partnership with DFAT. So, this is some of the context for what will seem like very high international travel numbers. We represent the nation internationally in a range of forums in relation to environmental treaties and other matters.
And Mr. Kaiser, all that information would have been in the annual report.
Yes, but because all of the information is in the annual report.
What you've shared with me is not actually new.
No, but I thought it would be helpful context because some of the figures that my colleague provided seem quite high for a Commonwealth department, and I was simply providing the context for the record of the amount of international work we do, often in partnership with DFAT.
International travel is expensive. Domestic travel is expensive too. Your party organisation has just revealed that I think news.com describes it as the inexplicable decision to hold another sort of Friday night fight night about net zero and climate and energy policy cost the Liberal Party $136,993.
You can be so specific in relation to the Liberal Party.
For the 70 MPs who came to stay one night in Canberra to sort of feed themselves ahead of this orgy of self-indulgence,
this is corporate,
cost $22,540. That's not a cost to the Liberal Party. That's a cost to taxpayers. Another example of the cost of your inexplicable incapacity over the course of 15 years to be able to resolve an approach to energy policy. So yes, all of these things cost money.
All right, Minister, we've had a point of order from Senator Henderson. Senator Henderson.
Oh, yeah.
What's the point of order?
Chair, I'm just wondering if you could direct the Minister to be relevant. We are here to scrutinise the expenditure and operations of his department.
Oh, you're all beyond scrutiny, are you?
So, hold on.
You're all beyond it. We're not allowed to talk about you. We just got to...
Hold on. Hold on. Everyone, sorry, Minister, Senators, please come to order. We will... I think the Minister has reached the natural conclusion of his answer anyway.
Save him, Chair, save him.
And we will now move along. Senator, well, I don't agree with that characterisation either, Senator, so let's all bring this politeness level up and the temperature level down, and we'll go back to Senator Smith.
We're very cool over here.
It's freezing in this room, that's right. So you're feeling it. It is very cold in this room, so you're feeling it as well. That's great. Ms Lee, just for my curiosity, when the department, when ministers or staff attached to ministerial offices travel, does that come out of departmental budgets?
No.
So that's not reflected in these figures?
No, that won't be reflected in these figures.
And where will those figures and data be reflected?
I'll just get Anita to come up.
Yeah.
I think they're...
Hello, Anita Adjett, Acting Division Head of Portfolio Strategy Division. Thank you for your question, Minister. In relation to costs or policies governing ministerial travel, those are centrally looked after by our colleagues at the Department of Finance, the Independent Parliamentary Expenses Authority, or the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet.
So you don't keep those records at all?
No.
Correct. And in the 81 individuals that travelled in the period July through to the end of September, that doesn't, the minister's not included in that?
That's correct. That's
no
department
ministers
officials.
are included, and no people that are employed under the MOPS Act are in?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Unless there's anything further, I propose to move to... Oh, sorry, Senator Duniam.
Just a couple of questions, if I may.
In general corporate?
In general corporate, well, I hope so. We'll
Certainly.
see.
Certainly, Senator Duniam.
Yeah, we'll have a go. Just in terms of IT support to ministerial officers, is that something we can talk to? Yes. Hello. Hello, Mr. Norton. For the current financial year, the cost of IT support to ministerial officers?
Yeah, so Dale Norton, Chief Information Officer. The current costs for support is $255,472.87.
472.87. That's for the financial year to date.
Yes. So in addition, so that's in up until it's actually the full financial year. Yes.
Beg your pardon?
Yes, the full financial year. Sorry.
Full financial year, but we're only just into December. So is this July to December? Yes, or is it to September, like the travel accounting?
So, can I rephrase that? Sorry, Senator.
So is that figure, the 255,000 odd, is that for July to December, or is that?
Apologies, if I just so the ministerial costs are from 2024-25 to 3rd of October 2025. They were 236,388.92, and since then, from the last estimates, they've increased to 255,472.87.
Okay, so that okay, so that is for this financial year to date.
Yes.
In effect, yes. Okay, and have we got a breakdown by office where those costs are spent?
I can take that on notice, Senator.
Sure.
Yep.
Can you just refresh the committee on the cost of IT for the last financial year for ministerial officers?
It does cover from 2024-25.
Oh, it is.
Yes.
So it's not just this July just gone. It is
correct.
July 2024.
Correct. Yes.
Right. Got you. Okay. Fine. We'll move then to legal costs borne by the department. Is this something that?
Legal costs?
Good morning, Senator.
Hello.
Kate Lawler, Chief Counsel.
Good to see you, Chief Counsel. I'm not going to ask about any legal advice today, because I know that gets us nowhere. Is there any cost that's been borne by the department this financial year or over another period? And if it's another period, if you could just specify for me what period that is and what the costs were.
Yes. So I can tell you that external legal services expenditure for the period 1 July 2025 to 30 September 2025 was $4,627,400. Let me try and get my numbers right, I'm a lawyer. $627,406.65.
65 cents.
65 cents.
Okay, all right. The billing systems are working beautifully then. Okay, and on notice, are you able to break that down by item for which those bills have been paid and to whom?
I can tell you now that the expenditure was across 198 discrete legal matters, outsourced to external legal providers, including AGS and other firms on the panel.
Okay. Of that...
Seems to me, yes, there's probably, I'm guessing, but But in terms of how specific you can be about those questions, where there are matters still ongoing, it might not be in the Commonwealth's interest to indicate where costs become a material question.
Don't worry, I'm going to leave that. I've got a number.
Thank you.
That's
I just
fine.
wanted to help.
You are a very helpful man, Senator Ayres.
When he's not being unhelpful.
Yeah. Delete the un. Okay.
I understand there's a divergence of views about some of these questions.
It's not my questions, I don't think. Everyone's happy. Okay, so that's to date. And AGS, can you just tell me then what proportion of that in excess of $4 million relates to funds paid to the AGS?
I can. For the same period, it's $1,635,350.14.
And do you have a figure relating to external legal costs for the previous financial year, 24-25?
Not in front of me, I'm sorry.
On notice, could you? Thank you. All right. Then my final set of questions relates to consultancies, external consultancies. Do we have? It might be you, Ms. Lee, is it? Yes. Okay. So for the financial year to date.
So for the financial year to date, so we've entered into new contracts, new consultancy contracts worth $6.4 million for the financial year until the 30th of September.
And that is for services for the financial year or for a longer period?
No, that's just for the total value of the contracts that we've entered into.
And what period does that contract go?
So that will be from the 1st of July until the 30th of September. That's the timing.
1 year, sure.
And then, but the contract timing.
Yes, the contract timing, yes.
The contract, well, the life, all of those contracts will have a different amount of time, so that's spending
maybe on
might be
notice
over a
if you
number of
can
years.
just, yeah, that'd be great. So that's all you've expended this year?
So far. Yeah.
And to whom are those contracts made with, or with whom are those contracts made?
Okay. So these are some of our key ones. We've got a contract with the Boston Consulting Boston Consulting Group related to environmental regulation. We have a contract with NAUS in relation to modelling for gas strategy. We've got a contract on, how would you say that? Arbor Meta. Related to National Forest and Sparse Woody data sets. That's very cute. The AEMO in relation to energy security, and one with Deloitte in relation to cash flow analysis, fuel security services. So there's some of our larger ones that we've entered into, and there will be smaller ones in that time period as well.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, we talked about a $6.4 million figure before.
Yes.
And you mentioned 2 contracts were entered into.
Yeah.
So I may have misunderstood. That $6.4 million is for more than just 2 contracts. It is for those ones you referenced there.
Yes, that's some of those, yes. So it's in relation to...
And then to save us time, I'm just going to ask that on notice if you could provide the list of the entities with whom contracts have been formed, the value and the purpose as far as you can
it's for 43 contracts.
43
contracts.
Okay. Yeah. If you could do that, and if on notice also you could provide the 24-25 equivalently for the full financial year.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you.
Senator, but just to be helpful, there is a public register.
Excellent. Can you provide that public register?
Sure. We'll send you through the link in the answer.
I'm sure you will. You're a very helpful secretary, aren't you? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Just one moment. Can I just check with Senators Hodgins, May and Pocock if you have questions in general corporate?
No, I think the next.
Next. Okay. Senator Henderson.
Chair, thank you. Look, I just wanted to pick up on the answers to the international travel questions earlier. So you indicated there was $1.2 million spent between July and September, involving 91 trips, 81 travellers. When you calculate that, that's just a bit under $14,000 per trip. Can you just describe how many of those trips were business class?
I don't have that information with me. Is there a broad...
Rachel Harris, Branch Head of Financial Services. International travel is generally at business class travel because that's the entitlements under the EA or the Remuneration Tribunal.
Okay, so that we can assume that they were all business class travel?
Yes.
Mostly, yeah. Mostly. Well, we will tweak and confirm that.
And what about domestic travel? How many business class flights were taken domestically?
We'd have to. I can take that on notice for you. We don't have that detail here.
And there are different requirements in domestically to international.
Yes, I know that. Yeah, that's what I was asking. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thanks, Jim.
Probably similar amounts to the travel that you lot spent for your ding-dong on energy policy the other day. It's sort of that's probably the similar combination of different classes of travel, I imagine. But if you continue to be able to not resolve it, I suppose it'll continue to be very expensive.
Yeah, bring the minister to order.
Well, Senator Smith, I think you have a question.
I do. Thanks very much. I'd just like to return to a matter that we deliberated over in the last estimates, which was the order for the production of documents number 100. And I was just wondering, Ms. Lee, I understand that the ministerial branch sits under your responsibilities?
Yes, it does. For today, yes.
But at the time of preparing the response to the OPD 100, you were not in the department at the time?
I wasn't in the role, so I think yes. So yeah, we're just covering while people are on leave, etc.
Right. So, what lessons have been learnt from the OPD 100 matter by the department?
Sorry, Senator, can you elaborate on your question? What lessons?
Most definitely. The Senate clerk wrote to me confirming that the department's defence in the OPD 100, which was to utilise an FOI justification for not meeting that, was incorrect.
Yeah, well, we relied on FOI because documents relating to guidance for witnesses described FOI as, I don't have the precise description in front of me, but as a rough guide to be applied. And then the Clerk of the Senate clarified that matter, and in consultation with our Minister, we responded somewhat differently.
Mr Kaiser, that makes it sound as if it was sort of a minor error, an oversight, when in actual fact, I think the tone of the clerk's letter makes it very, very clear that nowhere, not ever, is the FOI justification a suitable justification for not complying with an order of the Senate.
I'm not sure that the Secretary can comment on tonal differences between various letters in Senate procedural matters. I think it is normal for there to be an exchange between the Executive and the Legislature on these questions, for people's approaches to evolve over time.
Senator Ayres, no, you're wrong, Senator Ayres. This is a substantial matter. This is a substantive matter that goes to whether executive government complies with orders of the Senate.
Substantial.
It is a substantive matter.
Senators, once again, no, hold on, Minister and Senator Smith. I notice it's happened already a number of times this morning. If we could just allow each other to speak. So, Senator Smith, you'd put a question and a proposition. The Minister was providing a response to that. It was relevant to that. I appreciate you have a different view on it, and you're entitled to put that view when the call comes back to you. Minister, if you...
Yeah, I'll let me just conclude on this point. There are... at this point in time, this opposition has taken an industrial approach to both orders for the production of documents and freedom of information applications. Some of those applications appear to be mechanically generated, that is, not generated by a normal human who is interested in making an application, but appear to be automated. that is generated by a computer, not by a person.
Let
me finish.
What is the evidence for that?
Well, because there are thousands of them,
Are you guessing,
Senator.
or?
Because there are thousands of them, and in previous terms, there are more over the last few months than there have been in the history of federation.
Senator Smith, please let the...
And I'll give you the tip. The approach that we took, which was effective, right, was that if a department received an order for the production of documents or an FOI from the Labor Party in opposition, people knew that we were onto something. Like, you lot provide this sort of cacophony of procedural noise that amounts to nothing.
Keep going.
I intend to keep going.
Big trap. Keep
I intend to keep going.
Keep going.
When you're finished, I'll continue answering.
You're walking into a very big trap. Keep going more.
Then just wait.
Because what did the OPD, what did the intergovernmental brief said? It said electricity prices were going up. It said you weren't on track to meet your target.
There is nothing inconsistent.
Okay, senators,
and each incoming government.
Senators, if we've just, sorry, Minister, if you'll just pause for one moment. Senator Smith and Senator Henderson, as I've said, there are undoubtedly different views in this room about different aspects of what will emerge today. What I would like is to ensure that we have a question and an answer. The Minister is giving an answer. Senator Smith, you will have a chance to ask him questions after that. This is going to be, I'm sure, a long enough day for those questions and answers to be fulsome. So if we could just observe...
I think the key point here is if the Senator Ayres would apply some brevity, then we will be able to ask our questions and move through our questions.
Senator Smith, I'm sure the answers will be completed quicker if they're not interrupted, and it is appropriate that the Minister responds in the way that he sees fit to these questions. So, but then, well, yes, but everyone has to operate within the standing order, Senator Henderson. So let's have this done in a slightly more orderly way, and we'll get through it a bit quicker. Senator Ayres.
You can be totally confident, Senator, that when a question requires a short answer, I will give a short answer. Where a question requires a medium-sized answer, I will give you a medium-sized answer. And when it requires a long answer, you will get a long answer. And in terms of the Minister and the department's approach,
you make a minute feel like a lifetime.
Well, there's a bit of joy in this for all of us, I suppose. In terms of the incoming government brief, which you are so interested in, my recollection, it's not been ordinary for these to be provided. They have been provided in relation to orders for production of documents recently. Each incoming government brief intersects differently with the requirements that are there for not providing information in relation to certain matters that would be relied upon, where you'd have to rely upon the immunity provisions to do that. So each ministerial office, each department deals with those differently.
Our question is that why does this department need to exercise so much secrecy when other departments have provided the incoming government brief unredacted? That's your question. What is the secrecy? What is it in the department that is being withheld from public scrutiny? What is it that you don't want seen?
As I indicated,
other departments have made their
it's not the football, Senator. You don't heckle me like it's sort of under-16s rugby league. As I indicated,
not a rugby sort of guy, Senator. Appreciate. Thank you.
Let's stay focused here.
As I indicated,
I'm going to go back to my original and substantive question, which was what are the lessons
incoming government brief intersects with these questions differently.
The clerk's advice about how it dealt with OPD 100. What are the lessons that have been learned?
Senator, I've got the information now to hand that we relied upon, and the department understands that the FOI Act doesn't usually have application in OPDs, but we relied on the official witness guidance that states, and I quote, "The FOI Act can be considered as a general guide to the grounds on which a parliamentary inquiry may reasonably be asked not to press for particular information." That we relied upon that in our application broadly of the FOI Act to the OPD, And since that time, the clerk has clarified the situation, and the advice that we gave to the minister in relation to that has led him to release the material that he's released. So that's the history of the matter.
Ms Lee, you're an experienced official, and I think I might have sat across you in other estimates, in other departments. If you were in the chair at the time that this OPD was responded to and the FOI justification provided, would you have queried or challenged that? Or would you have relied on the official witness guide as well?
Well, I don't think Ms Lee was in the chair at the time we were dealing with this matter.
No, she wasn't, but she's an experienced official.
Well, you're asking her for an opinion.
Yeah. I'll give you something that's a bit less hypothetical about a previous government's approach to these questions. I have in front of me a letter from the then Deputy Leader of the Nationals, Minister for Regional Services, Minister for Sport, Minister for Local Government and Decentralisation and Senator for Victoria, who says, in relation to a very similar application, Dear President, it's jauntily scratched out, Scott, she says, on behalf of the Honourable Dan Tehan MP, Minister for Education, and pursuant to order, it is the government's contention that the documents which are the subject of the order, that is, incoming government brief, in relation to the Australian Research Council, should be withheld in full from the Senate on the grounds of public interest immunity. It goes on. Like, this is not approach to
does that
those documents.
Does that say anything about FOI justifications for a reason for not providing the documents? Because that is the substantive matter here.
I'm talking about the overall approach
matter here
in relation
to the FOI justification.
I'm talking about the overall approach in terms of incoming government briefs, which do brief new ministers on the totality of issues in their agencies and portfolios, and for the ministers who Secretary Kaiser serves, there are a range of them, and those do intersect with areas of public interest immunity, including, obviously, cabinet consideration in different kinds of ways. That means you get sort of differential responses because there's different intersections with those kinds of immunity. That's not, I wouldn't have thought that controversial. Your colleagues have had orders for production of documents and freedom of information applications. There is a blizzard of them. There is a blizzard of them.
That is just
It's not a surprise
nonsense. Whatever you've just said is just
these
nonsense.
things intersect. Secretary's explained
this is
how the
an
department's
important and
approached
substantive matter, and I'm keen to understand
Senator Smith, once again, while you may not like or agree with the answer that's been given by Senator Ayres, if you would allow him to conclude that answer before you begin speaking over the top of him, that would be much appreciated, and then we can move on.
Senator Ayres' contributions are comments. They don't even come close to being answers to the question.
Well, I think he is providing a broad response to what you asserted as well, and
you
are
way too generous, Senator Gosh. You're way too generous.
There is a fair bit of characterisation and general proposition putting on both sides of this table, unfortunately. So let's come to Minister, if you would finish your answer, and then we'll come back to Senator Smith.
There's been some backwards and forwards in relation to the FOI aspects of this. It's a very straightforward set of propositions. What's been provided has been provided and is consistent with the previous practice.
Senator Ayres,
there's nothing controversial.
You can, in all confidence, give me the benefit of the doubt on this particular matter. I am, and you know this to be true. I am genuinely interested and curious, right, about the OPD matter, the FOI justification. We had this conversation. The Senate clerk provided a response. I'm really, really keen to understand, Secretary. Well, what are the lessons? No, Senators, please. What are the lessons that have been learnt? How, if at all, the official witness guide has been improved upon to reflect the Senate clerk's comments. I'm genuinely interested in how this matter has been, this experience has been used to improve the responsiveness of the department to orders of the Senate. It is a genuine, and anyone who knows my history in this place knows that it is a genuine interest. Thank you, Senator Pocock, nodding in affirmation. It is a genuine interest I have. You'd have to concede that as well, Senator Ayres.
I know that unlike your colleagues, your interest in these things is genuine and that you are not the author of the hundreds and hundreds of orders of production of documents that each of these departments received, more than in the history of Federation. Because I suppose...
I have a healthy curiosity on matters, and I do use OPDs to satisfy those curiosities.
I know you write your own.
But I'm
perhaps
prudent, yes.
Unlike some others.
So, Secretary or Ms Lee, I'm just really keen to understand, having gone through this experience with the OPD 100, what are the lessons learned? How have things improved? How have things changed in the department? If they haven't, that's okay. That's your answer, and I'll just be ultra vigilant on other OPD matters.
Senator, I wouldn't characterise it as the department having learnt lessons. I would characterise it as the department responding to and reacting to new information which was provided by the Clerk of the Senate when they clarified the matter in terms of our response to OPDs. I wouldn't characterise that as lessons learnt. I would characterise that as the department responding to new information and new guidance.
Mr Kaiser, I don't regard the clerk's letter as an evolution of Senate practice. I regard the clerk's letter as a statement. This is what the Senate practice is.
So, as I've said, we relied upon official witness guidance, paragraph 4.9, which said, and I quote again, the FOI Act can be considered as a general guide to the grounds on which a parliamentary inquiry may reasonably ask not to press for particular information. That's what we relied upon in the first instance.
A parliamentary inquiry, that is not the order of a Senate. That's not a Senate order.
This is Senate estimates, Mr.
I'm
Kaiser.
just letting you know what we relied upon. Perhaps we erred. Given the clerk's additional information, perhaps we erred. I wouldn't describe that as a lesson. I would describe that as the department responding to information that was clarified for us in response to what we'd originally released, and then our advice to the Minister reflected that new guidance from the clerk. That's what happened. You can describe that as a lesson for the department if you like. I would describe it as the department responding to evolving information and evolving guidance.
Has the official witness guidance been improved it hasn't.
I don't know. We're not responsible for it.
Has it been improved upon or enhanced in light of the clerk's letter?
I don't know. The official guidance isn't our document. It's not.
And you've not.
Well, I'm not certain.
You've not sought to take any initiative on the matter?
Well, I personally haven't. I'm not sure if others have.
I think possibly.
So is it still possible? Is it still possible that the department could continue to make mistakes in regards to how it complies with OPDs?
The department will always use the best information available to it to respond to the Senate's requests. If that information and that guidance evolves, then we will take account of the new guidance and material.
How have officials been made aware of the clerk's letter of the 17th of October, which improves upon the advice that's included in the official witness guide?
Well, we provided new advice to the Minister, who responded then to the OPD. Dana, do you want to?
Senator Dana Sutton, Portfolio Strategy. Thank you for the questions. I think the department takes its responsibilities to the Senate and this committee incredibly seriously. I haven't actually seen a copy of the letter. My understanding is it was addressed to you, but if you could provide a copy, I'm very happy to review that and ensure that it's consistent with our practices. I think in terms of the question you've asked of what lessons have been learned, the official guidance, the guidelines for official witnesses is looked after by, I think P&C look after that, but it might be appropriate that that's updated. As the Secretary's indicated, that's not our responsibility. Our responsibility is to ensure that the answers that we give to the committee and to Parliament are frank and honest and to the best of our abilities. I personally have reviewed those, and I think the lessons for the department are the importance of ensuring the clarity of any public interest immunity claims are supported by the two elements that are referred to in that guidance, which is what's the head of the authority for the public interest immunity claim, and the second element is the harm that would arise. And ultimately, as you'd be aware, it's ministers that make any claims for PIIs, but oftentimes you'll take evidence from officials while we're trying to assist you with your queries. That guidance makes it really clear that if we're in doubt around what information may be appropriately disclosed, it's entirely appropriate for us to take that on notice and seek advice from the Minister around those provisions. But I do think the lesson for us is ensuring those two elements are met each time, Senator. So what is the head of the public interest immunity claim and what's the harm that may arise?
Couldn't resist.
The truth about this matter is that, of course, the approach of departments and ministers must evolve, because the situation that departments and ministers' offices find themselves in is very different to the preceding 124 years of Australian Federation. Previously, orders for production of documents were developed in, obviously the contested context, but were developed in a mature and sensible way. Now we have industrial scale orders for production of documents, industrial scale FOIs. That's the truth of the matter. Now that means that tens of thousands of hours of not junior officials but senior officials' time is taken up working out which truckloads of documents have priority in the queue for orders of production of documents. On one day, the Senate approved 14 OPDs in one day. On average, four every day. Some of them require production of the documents before the Senate order takes effect. So the moment that they're voted on, they're automatically overdue. Like, it's barking mad, the approach that the Liberals and Nationals and some other senators have taken to orders for production of documents. Barking mad. For a matter to be
agreed in the Senate, it requires 39 senators to agree. So that is
don't interrupt me, Senator. Don't interrupt me.
Crossbench and the Greens.
We have to
which
endure.
Means it's only Labor senators
we have
that
to
are
endure,
opposed.
and these people behind me have to endure your self-indulgent silliness. Take that back. Your colleagues' self-indulgent silliness on this question, trying to put sand in the gears of decent government, trying to project an image that somehow the sort of corrupt period of the Morrison government on these questions, right, where there was prime ministers pretending to be ministers, there was absolute public malfeasance, there was rorting of public money for marginal seats work, that somehow providing hundreds and hundreds of these orders for production of documents is some administrative smokescreen to try and obscure that period of government, which was a rotten period of government, an embarrassment to Australia. Like, we of course our approach is going to evolve. If you get a sensible number of orders for production of documents, there's a sensible number of staff engaged, you can engage with these questions in a particular way. If you get 14 in a day, that involves thousands of hours of work that people who you will never meet, like ordinary public servants who are trying to do their job, running around trying to comply with sort of what a group of your colleagues and your colleagues' staff dream up. Like, actually, if it was mature and sensible, we'd be going a whole lot better.
Senator Ayres, Ms Sutton was demonstrating in a very exemplary way how officials participating in the Senate estimates process assist the work of senators and the Senate. And unfortunately, every time you have a comment, you just detract from the professionalism of officials. Ms Sutton had provided a very fair and reasonable explanation.
That is the point.
No.
Their job
hold on.
is
Minister,
absolutely steamroll.
Minister, have your complaints,
I'm giving you the real politics
agreeing to OPDs is legal and constitutional, and you have
that
a
our parliamentary processes intersect with the real work of officials.
All right. I'm taking the call back to me. Just one moment, please. We have a number of senators here waiting to ask questions. I think, Senator Smith, obviously, if you have further questions, I understand that there is a disagreement, obviously, about the nature of this that exists, but let's move to questions and then answers once more. Senator Smith.
So, Ms Sutton, thank you very much for your professionalism in responding to some of my queries. I am alarmed, disappointed, that the clerk wrote to me on the 17th of October. It attracted a tremendous amount of media attention. It embarrassed the minister, and no one in the department has taken a preemptive step to seek a copy of the clerk's letter.
Senator, I'm asking you if you could provide a copy. I'd be happy to review that.
6 weeks after, the clerk of the Senate is required to provide some information out of curiosity to the senator. Wow.
Senator, the letter was addressed to you. I'm very happy for you to provide a copy to us.
6 weeks after.
Yeah, but it's a letter to you, Senator. It's a letter to you.
Yes, that's right.
Right.
And anyone can ask me phone. Anyone can pick up the phone.
So let me just get this straight. I just want to understand the question that you're asking the official. The clerk of the Senate wrote a letter to you, and you're wondering why it is that the official doesn't have the letter. It's because it's a letter to you. It's a letter to you. I mean, this would be a whole lot. One of your colleagues has 35,000 Senate questions on notice in the last term of Parliament. More than 500 of those concerned paper use. 100 of them were about working on the King's birthday.
This is my substantive
100 questions. 100 questions went to who might be the longest-serving member of a particular agency
or this department.
Right.
I'm going to table this letter, Senator
That's
Dosh,
not adult.
For the assistance of Ms Sutton and other officials. And on notice, Ms Sutton, I'd be very, very interested to know how the contents of the clerk's letter to me is going to be used by your department, Mr Kaiser, and across the government to ensure that OPDs are more fully and responsibly complied with. And I might just say that in that official witness guide, if I've understood it correctly, Mr Kaiser, I don't have it in front of me, it talks about parliamentary inquiries, which is quite a separate matter from orders of the Senate. Quite a separate matter. So again, I think that's been a that's the letter. So, Ms Sutton, on notice, if you can please provide to the committee details of how that information contained in the clerk's letter is going to be used to further enhance and improve the department's responsiveness to OPDs, specifically, and more generally how it might be incorporated across government to ensure that those official witness guides are as accurate as they need to be. This is not new information from the clerk. He is just reiterating. You agree that it's not new information, Ms Sutton? You're just nodding in affirmation.
Well, I'm nodding that I'm happy to take that on notice and come back to you.
So just to clarify, a letter from the clerk to you, the official will read it now that it's been tabled, and what you want the official to do and the department to do is to advise how it is that a letter that they've just seen might change their approach to some of these. I appreciate that. On notice.
Because
We'll see how we can help you.
For other respect for other senators, I'll come back to this at the next estimates. But I think Mr Kaiser's use, or the department's use, of the official witness guide is incorrect.
We understand that now, Senator.
Yeah.
You understand that it is incorrect, or you understand my position that I think it's incorrect?
We understand all of these things, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Dares. I'll take that. And I'll take that as success. Thank you. I'm going to stop while I'm ahead. Thank you, Senator Dares.
Yes. That's right. I think if there was the department has displayed and will respond to that question on notice, I just say to your colleagues on these issues. Learning seems to be a one-way street for you lot.
I'm exhausted, okay. Senator Ayres. Surely you're exhausted.
Yes. No.
You must be exhausted. You must be exhausted.
It's 10 past 10. It's 10 past 10.
All right. All right.
Thank you, Senator Ayres. Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Lee.
you, Senator Smith.
Sutton.
The question has been asked and taken on notice, so I appreciate that. I note that we are now running significantly behind our program. I understand that Senator Henderson has some remaining corporate questions. What I propose to do for the benefit of the committee is to allow Senator Henderson to ask those questions in relation to corporate. We then have a break at 10:15. We'll take that break and we'll come back to outcome one afterwards, unless you're integrating contrary to...
Ask a clarifying question.
Can I just ask?
About where we're at.
Oh yes.
Yeah. I've got questions about the ICJ's advisory opinion that was canvassed at the last Senate estimates. Is that in corporate or in outcome one?
No, it's not in corporate. It would be in outcome one.
Cool. Okay. Thank you. I'll come back.
Thank you. Senator Hens.
Thank you very much, Chair. Secretary, I'm just wondering...
Sorry, Senator. Apologies for interrupting you. I just wanted to clarify that I sought advice from my colleagues. It's actually in outcome 2, Senator. Yeah. My apologies.
Mr Kaiser, I refer to the answer to question on notice that I asked, SQ 25 000855, prepared by the National Energy Transformation Division. Who's responsible for addressing questions or drafting the answers to questions from that division?
From that division specifically, certainly corporate coordinates a process of getting experts within the department.
So maybe you could just, I'll ask my question, then you could just address that. So I asked at the last estimates for any briefs provided to the Minister in relation to the department's contribution to the Treasurer's Economic Reform Round Table, and there was also a departmental round table as well. I also asked for any briefs or other materials on outcomes or stakeholder feedback that were provided to the Treasury or the Treasurer or his office. And I raised very similar concerns to Senator Smith. The answer was that the briefing cannot be provided due to its security classification for both of those questions. Can I ask about the nature of the security classification?
Senator, that's not something I can immediately answer. I'll check whether there's...
Sorry, we'll just see if we can get them. Simon, thank you.
Miranda Lello, Head of the Portfolio Strategy and Integration Branch. I'm not sure I can answer your question specifically on the classification of the brief, but stepping through the question on notice, so there was a question about the briefings provided to ministers on the Treasurer's Economic Roundtable, so that was the first part of your question, is that right?
Well, there's a departmental roundtable, and there was also briefs or other materials and outcomes or it's in the Quan. Briefs or other materials on outcomes or stakeholder feedback that were provided to the Treasury or the Treasurer or his office.
Yep, and so this was on the departmental roundtable?
That's right.
Yep. So the question on the with regards to information provided for the Treasurer's roundtable sits with the corporate area. But if you're asking about the departmental roundtable, the specific departmental roundtable, that was an energy and climate roundtable, and that will sit in outcome 2.
Okay, so in relation to what I'm trying to understand, there's been a refusal to provide those materials based on the security classification of those briefs. So what was the nature of the security classification? Because that is not a reason not to answer a question in Senate estimates.
So
that's an unacceptable ground. So I'm just trying to understand what is the security classification.
Sorry, Senator, the officer at the table is responsible for coordinating the responses to questions on notice won't necessarily have the detail of the substance of the answers or the reason for the security classification. I suspect the people who will be able to help you and answer that question, I know I've been persistent in this and you've reacted to that, but the people who will be able to answer that and provide a reason for that response will be here in outcome 2.
So, Mr Kaiser, I'm just asking in relation, again, we've had a very big blow-up in relation to the department's decision not to provide the incoming brief, and that's been partially resolved after a lot of drama. We now have a refusal to answer questions because of a security classification of documents, but that's not a reason. That's not an unacceptable ground. And I'm looking at the rules for estimates, and secrecy provisions in statutes is not a reason not to answer a question. So could you explain why these questions have not been answered?
I can't. The person considering the substance of the question would have made that judgment and provided it to our corporate colleagues as a reason for not answering the question. To get their substantive response, we'll need to wait for the people who made that judgment.
Do you know what outcome that would be in?
Yes, so sorry, Senator, just to clarify, I think I said outcome 2. I actually meant outcome 1. So the people will be available in outcome 1. What I can say is that in relation to the Treasurer's Roundtable, so obviously the nature of consideration of the Treasurer's Roundtable, there would have been cabinet discussions about that. So the department might have provided some general briefing which would have been cabinet in confidence.
Well, but that's not what is said in this answer. So yes, the disclosure of Executive Council or cabinet deliberations is a grounds for refusing to answer a question. That's not what is said in this answer.
So as I say, Senator, for the aspects of answering the question that I am responsible for and the general matters relating to the Treasurer's Roundtable, I can give you that answer.
It's a very, very unusual classification that's being used. Security classification. I was seeking documents in relation to the departmental roundtable associated with the Treasurer's Productivity Roundtable. If they were cabinet documents, I would expect that would be the response to the question.
So, Senator Henderson, I can't answer with respect to the department's roundtable.
So what I'm asking...
So that will be in outcome 1.
Mr Kaiser, could you just perhaps arrange to bring that information back to the table?
Yeah,
What I'm concerned about, these are really important documents I was seeking. There's been a refusal to provide those documents. You've cited security classification without any other details. So what I'm seeking is the nature of the security classification. Why were they so classified? Was this, and what was the nature of the harm that would occur if these documents were released? Do you know that answer?
I don't. I think the people who would have made that judgment are the people who would have sought to have dealt with the substance of the question, and that's not our colleagues in corporate, but they will be here at the appropriate time. I understand that you're seeking an explanation for why we relied upon that.
Well, if
we will provide it.
If there's not a proper basis to refuse to provide these documents, I'm also seeking the documents, because if they are Executive Council or Cabinet deliberations, yes, that's an acceptable ground. But that's not what is said here. This is a very unusual response. So if it does not fall within that category, I'm asking what is the nature of these documents and the security classification, which seems very odd. And if you are not satisfied that you have complied, could I please ask for those documents to be returned to the committee as soon as possible today?
Sure. I've not been handed an answer, so I assume people are scrambling to either get the individual who made the judgment or a response to me, but they will be available later today.
And Mr Kaiser...
I understand.
Yeah, and we are taking this very seriously when the department doesn't answer questions. There may well be a legitimate reason, but I'd like you to investigate this. The buck does stop with you as the Secretary, and it just looks very suspicious to me.
Thank you, Senator Henderson.
Just one more question, Mr. Kaiser.
Well, no, we'll go to the break and then we'll come.
This is just a clarifying question. Sorry. Just in relation to the responses to questions on notice, and I'm happy for you to come back, but we were receiving batches of responses up until late last night. Many of which have not been uploaded, so we've not been able to actually look at the answers. They were due on the 28th of November. Is there any reason why answers to questions on notice are overdue, such that we have not been able to scrutinise those answers?
I can only imagine that relates to the workload of the department and the volume of questions that we were responding to since the last Senate estimates.
I gave you an answer. I think I was responding to Senator Smith about what is the natural result of there being more of these, whether it's questions on notice or OPDs or whatever, if they are performed at industrial scale, it requires an industrial scale response. These are hard-working public servants who have responsibilities to discharge on behalf of the Commonwealth, including to the legislature. And if there was a more grown-up approach to orders for production of documents and questions on notice, then there would be less things falling behind. That's the truth of it.
Minister, thank you for your
if you and your colleagues have embarked upon this approach, a sort of vainglorious approach, then public servants are doing their best to comply. Well, it's conflated for them because they have to do all of the work that you and your colleagues generate from.
All right, senators.
That's the truth.
Senators,
OPDs
thank you.
Generally and OPDs and other questions being
senators,
asked.
I appreciate as I've said once before, or maybe even multiple times before, I appreciate that there is a difference of view on this subject. At this point in time, we are going to our break. We will be back at 10:35, and as I understand it, we can then move to outcome 1.
Thanks very much.
And we might deal with the 581 Senate questions on notice that have been provided since the October hearing. I mean, honestly, what a joke.
examination of the corporate matters of the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, and we indicated we'll call officers from the department relating to outcome 1, support the transition of Australia's economy to net zero emissions by 2050, transition energy to support net zero while maintaining security, reliability and affordability, support actions to promote adaptation, strengthen resilience of Australia's economy, society and environment, and take a leadership role internationally in responding to climate change. And then outcome 1.1 is reduce Australia's greenhouse gas emissions. Now, I will go to Senator Whitten in a moment, but I understand that Senator Henderson has a point that relates directly to what was asked before the break, and so a moment to clarify.
Thank you, Chair. Secretary, we had a brief chat during the break and you wanted to clarify an answer you gave in relation to documents not being disclosed by the department. If I could just ask you to update the committee, please.
Thanks, Senator. Yes, it would seem that we erred in terms of relying upon security classification as a reason to not respond to answers 1D and E of your question on notice. But again, the person who can describe the rationale for that and the circumstances around it will be coming up in outcome 1.2. We are in fact relying on a cabinet confidentiality requirement. And you in our conversation made the point that that can't be relied upon completely.
Let's just put it on the record. So my question is to you, if you're relying on disclosure of Executive Council or Cabinet deliberations as a grounds to refuse to provide the documents, Mr Kaiser, are these Executive Council or Cabinet deliberations?
Yes, Senator, I'm not certain of that. That is what we're relying on, but we will respond to this question now in a different context, in the context of that cabinet classification. I have the documents in front of me. I can't judge them. It will take us some time to make a decision about that.
Because I've asked for briefs provided to the Minister and briefs or other materials or outcomes or stakeholder feedback that were provided to the Treasury or the Treasurer or his office. So briefs are ordinarily, ministerial briefs are very ordinarily not cabinet documents.
Yes.
So I am also concerned that may not be a correct characterisation of these documents.
Well, we won't know until we get an opportunity to look at them. I've acknowledged to you that we've erred in terms of the reliance on a security classification as a rationale for not providing them. We've erred in doing that. We'll now consider the documents in the light of...
Thanks, Mr Kaiser.
And as I indicated before, I mean, you're right that something being a ministerial brief in itself doesn't give rise to a cabinet in confidence immunity claim. That is the case. Of course, different incoming government briefs provided to different ministers at different points in time give rise to an intersection with cabinet confidentiality in different ways. So you would expect to see different outcomes across the government. As it happens in this portfolio area, we have had to make decisions in cabinet to clean up a giant 10-year-old mess in energy policy. That has required making some decisions. So, over the last 3 weeks, for example, every single day for the last 3 weeks, one of the 28 power stations, 24 of which announced or brought forward their closure over the decade
Sorry, Minister, I'm just going to stop you there.
No, you don't get to stop me anywhere. You don't get to stop me anywhere. What I get to do is to conclude my answer. And we are cleaning up a giant mess, and that does mean that it's more likely that there will be cabinet confidence.
Senator Ayres, there's a point of order being raised. Yes, Senator Henderson.
Chair, I would just ask if you could remind the Minister he needs to be directly relevant to the question I was asking, which was about disclosure of documents concerning the departmental roundtable. I appreciate, Chair,
yes,
the to and fro of estimates, but I think the Minister was wandering well off the nature of my question.
For a whole range of reasons, including for the benefit of non-government senators, I am reluctant to narrow the scope of relevance of questions that are able to be asked in relation to these matters. I understand the Minister was concluding his answer. Minister, if you'll conclude that answer briefly, and then we'll move on to Senator Whitton.
Thank you. I mean, we have a giant mess to clean up. And that does mean that in this portfolio, that items in the incoming government brief will of course intersect with cabinet decision making, because the scale of the problem that was created with a decade of climate science denialism, incapacity to reach a sensible policy framework, which has extended, of course, beyond the life of government into this period of opposition. Like that has consequences. When your side of politics wrecks the energy system, ordinary Australians pay, and that means that this cabinet and this government has got a lot of work to do.
Minister, thank you, Minister. Thank you, Senator Henderson.
If you've got another question, I'll have another answer.
No, I appreciate that.
Chair,
yes.
What I just want to conclude this by saying to Mr. Kaiser, we take the issues in relation to disclosure of documents under Senate estimates rules very seriously. We look forward to you coming back to this committee as soon as possible to rectify this matter. Thank you.
I just respond. I just respond. You know, we take these things seriously too.
All right. Well,
but we also take.
Don't
interrupt me. Like honestly, it's just sort of compulsive. Just let me answer the question.
I don't need to hear from you on this, Minister.
It's not up to you. If you ask a question, I respond to the question.
I didn't ask a question. I just concluded my question.
I'm entitled and required to respond on behalf of the government.
Senators, let's.
It's a misunderstanding of the way that this process works.
Maybe you should learn the
Senators, I'm not sure this is getting us anywhere. Senator Henderson.
I've got no more questions.
I understand that.
Let's move on.
Senator Ayres, did you just want to briefly finish what you wanted to say? And then I'm going to move on.
When there's a question, I will respond to it when I see fit and when I think I'm required to. And in terms of the incoming government brief, I could not be clearer. There is a giant mess. You're not asking questions, I note, about what the department would have said in the incoming government brief about the cost of nuclear. Your $600 million plan.
Okay,
like
Minister. Minister. Now I think. So hold on. Hold on, Senators.
Don't point to me.
Senators.
Does the incoming government brief talk about nuclear?
Senators.
What else does it talk about?
I appreciate that there are strongly held views in this room, but this is not fruitful. I'm going to move the call on to Senator Whitton.
Thank you, Chair. See if we can have a reset. My question has got a pretty heavy agricultural bent, if you need a certain person to the chair, but I'll start with, would I be correct in assuming you consult with other government agencies on mitigation strategies to lower greenhouse gas emissions from, by example, cows?
So Senator Cushel-Munro, Deputy Secretary for the Climate Change Group, yes.
So who's...
And bulls and steers, I suppose, Senator, too.
We can add all the bovine forms if you like.
Buffalo, Brahmins, Herefords. Anyway, continue.
It's going to be a long day, Minister.
Much longer for me than for you, Senator Whitton.
Whose idea was it to use Bovea 10?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Whose idea was it to use Bovea 10?
Senator Kath Rowley, Head of the Emissions Reduction Division. Could you just clarify use in what context, by whom and where? Well, it's a very broad question.
My understanding of Bovea 10, it's used in cows and bulls and steers and all the other things to lower greenhouse gas emissions. So I'm assuming at some point either somebody I mean, I don't know. My question is, which direction did it come from? Whose idea was it to look at Bovea 10 or any other products that might have?
Senator, I can't speak to the genesis of the technology. We could certainly speak to some of the programs that the department is responsible for administering that have been involved in trials and testing of the emissions impacts of Bovea 10, which is, as you said, a feed additive that helps reduce the emissions from livestock. But that's kind of a very particular piece of the puzzle rather than the very general question that you've asked. There is the technology both reduces emissions but also enhances productivity of livestock production because it reduces the amount of, essentially, the amount of feed that is lost through livestock burping. And so I would imagine it's an agrochemical industry origin, but we can speak to the programs if that's of interest. So
my question is more about, would it have originated in your department or would it have originated somewhere else that... Oh,
it would have originated in industry, I would imagine. Okay. But the only thing that we can really speak to is our department's involvement with certain trials.
Okay. If it was found that Bovea 10 was detrimental to human or animal health and it had to be removed from usage, would that have an impact on the department's targets?
Senator, my understanding is that the use of Bovea is not enormously widespread at this point, although I don't have specific statistics on that. And certainly our emissions inventory isn't yet factoring in the impact that that technology could have on our emissions. And so at this point, no, it would not affect our estimates of Australia's emissions. Over time, as we have better science and better capability to map from the application of those technologies through to their adoption in Australia and then what that means for Australia's emissions, we will do that. But that's not just for Bovea 10, that's for feed additives, which have been a big focus for the livestock industry, but not at this time.
So I wasn't aware of this particular thing, but I have just Googled Bovea 10 conspiracy theories and I'm now up to date with your line of questioning, Senator. Keep going. Well, any other sort of nutty recess of the...
Minister, I will rise to the challenge if you want me to, but I'm trying to keep it civil in here.
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Minister,
prosecuting misinformation and disinformation is not civil.
No,
it's not civil.
Calm me down.
Minister, Senator Whitten.
I'm moving on from Bovea 10.
We all have.
Would you agree with the statement that when managed properly, grazing cattle contribute positively to carbon sequestration in soils?
Senator, I think it's a very general question, and the contribution of any farming practice to Australia's emissions and sequestration depends on the particulars. Certainly, there is carbon sequestered in Australia's grazing landscapes, and we reflect that in the inventory. But when things are managed properly depends on perspective. So whose management for what purpose?
Well,
But there is certainly scope for sequestration, both vegetation and soil, in Australia's grazing landscapes.
Okay. So then would you also agree with the statement that ungrazed pasture releases carbon?
So, Alana Pencheny, I'm the branch head of the National Inventory Systems and International Reporting Branch. Grasslands can have emissions depending on climatic conditions and things like that. That would be for grazed and ungrazed grasslands.
So when they're not grazed, the grass will die, it oxidises and releases carbon.
I probably can't get into a huge amount of detail about exactly the source of the emissions, but certainly grasslands have emissions and sequestration depending on a range of factors.
Okay.
And that's true for grazed pastures, and that's true for ungrazed pastures. There's many factors that bear upon whether carbon is sequestered or emitted, or both.
Yep. Yeah, no, my point was, if it's managed correctly, it can sequester carbon, the grazing of animals, and when it's left idle, it can release carbon. That's my general premise.
I think that the evidence that the official just gave was that there are emissions and sequestration in ungrazed and grazed pastures. And of course, as industry, you know, there are different types of pasture, different seasonal variations, different grazing cycles, different land management practices, all intersect with farm productivity, which is very important, soil health, which is not unimportant when considering the intersection of the economic and agricultural and emissions characteristics of both pasture that's there for grazing, but pasture that's naturally there. I mean, that's just nature for you there, Senator.
Agreed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Senator Hodgins-May.
The emissions projections report released last week shows that because we don't have meaningful policies to get us there, Australia is going to miss its 2035 emissions target by a country mile. The Greens are ready to get to work, but there doesn't seem to be any sense of urgency here. I'm really curious to know what timeline you're working to.
Oops. Senator, could Kath Rowley, Head of the Emissions Reduction Division, so the government's set and legislated a 2030 target, as you know, and has recently set and submitted as our next NDC, or Nationally Determined Contribution under Paris, the 2035 target. They're the key timeframes as stepping stones to the ultimate goal of net zero by 2050. Are there specific timeframes or actions that you were
Yeah, I suppose like the action to actually get us to achieving that 2035 target.
Yeah, so as you'll be aware, the government set the 2035 target in September. Its decision was informed by the advice of the Climate Change Authority, and the target that was set, 62 to 70% below 2005 levels, was identified by the authority as both Australia's highest possible ambition, as required under the Paris Agreement for countries' targets, and achievable given all of the analysis they had done of technology readiness and community and corporate activities. And the net zero plan, which the government released in September, set out the suite of policies and measures that are currently in place and driving emissions reductions. It indicated reviews that are relevant to some of our key policy measures, including things like the safeguard mechanism and the new vehicle efficiency standards. They're scheduled reviews that will be taking account of the 2035 target in determining policy settings for post-2030, because those policies have been essentially calibrated at this time to the 2030 target, and those reviews provide an opportunity to take account of the 2035 target in their future settings. And it also set out a whole range of new policies and measures and a cycle of review and revision of Australia's policy mix over time to essentially bridge the gap from what current policies under current settings are projected to deliver, which is what's reflected in the annual emissions projections, and those targets that Australia has set.
So in terms of the timeline for the new policies, though, I didn't hear an answer in relation to those new policies that are going to get us to that 2035 target and the timeline over which they'll be announced. Is it, the next few months, the next year, 2027, the next Parliament?
So in relation to, well, I'll give you a couple of specific examples. The new vehicle efficiency standards, which entered into force for compliance purposes on the 1st of July this year, so relatively new policy, that has headline limits which ratchet down over time, set currently in legislation to 2029. That's going to be subject to an annual review which will consider future settings. And so in 2026, they'll be taking a forward look, and then every year thereafter, and that provides an opportunity to set those headline limits for the out years. They're currently not set, so they're not reflected in the projections. We just assume a return to business as usual trends. But with those new headline limits set each year, that will then be reflected in the projections, and that starts in 2026 in terms of the first review. For the safe, and just to note, the new vehicle efficiency standards applies to light vehicles. That's about 12% of Australia's emissions. The safeguard mechanism, which covers about 30% of Australia's emissions from big industrial sources, has a review scheduled starting in 2026, scheduled to run 2026-27, and that's going to look at a range of factors, including the ratchet rate for the emission limits on our big industrial emitters for the post-2030 period. So that will be looked at in 2026 moving forward.
And to new policies, should I assume then that there are no new policies?
So alongside the announcement of the net zero plan, and as we discussed in the previous hearing, a number of new measures were announced by the government. For example, the government announced $1.1 billion for the production of low carbon liquid fuels in Australia. And an intention to look at demand-side measures to support the uptake of low-carbon liquid fuels. That's important because whilst we're currently very busily working, and in the next outcome they can talk to the details, to decarbonise the power system, and electrification through clean energy provides one important pathway. There are other applications where electrification is less prospective, and so low-carbon liquid fuels will be an important part of that. And in the next outcome, under Energy 1.2, they could speak to the work that we've got underway on low-carbon liquid fuels. That's one example.
And perhaps just sectors outside of electricity. Could you elaborate on new policies outside of the electricity sector?
So I spoke about the safeguard mechanism, which, as I said...
new policies.
So it's also about future settings for existing policies, because, you know, one of the things that policies like the safeguard mechanism and the new vehicle efficiency standards provide is a stable architecture that you can ratchet over time. So as I said, about 30% of Australia's emissions are covered by the safeguard mechanism, and under the architecture of that scheme, you can ratchet those emissions down to net zero by 2050. Similarly, with the new vehicle efficiency standards, you can ratchet those down over time to net zero. Electricity accounts for more than 30% of Australia's emissions, and the government's got an 82% renewable electricity target by 2030, and currently has a review of market settings, wholesale market settings, which will inform the parameters for policy, and particularly market operation post-2030. So there's a lot of work on foot covering well over half of Australia's emissions under current policies. And in terms of new measures, then, as I said, things like the low-carbon liquid fuels will tap into emission sources that aren't covered by those other measures that I referred to.
Are there any other examples other than that new liquid fuel? Yes, I'm happy for the Minister to respond. I'd be very grateful.
Not all of these questions are within the scope of the portfolio. So the official has pointed to the low carbon liquid fuels question, which is of course being dealt with by the Minister for Transport. It's an important measure in emissions terms, but it's also important in investment and manufacturing terms, and it's also, in my view, an important fuel security measure in a world where energy security is becoming increasingly important. There are in my day job in industry, of course, measures in there that were announced, $5 billion in the Net Zero Fund, in the National Reconstruction Fund, that is there to support concessional finance there for Australian manufacturers who are able to, where they are using a high emissions and inefficient source of energy to make their processes more efficient. So capital support for firms to do that. And so the officials talked about the safeguards mechanism, which of course covers our largest industrial facilities and provides a framework for them. But of course there's small and medium manufacturing as well in all of our suburbs.
Just to pick up on the low carbon liquid fuel, can I ask a follow-up on that? It's my understanding that it has no abatement ascribed to it. Do you have expectations on how much abatement will come from that policy?
Senator, that would be explored in the process of developing the policy, and so I expect that over time we will be doing estimates, but we don't do them in the absence of policy, because the impact of the policy is part of the assessment and development. One thing I would add, by way of other measures that might be of interest, is the
new ones.
Energy, new ones, is the energy efficiency measures. Did you want to?
Thanks. Rachel Hossan, Branch Head, Climate Change Policy. Just to mention that alongside the Net Zero Plan, there was also $85 million to accelerate energy performance, which my colleagues in Outcome 1.2 will be able to speak to in more detail, but they were investments in the National Australian Built Environment Rating System, expanding the commercial building disclosure program to more commercial building types, expanding the nationwide house energy rating scheme to cover existing homes, and establishing a demand-side statement of opportunities. Much of that goes to the built environment sector.
Just on low carbon liquid fuels, and your question was about, does the government ascribe a sort of abatement value to that effort? The short answer is not yet. There's very significant demand from the airline industry around these questions. Deep concern from the Australian tourism industry that if we don't move at the same speed as particularly our European partners and competitors, very significant industries like the convention industry, right? Conferences been able to come to Australia. What firms are taking into account is whether or not we end up being able to compete with other jurisdictions for what are big value, big tourist dollar, big economic value propositions. So there's an interplay of reasons why we are engaged with this. The emissions value of it is important, but we're also engaged in this because of the economic value for industry and, reaching right into the tourism sector.
Thank you. And perhaps just to check, should we be expecting any new policies on land use or waste sectors?
Sorry, Senator, the department officials have tried to be really helpful in terms of existing policy or policy that may have an impact and an effect that have been announced but may have an effect down the track. 2035 is by definition 10 years away, and you would expect a government to come up with more policy initiatives, but it's not reasonable. But it's not reasonable to ask public servants to speculate about what that might be.
Well, yeah,
we can talk about.
Maybe I'll ask the minister.
Policy.
To the minister then. Timeline on any new announcements around. Should we be expecting around land use or waste?
Well, as you know, Senator, the government timetables, announcements, and decision making in our normal cabinet processes, and I'm not in a position to help you beyond saying that we will continue to unfold policy consistent not just with the targets but the enormous economic opportunity, and it doesn't just sit within this portfolio managing these questions. It's Department of Industry, Department of Transport, the broader economic portfolios.
Yes, Senator, just to the point about land use and waste, a couple of things I'd mention. So obviously the reforms to the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act have implications for land use, which could be discussed in outcome 2 this afternoon. And also, the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry leads on a range of programs relevant to agriculture and land use. And one of the things that was announced in the lead up to the Net Zero plan was $1 billion additional funding to the Regional Investment Corporation to support climate action. And so there's a new activity that will flow from that. And in terms of waste, well, both the land sector and waste, there are activities that reduce emissions in those sectors which are eligible for crediting under the Australian Carbon Credit Unit scheme, and we are developing new method. Well, we just actually had the new method for landfill emission reductions approved, and so that sets a more stringent standard for crediting of emissions reductions from landfills in the waste sector. And similarly, we're developing new methods for land sector opportunities. The final point I would note is that, again, in outcome 2, there's a range of work that the Commonwealth is doing with states and territories on circular economy and on food organics and garden organic recovery, which will also contribute to emissions reductions, which they could speak to.
Thank you very much. Look, I don't think it's unreasonable to ask for a time frame, given that the 2035 target is aligned to 48%, not 62%, and I say that as a Greens politician and as a parent, but I will anxiously await our next estimate session to see what progress has been made, but I thank you for your responses. The report that I just referred to also states that the 42% in 2030 and 48% in 2035 are based on Queensland's energy policies as of July this year. Of course, in October of this year, the LNP government announced they would spend whatever money necessary to keep their coal plants going beyond their technical life. Outrageous. Why didn't you include this in the report?
So we needed to set the assumptions for electricity before that report by Queensland was released. But I will just note that in the projections we removed the Queensland renewable energy targets, so they're not included in those assumptions, and we also allowed those coal mines to run to the end of their technical life, which was what we understood at the time, rather than having early closures as was articulated by the previous government.
And I'd just note that coal generators rather than coal mines. And just to clarify, as you might appreciate, there's a lot of analysis and modelling that goes into our annual emissions projections, which is why we need to have an earlier cut-off date for policy settings, so we can then conduct the analysis and modelling, do all of the necessary quality assurance ahead of their publication in November.
So that 7-week period wasn't adequate?
It was not enough, no, not for the work that's involved.
Okay, thank you.
But I would note that, as Ms Pentony said, the core elements that really do bear upon emissions, which is the renewable energy target and the timing of the closure of coal-fired power stations, are reflected in the projections, because we did understand that from Queensland officials back in July.
Thank you. The emissions project report also didn't quantify the emissions saved from the various policies announced at the 2035 target announcement. Has the department calculated the expected savings yet, or is that not possible?
So no, we'll do that as those policies are developed to the point where we have enough information to do them in projections reports over time.
Yeah. And so generally the rule with emissions projections is that they reflect the policies and measures where we have sufficient detail to model them, and where it's more of an intention to develop, then we await the details, and then we bring them in to the projections are updated every year, so we bring them in over time.
Thank you. In relation to offsets, we've seen the preliminary data for the second safeguard year, and what seems to be a trend is that 3 safeguard mechanism credits are being created for every 1 tonne of actual emissions reduced in the scheme. So in other words, the number of credits being issued is about 3 times larger than the real-world abatement achieved. Most of these offsets don't actually represent any real-world abatement. Does that concern you? Do you want to call in?
It's actually a safeguard mechanism rather than offsets. But I might just make an opening point, and then my colleague might want to speak to more detail about the safeguard mechanism. But the safeguard mechanism by design has binding emission limits which ratchet down over time and which start based largely on the existing emissions from facilities but transition over time to the average emissions intensity of that commodity or product that the facility makes. And that creates incentives over time through the operation of markets to push production more towards the most efficient producers. And so producers that are already very efficient benefit from that arrangement, and producers that are less efficient have a stronger obligation. So they have to reduce their emissions more, either directly where they can or through the purchase of credits. And so that is by design. And we calculate the ratchet rate and the scheme settings to ensure that in aggregate emissions come down over time. And based on current policy settings and the current outlook for the economy, the projections indicate that the aggregate emissions from safeguard facilities will reduce over time, both in gross and net terms. The gross reduction is baked into the legislation, and the net is a function of those gradual declines in baselines.
So the Climate Change Authority has said that the number of offsets are a concern. Does the department disagree with that assertion?
The safeguard mechanism credits and offsets available under the mechanism. Sorry, Emma Flanagan, acting branch head of the Product and Industrial Emissions branch. So, as I was saying, the safeguard mechanism credits are a key aspect of the design of the reformed safeguard mechanism, and were actually consulted on as part of that process in 2003. And as my colleague was saying, they provide an incentive to facilities to reduce their on-site emissions. So facilities can receive safeguard mechanism credits for a range of different reasons, including improvements to the facility's emissions intensity, and where a facility's emissions intensity is significantly lower than the industry average. So one of the reasons to allow facilities to use carbon credits, whether or not they be safeguard mechanism credits or Australian carbon credit units or ACCUs, to reduce is that it reduces their compliance costs, creates a demand for cost-effective emissions reductions across the scheme and broader economy, and provides an effective way for facilities to contribute to the national abatement task while on-site abatement options are being developed.
So is the department working on any strategy to rein in offsets, or?
So we have a review of the safeguard mechanism scheduled to commence next financial year, and that will look at a range of issues, including the use of offsets going forward past 2030.
Thank you. No other colleagues wanted to contribute? That's fine down here. All right. In relation to renewables, last week's report makes it clear that almost 90% of expected emissions reductions in 2030 are from the electricity sector. All the government's eggs seem to be in one basket here, but I understand that you have to publicly say that we're on track to meet 82%, even though market analysts disagree publicly. My question is, are you working on backup plans? Sorry, I'm not sure who I'm looking at. Is there a plan B to reach 43% if the renewables rollout stumbles further?
I think it's fair to say these are probably answers that can be best given by our colleagues in 1.2 on renewables.
Yeah.
It's also, Senator, I don't think telling officials that they're saying something because they have to say it is necessarily.
Okay, well, I'll give benefit of the doubt. I'll assume you don't have to say it, so I'll withdraw that and ask.
Yeah, a little bit of kindness would probably be helpful in these.
Sorry, I'll attempt to be more kind, and the question without the assumption is put to you.
So, Senator, I think I know the government's plans to reduce Australia's emissions are set out in the Net Zero Plan. There are a wide range of policies and programs well beyond the electricity sector, although it is absolutely true to say that over the coming in this decade, the electricity sector, which is the largest source of emissions in Australia, so it's the biggest chunk, and it has the most cost-effective opportunities for reductions, and so it's not entirely surprising that the lion's share of reductions come there. And certainly in outcome 1.2, they can speak to all of the policies and measures to drive that transition. However, the measures that I referred to earlier, so the new vehicle efficiency standards, the safeguard mechanism, the new policies that will come with respect to low carbon liquid fuels, the work that we're doing in land and agriculture and circular economy to reduce the waste sector emissions, all of those things bear upon Australia's emissions outlook, and we are regularly, and this is reflected in the annual emissions projections, looking at the combined effect of national policies, key state and territory policies, and global and market trends to see what that means for Australia's emissions. Even over the course of 5 years, those things can change quite a lot, and so the outlook to 2030 will inevitably change quite a lot over the next 5 years, and we will continue to do our analysis, publish those results, and the Minister, through the Climate Change Act, will continue to be accountable to Parliament through the annual climate change statement on how we're going, where the headwinds are, where the tailwinds are, and therefore how we need to, how the policies and measures need to be adjusted over time to ensure that we meet that legislated target for 2030.
Thank you. Yeah, we desperately want to see those targets met, and you're just conscious that it depends so heavily on the renewables rollout, and just really keen to know whether there's a backup plan. But I'll reserve that question for 1.2 if you're suggesting that's a more appropriate spot for it. Ending native forest logging and deforestation would deliver around 25 million tonnes with instant effect. Is the department going to pick up this low-hanging fruit? Minister, maybe?
It's not the department.
So I think I have seen that estimate for the benefits of ending native logging. My understanding, and if I'm thinking of the correct estimate, is I'm not sure it references the right assumptions about emissions from the National Inventory System. My understanding is that it counts both, makes assumptions about emissions that are in the forestry part of the National Inventory, but also about land clearing emissions, and I think that's a misunderstanding of how the inventory reflects emissions from those two sectors. So
yeah, would you mind providing the number on notice that you think it does?
We don't have an estimate of the emissions from native harvest. The way that we estimate emissions from native logging, because native logging occurs in one place, you have vegetation regrowing and you're also cutting trees down. Our model just provides a net number of the the net carbon result of that. It doesn't disaggregate the growth from the emissions. So I'm unable to provide a number that is the...
Yeah, although, it is true to say, and we've seen through policy reforms at the state and territory level, noting that forestry policy is largely a matter for the states and territories, that when policies to cease public native forest logging have been implemented, we see an improvement in the emissions outlook, and so it's very true to say that there is abatement potential there. The precise amount, no doubt there are many different estimates, Similarly, reducing land clearing. Again, states and territories are largely responsible for regulation and control of land clearing activities. However, again, the reforms to the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act, which I referred to earlier, have some implications for that. And again, it might be that might be a question that you could raise in outcome 2, just in terms of the details of that and what contribution that might make. But, you know, from an emissions perspective, very true to say there's abatement potential. That's also identified in the net zero plan and the land and agriculture plan. But as I said, most of the levers are held at the state and territory level. That said, our colleagues in Department of Agriculture, Fishery and Forestry do run a number of policies and programs related to reforestation, including plantations, and so there's also opportunities there.
Senator Hodgins, may I just
rotate the call?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for your participation this afternoon. Oh, sorry, this morning. Just going back to some questionings in regards to COP30. Thank you. What was the size, total size and composition of the formal Australian delegation to COP30?
Thank you, Senator. Sally Box, Head of the International Climate Division. So Australia's official delegation to COP30 was comprised of 42 staff, 32 from this department, 9 from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and 1 from the Department of Agriculture. That delegation is comprised of staff supporting the Ministers' programs, representing Australia in the negotiations and the action agenda, and running Australia's pavilion. So that's the official delegation. There were other Australian government officials who attended COP for other reasons.
Okay. And what was the total cost of that delegation, of that formal Australian delegation comprising the 42 people?
So staff only returned from Brazil recently, Senator. In fact, I only returned on Thursday. So the total travel costs for the official delegation haven't been reconciled or acquitted yet, so that information is not yet available.
When will it be available?
As soon as the acquittals are done, Senator. Usually that happens within 30 days of return.
So that is for travel costs and also for accommodation costs and other costs?
That's right, Senator.
Are you able to provide what was the cost of the Australian exhibition at COP30?
Are you referring to the Australian Pavilion,
Pavilion,
Senator?
that's right, yep.
So the current estimated cost of the COP30 Australian Pavilion, which includes the build and design, furnishings, etc., is $1.364 million, Australian dollars that is, which is similar to costs for pavilions over the last several years.
And officials that attended COP30 to support the Australian Pavilion, are they included in the 42 that form the Australian formal delegation?
Yes.
They are. Did you keep a register of how many people attended the pavilion?
So I do think we do have estimates of that. I don't have them on me, I'm afraid, Senator, so I'd have to take that on notice. But we did have more than 80 events at the Australian Pavilion, which were extremely well attended over the 2 weeks.
Yeah, I think the numbers were in the order of 4,500 people.
If you, on notice, could just provide the details of those 80 events and... Sorry, Mr. Kaiser, sorry.
Sorry, I may be able to provide further...
Sorry?
I may be able to provide further information about volumes.
In a moment, yep. I'll come back to you, yep.
Okay.
So some details about those, or sorry, the details of the 80 events. And Mr. Kaiser, you can provide some information about attendance or participation?
So at at a point in time during the last week of COP, I think it was the Wednesday of the last week, by that stage with still 2 or 3 days to go, we'd conducted 90 events hosting over 4,500 participants. We covered topics focused on Pacific and First Nations climate leadership, the role of youth, green trade, catalysing finance and clean energy technologies. People from the following departments participated in events at the Pavilion: DFAT, Austrade, ARENA, CSIRO, DAF, DHDA, CCA and CEFC, and we'd served over 6,000 coffees.
Okay. So if you could provide details of each of the 80 events, and I'm assuming that you also observed or recorded the number of participants that attended each of those 80 events?
So,
that's
sorry,
how you
Senator,
would get
90 events.
90 events?
And 4,500 participants.
Is it 90 events, Dr. Box? I thought you said 80 events.
It was at a point in time during the course of the last week, yeah.
We can certainly provide you with the final number of events that happened at the Australian Pavilion. It's also the case that there are some details about the Australian Pavilion programming on our website, which are available. But of course we can provide the details of the events. I'm not confident that we necessarily have a detailed breakdown of the number of participants at each event, Senator, but we'll provide the best available information we have.
So and we'll work through these issues, of course, over the course of the morning. The pavilion at COP26, for example, Mr Morrison's pavilion, cost $1,075,000. Was sponsored, of course, in addition to that by Santos after the Commonwealth begged for some corporate support to try and tide it over. There are, of course, different categories of people who attend. The officials given evidence about the delegation from the department. Of course, the delegation includes ministers, advisors, officials, people in post, so people who are DFAT staff and consular staff in country. The total number of Australians on the official delegation was 75, precisely the same number, must be an accident, precisely the same number as Mr Morrison took to COP26 in Glasgow, exactly the same number. He did take a bunch of his friends though, as part of that group, 13 political staffers on top of the 2 ministers. Our delegation for COP30 included 3 advisors for the 2 ministers, sort of like a rugby trip for Mr Taylor and Mr Morrison. That trip, it involved excursions to indulge Mr Morrison's passion for family history, essentially a holiday. This delegation was constructed carefully and was done in a disciplined kind of way. There weren't people wandering off on family holidays, I can tell you. There wasn't the incident. I think Mr Brandis, involved in a car crash chasing Mr Morrison's motorcade, engaged a bill ultimately of about $250,000. We take our responsibilities in this area seriously.
Senator Ayres, could you just help me understand what is the difference between the 42 officials that formed the formal delegation and then the 75 that you have mentioned? Perhaps we could get there a little bit more quickly, because I'd like to talk about data centres. I'd like to talk about data centres in the emissions projections report. So what is the difference between the 42 that Dr Box mentioned and the 75 that you have mentioned?
We'll get the officials to step you through that. But I just say there's different categories of people.
Yes, please. Let's ask the officials to do that now. It's getting very tedious.
Yeah, well, you're asking the tedious questions. Tedious. I'm trying to lift
whatever
the tempo
goodwill
of the
exists. You are destroying
and get you to the answer that you're seeking.
Not just for
Senators,
me, but I think for everyone.
Which is
sorry, Minister,
higher number. Because
Minister, I'm just going to interrupt you for a moment. let's resolve that answer swiftly. Senator Smith then will move on to his question that he has in relation to categories. And I just want to keep this moving. I don't want to avoid the back and forth.
I didn't want Senator Smith to be under the misapprehension that there are different groups of people who are engaged. I wanted to go to the larger number quickly, and officials will be able to step you through what categories they're in. I've given you some information, for example, about the number of friends and staffers that went to COP26 versus the more business-like proposition that we advanced in government, but we'll let officials step you through the categories.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Fox.
Thanks, Senator. So, as I mentioned, there were 42 officials who are on the official delegation. So they're officials who are supporting the Ministers' program, supporting the pavilion, supporting the negotiations and the action agenda. On top of that, there's the Ministers and their staff. So that's
5.
That's 5.
Yep.
Then there are other Australian government officials who attend for shorter periods of time to undertake activities relevant to their portfolio. So, for example, the Department of Health or the Department of Agriculture. And then, of course, there's post and consular staff from Brasilia Post who support the delegation on the ground. So if you add up all of those categories of staff and ministers and their advisors, you reach 75 in total.
So, on notice, could you just identify each of those 7, not their names necessarily, not their names, but which departments they represented, and whether they might have been doing their specific departmental representations, or whether they were part of the 42 supporting the minister in his program? That would be much appreciated. Thank you. Is the department able to do what the South Australian Labor Premier has done, and that is to calculate the cost of the failed bid? So I understand that the South Australian Premier calculated that the cost of the failed bid for South Australia was approximately $1.3 million. Has the department been able to cost the bid cost? Because that bid cost would have been the same if we were successful or unsuccessful.
Good morning, Senator. Andrew Hutchinson, Division Head of COP31 Operations. We can give you a figure for the amount of funds that have been committed to contracts for COP31 preparation, if you'd like.
My question was, yes, for COP31 preparations.
And we can also talk briefly, if you'd like, to the effort that went into securing the bid. In terms of the bid, we did not have any specific funding or staff specifically committed to pursuing the bid. The bid was pursued by staff who undertook that amongst a range of other responsibilities to do with international climate negotiations and that type of work. With regard to the contracts that were entered into for COP31 preparation to ensure that we were in a position to be able to deliver should the bid have been successful, as reported on AusTender, we have a figure of $7.5 million that had been committed to a range of procurements, including consultancy engagements, labour hire contracts, professional services and legal services.
Do any of the $7.5 million contracts now carry forward into the so let me go back this way. Minister Bowen and the Foreign Minister and the Prime Minister made a media statement on the 23rd of November just talking about Australia's future participation in regard, and that was to reflect the agreement that had been reached with Turkey. Is it correct to say that that $7.5 million was monies and expended up until that 23rd of November announcement, or will some of that $7.5 million continue to flow through into the reorganised COP31 arrangement? Does that make sense?
It does, Thank you, Senator. I'll step through the answer carefully in case I inadvertently give any wrong impressions. But the $7.5 million is funding that was committed as opposed to spent to date under a range of contracts. Those contracts had clearly been entered into prior to the 23rd of November. Largely that work, but not entirely, was focused on preparing to host COP31 in Australia should we be successful. So obviously we are no longer hosting COP31 major conference in Australia. And so to the extent that that work is no longer relevant to Australia's responsibilities, we'll be concluding those contracts as soon as we are able to do that. If there is, and you know, this is work that's still underway, Senator, as I'm sure you can appreciate, that announcement is you know, very, very fresh still. We're working through the implications. We'll of course be trying to leverage value out of those contracts, and if there's any work that was done that helps position us to deliver our responsibilities under the new COP31 modalities, we'll absolutely do that. But by and large, you would expect most of those contracts to close as soon as we're able to, under the terms of that contract.
I don't remember seeing a COP31 COP31 operations delegation group on the organisational chart. Now, I can't see the organisational chart for this estimates, but I didn't recall seeing it at the previous one. Is this a new division?
So, Senator, I can confirm it was in fact on the organisational chart last estimates.
Under the international division? Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Do I still have some time? I just want to move on to...
I was going to move the call. How long do you have? Senator Smith?
Yeah, I'm happy to come back. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Senator Anundraja.
Thank you, Chair. Just on the question of COP30 versus COP26, can you just outline for us the number of political staffers that went to each of those again? Because that seems to be the differentiating point. The headcount, total headcount, my understanding was the same, but the number of political staffers at COP26 versus COP30 was quite different.
Senator, so at COP30 in Beleng, there were 5 ministers and staffers. And at COP26 in Glasgow, there were 15 ministers and staffers. And of course, that includes the Prime Minister.
And how many staffers were there from that 5 and 15?
So on the 5, there were 3 ministerial advisors, 1 supporting Assistant Minister Wilson and 2 supporting Minister Bowen. For COP26 in Glasgow, I don't have the breakdown of the 15 between ministers and advisors.
But I'm fairly certain that included the Prime Minister, the Minister at the time, Angus Taylor, and so therefore there were 2 ministers or Prime Ministers and the remainder were advisors, so 13.
So 13
Sorry, Senator, it may have been confusing with the time when Mr Morrison was also the Minister for Energy and Industry.
Good point, yes. Minister. So we think a couple of ministers in COP26 and the rest would have been political staffers. So that would mean there would have been around 13 political staffers versus 3 at COP30. Is that right? Would that be approximately right?
Order, yes.
You could take it on notice and maybe clarify for us. And how does that number of political staffers that have attended that COP26 compare to previous ones? Is that highest, lowest, about average?
I don't have the data in front of me for attendance prior to COP26, Senator.
Okay. Could you take it on notice and perhaps provide that to us? How that number of political staffers compares to previous?
We can.
Okay. Let's move on to emissions. Are emissions down or up? Are we bringing the right people? Yeah. Emissions down or up since 2021-22?
Sorry, Senator, can we? Yeah, we'll just wait to get the
Perfect.
right officials.
Thank you.
I should indicate and correct a previous answer that I gave in relation to Mr Morrison and the COP26. It was in fact the G7 that was treated more like a family history junket than the not the COP26. I was anxious to correct that small factoid for you all.
You're getting ahead of yourself, Senator.
Thanks, Minister.
Always correct as soon as I know. Always trying to be helpful.
Okay, so back to emissions. Are emissions down or up since 2021-22?
Thanks, Senator. Emissions are down since the 2021-22 financial year.
And do you care to elaborate?
Sure, sorry.
Down by how much?
Sorry, just give me a moment.
Down by how much, and how does that compare in terms of performance?
Kath Rowley, Head of the Emissions Reduction Division. So emissions in the year to June 2025 are estimated to be 0.7% or 3.1 million tonnes lower than the year to June 2022. Now that's a relatively small reduction over that period at the headline level, but I could provide details at the sector level if that's helpful.
I thought the year-on-year reduction in emissions, according to the annual climate change statement, maybe we're talking about two different things here, was nearly 10 million tonnes.
Senator, your initial question was with respect to the change from 2022, and that's what my answer related to. If you're interested in the year-on-year change from 2024 to 2025, then that is a reduction of 2.2%, and I think it's in the order of 10 million tonnes.
Okay. And is that the largest year-on-year drop in non-land emissions since outside of COVID?
That's right. It's the largest drop in emissions outside of the land sector for any financial year other than using a year in COVID.
And can you itemise for us the sectors that made that contribution? Which ones went down, which ones went up?
And Senator, are you interested in year-on-year here or the change, so change from 24 to 25?
Yeah. And also, if you've got any preliminary data for September 2025, that would be also helpful.
Yeah, Senator. So emissions in the last year, the year from 2024 to 2025, fell in electricity, chemicals and metals, fugitives, agriculture and stationary energy, and they rose slightly in transport and just transport. Sorry,
transport and what? Sorry,
just transport. Sorry,
just transport. So transport was the key driver that went up. In every other sector it went down. Is that what you're saying?
Transport emissions went up a very little bit. Transport emissions have been rising pretty consistently for quite a while now. They had there's a short period during COVID where they dropped quite substantially and then have been rising again since then, and they went up a little bit in the last financial year.
Okay, so we've had basically reductions across the board with the exception of transport where it's gone up a smidge.
That's right. Sorry, the land sector is stable because we hold the land sector in the quarterly updates.
Okay. With respect to the net zero plan, and I just want to move on to energy infrastructure, can you talk us through what the net zero plan, how that outlines energy investments in energy infrastructure and energy generation, and why that's so important given the fact that we have coal-fired power stations which are either clapped out or due to retire?
Senator, I can speak to the headline levels, but you might want to reprise that question in the next outcome of 1.2, where my colleagues can speak to more detail of the energy transition. But in relation to the energy transition, including most particularly electricity, as I was saying earlier, it's the largest source of emissions in Australia. And it's where the kind of largest quantity of cost-effective emissions reduction opportunities are available, given the relative cost-effectiveness of renewable electricity compared to fossil fuels, and where the government has set a target, as you know, of 82% renewables by 2030, implemented a range of policies and measures to support the investment to deliver that, which they can go into more details in the next session. And it's important because Australia's coal-fired generators, which have historically provided the largest share of electricity generation, the majority are reaching the end of their life. and as a result their reliability is declining and costs are increasing. And so it's very important to get very substantial investment in clean energy in place to support both the continued reliability of energy generation as well as the reduction in cost pressures for energy users.
And what would happen if we didn't make those investments in clean energy? What if we just said, let's sweat the assets? What would that mean for Australians and businesses and industry?
Well, again, you might want to reprise this in the next session, which is focused on energy. However, some of the things that are set out in the Net Zero Plan and the Energy and Electricity Sector Plan, which was also released, were the increased unreliability of electricity supply that comes when you rely on ageing and end-of-life assets. Increased costs associated with that when you fall back on the more expensive generation options, and the kind of implications both for households and for industry flowing from those higher energy costs. From a net zero plan perspective, the key thing is that there are cost-effective emission reduction opportunities available in the energy sector, and particularly in electricity, and that as we move the electricity sector to more clean generation, electrification provides itself a cost-effective opportunity to decarbonise other activities which currently use fossil fuels directly, and that's both for things like vehicles and now cars, also for heating and cooking in our homes, low temperature industrial uses of gas as well. And that electrification brings very substantial efficiency gains and therefore cost reductions, both at that household level and also improving business competitiveness.
And what are the benefits of actually following the net zero plan? I mean, we have a plan, it's a roadmap in terms of an orderly transition versus a disorderly one. What are the implications on our economy?
So, Senator, the net zero plan sets out, the net zero plan was supported by Treasury modelling, which explored different pathways to net zero, and to your point, includes scenarios with an orderly transition through a signposted 2035 target on the way to net zero versus what they called a disorderly transition scenario that did not include a 2035 target, but did still ultimately take action to achieve net zero. And what that modelling highlighted was that the benefits of policy certainty in guiding investment in particularly clean energy, but also other assets across the economy to contribute to emissions reductions, led to an economy that was, in aggregate, over the period to 2050, $1.2 to $2 trillion bigger than in the disorderly transition scenario. So aggregate economic benefit coming from orderly transition through a 2035 target to net zero, good for the economy by stimulating investment, by minimising risks of stranded assets, by reducing energy costs, and by enhancing the competitiveness of our industries. Treasury could speak in more detail to that work if you were interested.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Henderson.
Thanks very much, Chair. Look, Mr Kaiser, just wanted to come back to my earlier questions about the approved travel costs for COP31. Are you able to update the committee on what those approved travel costs are, please?
Yes, well, we have... travel costs are not yet reconciled.
Yeah, no, not reconciled, the approved travel costs that are within the department, that information, please.
So for COP30, we took it on notice, but that information is not yet available, Senator.
No, what I'm seeking, Ms Munro, is not the reconciliation. I'm seeking the costs which were approved in the department, and that information Mr Kaiser has already confirmed sits within the department.
Yes, and we took it on notice.
You said you would come back if you could provide any further information. So that information is with your department. Can you not provide us with the approved travel costs?
Well, no one's provided it to me yet, Senator.
All right. Is there anyone who could
but
come to the table, Mr Kaiser?
I mean, the travel costs that were approved were for the departmental officers who attended COP. That's what was approved.
Yes, and what is the amount that was approved?
Well, that might not be, I'm not certain, but that might not be available until it's reconciled.
Well,
I mean, what we did was we approved the travel.
Yeah.
The costs still need to be reconciled.
Yeah,
I'm asking for what was the amount that was approved for the department to travel, please.
What was approved were for a certain number of officers to travel.
Yes, I understand that. So how much was that for?
I think this might assist. I don't think that it sounds to me like the travel is approved. There's a set of policies that apply to travel. The amounts, the cost of the travel in advance, I'm not sure that is necessarily calculated. It's got to be consistent with the policy. So bookings are made consistent with the policy, and whether
Minister,
is there an amount for a conference that is approved ahead of the conference?
Mr Kaiser has already confirmed that these costs are approved.
This is why I'm contributing the way that I am, because I'm not sure that.
Yeah.
I think you might be talking past each other.
So, Mr Kaiser, again, it appears that your department is very unwilling to discuss the travel costs for COP30. What I'm seeking, and you are required under the rules of Senate estimates to answer the question.
They got back last week, Senator.
Could you please address the question, what is the quantum of the travel costs which were approved by your department for COP30?
So I've just been handed a note that it'll be available after lunch. That frankly surprises me, but I'm told it'll be available after lunch. I mean, it is largely as the Minister described. We have an overall travel budget for an amount of travel that we intend to do.
Yes.
And we knew that we'd be sending a certain number of people to COP in Belém, and policies were applied to that to work out exactly what the approved... I'm surprised that my officers are telling me that this is available because...
What was that global figure, Mr Kaiser, that
I think
was
we provided it earlier.
No, because the information
all right.
that were
Look, so the good news is that you're
include...
going to provide us with this figure after
That's
lunch.
what I'm told.
Fantastic, Mr Kaiser.
I'm hoping it meets your needs, Senator.
We are making progress. Given I asked about this at 9:05 a.m.
I think that's a pretty good effort.
I'm pleased
for
that
something as complex as this,
I'm
Senator.
now, Chair, if we could hand over to Senator Canavan because I'm to ask his questions.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations, Mr Kaiser, on your appointment. Always good to see Queenslanders succeed. I wanted to ask about a court case. A court case in the Federal Court. Judgment was on the 25th of July this year, titled Pabai versus Commonwealth of Australia. Was your department consulted on the Commonwealth's submission to the court in that case?
That's not something I can immediately answer, Senator, but perhaps someone can.
No one?
In short, yes, we provided advice to the Attorney-General's Department, who has the overarching lead on this.
And so they made a submission to the court. I just want to quote to you from paragraph 920 of that judgment from Justice Wigney. Just for context, this case was brought by a group of Torres Strait Islanders who were claiming that the Commonwealth had failed in its duty of care to protect them from the impacts of climate change. Justice Wigney summarised the Commonwealth's position by, and I quote, "The Commonwealth, on the other hand, submitted that it had no control over the risk of harm to Torres Strait Islanders from the impacts of climate change. That was essentially because, in the Commonwealth submission, climate change is a global problem that requires a global solution. It is not a problem over which Australia alone has any or any significant control. While Australia may have control over its own emissions reductions targets, it has no control over the emissions reductions targets set by other countries, and Australia's targets alone are unlikely to have any impact on climate change or the risks posed by its impacts." I'm just trying to understand here then. I hear a lot from the government that we need to act on climate change to solve this issue, but then to the federal court, the position of the Commonwealth is it has no control or any significant control on the climate. Which one is it?
It's a political question. I'll give you a political answer. There's nothing wrong, in my view, with what the judgment says there.
That wasn't the judgment.
Don't interrupt me, Senator Canavan. Like, honestly, I've been interrupted all morning by Senator Henderson and colleagues. I'll just step you through it carefully. Of course, it is absolutely the case that it is global action, cooperative action between nation states with industry that will determine the outcome, whether it's in the Torres Strait or the Sunshine Coast or Tuvalu or in Vietnam. That is why Australia is engaged in the international... there's been so much criticism from your side of Australia's engagement in the most recent Conference of the Parties. That is why Australia is engaged. We are engaged because we see very clearly, as previous governments had, that it is in Australia's interest for a number of things to happen. Firstly, credible action on climate. Secondly, that the approach in terms of emissions and industry suits Australia's unique position. That is, we have more to lose and more to gain. And that, for example, making sure that Australia's competitive advantages in the future are catered for in the approach that we take on climate action, and that features of the approach that's taken to emissions targets, for example, separating out Scope 1 and 2 and 3 emissions in the way that they have, are very much in Australia's interest to maintain. So that's why we take that approach. It is, of course, going to depend very much on international action. That is why Australia's approach under this government has been to support action on climate domestically and internationally. We're not like we used to be under the previous government, hanging out with Iran and Russia in the sort of isolated position that your approach would make even worse.
Can I just get a very simple answer? It was a very lengthy response, obviously very defensive, but does Australia have control or any significant control over the world's climate?
Well, of course, as I just outlined, small countries make up about 40% of global emissions. Australia, I'll be corrected by officials, somewhere between 1% and 2%. So we're high emitters on a per capita basis, small in global terms. This requires cooperation. That is the truth. Australia by itself, Senator,
I'm just asking
Australia
for an answer.
by itself does not determine the global climate. What we can do is take action ourselves, make sure that Australian industry is at the front of the queue for investment, and seek to influence the course of events by taking an outsized approach, I should say, with our friends and partners in the region.
Okay, so we've established that we can't change the climate on ourselves.
No, we haven't established that at all. We've established.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't interrupt you before, Minister. You can have your response after my question.
Don't mischaracterise the response. I know your sort of social media grabs that you want to do are all about mischaracterising people's responses. But what I said was Australia by itself, if it's only about action in Australia, that doesn't work. What works is Australian action together with global action, and it's Australia's job, having a government that's actually in the international community rather than a pariah, which is your position, hanging out with Iran and Yemen and Russia and Azerbaijan It's the pro-Iranian position of the federal coalition.
Yep. People just want
in
to know.
Energy policy
People would just like a lower electricity bill, but instead of this rhetoric. But
I think people want to see all these things, Senator. They want to see all these things. They want to see lower costs, and they want to see lower emissions. They want to see progress.
We're waiting for you.
And they want to see political parties actually acting in the national interest.
So, just. The statement's been made that we need to work with other countries. I think we can establish that, right?
Well, do you agree with that, Senator? That we need to
yes,
work
I do.
with other countries?
And if you'd like me to expand, I'm happy to come on that side of the table and expand how we would do that under our policy with a much more sensible approach to this. But
sort of Taliban style.
What I want to understand, what I'm trying to understand, and given we've established we've got to work with other countries, how has what other countries doing informed our 2035 targets? So in the modelling. Is there been modelling done? Has there been assessment done on what other countries are doing to then feed into what we should do in 2030 or over the next 10 years to 2035?
Yeah, so, Senator, that was a consideration in terms of international action that the Climate Change Authority took into account and provided its advice to government in setting
what about the modelling? Did the modelling look at scenarios of different climate action?
In terms of the modelling, there's both the Treasury modelling that did look at global trends and what that would actually look like for Australia and our economic prospects.
So there was 2 specific modelling exercises conducted to inform the government's decisions on the 2035 target and the net zero plan. One was led by the Australian Treasury. Yep. The other was conducted by CSIRO as input to the Climate Change Authority's independent advice to the government. The Treasury modelling looked at global action consistent with the Paris goal of keeping warming well below 2 degrees and looked at kind of market and other settings that would be consistent with that outcome. And the
Just to be clear,
CSIRO...
It only looked at one... the Treasury modelling only had one scenario for global action?
One global scenario,
Yep,
3 domestic scenarios. Look, because the focus of that work was to inform Australia's pathway to net zero under its existing commitments, which include, as a party to the Paris Agreement, to keep warming well below 2 degrees and its commitment to net zero. CSIRO for CCA looked at a range of international scenarios and, within that domestic scenarios, including keeping warming well below 2 degrees and also consistent with a 1.5 degree outcome. CCA, who is appearing later before this committee, would be able to speak more to that work.
So did any modelling look at whether countries weren't compliant with the 2 degree goal? Other countries, international countries.
Senator, there is an extensive range of modelling conducted privately as well as publicly. We're talking with respect to the modelling conducted for the 2035 target and the net zero plan. Those modelling exercises were consistent with Australian and global commitments.
Can I just get a clear answer?
So I said Treasury modelled below 2 and CSIRO for CCA modelled below 2 and 1.5.
So was there any modelling done for the 2035 targets to assess whether other countries acted in a way not consistent with the 2 degree goal?
Not by Treasury or CSIRO.
Okay, thank you.
No. I would note, however, Senator, that one of the reasons that the CCA sought additional time to provide its advice to the government was to be able to take account of global developments, including the US decision to withdraw from the Paris Agreement, and their advice to the government, which has been published, includes extensive discussion of those factors, which and their conclusion was ultimately that global action and Australia's interests are squarely in maintaining action consistent with the Paris goals.
You would almost say, I would almost suggest there's a consensus right now that that action to date has not been consistent with the 2 degree target. Bill Gates has said that. The IEA released a report recently suggesting that. Are you maintaining that it was not worth, or does the government maintain it wasn't worth to assess the risks to our country of other countries not acting consistent with the 2 degree target, given that there is quite a lot of eminent people right now saying, hey, that's not happening?
So, Senator, I think, and there's more detail on this set out in the Net Zero plan, but over the course of the last 10 years, we've seen, so prior to the Paris Agreement, global action and commitments were on track to warming of roughly 4 degrees or more by the end of this century. Over the course of the last 10 years, we've seen countries take action and make commitments that have bent that curve down. On current trends, my understanding is that global action is more consistent with something towards 2.6, 2.8 degrees by the end of this century. So over the course of the last decade, the global outlook has improved by more than 1 degree. I think it is very clear, both from the international literature and from domestic analysis, that more work needs to be done if the world is to keep warming well below 2 degrees and to keep 1.5 in track. But that's the architecture of the Paris Agreement, which my colleagues could speak to more is about fostering and tracking that progress.
I'm just mindful I'm not a member of this committee and I'm not a voting member. I need to move quickly, so I'll try and just move on.
Senator, the answer is we've made progress.
Yep.
4 degrees 10 years ago was that would be catastrophic for Australian agriculture, catastrophic for coastal communities, catastrophic for suburban communities.
Can I just, Chair, I'm trying to help the committee because I didn't ask about this.
Well, you did. You asked about what is happening in terms of compliance. And how that factors into
I didn't ask about the effects of it.
Thinking.
I didn't ask about this, Chair.
Now we're well below 3 degrees. There is more work to do.
Yeah, thank you. If we could just, because I'm trying to be helpful, okay? I know other senators take priority than me in this committee. I wanted to turn to a specific part of the modelling, the Treasury modelling on page 32. There's a graph there, or chart, they call it, 3.14. Suggests that by 2050 we need to get 107 million tonnes of carbon abatement from reforestation. How much land would that take up to deliver that 107 million tonne abatement?
Thank you, Senator. So if you could just give me a moment. So the Treasury modelling was focused on the economic implications of the transition to net zero. They looked, as I said, at a range of scenarios. They didn't conduct spatial modelling, and so there is no estimate of the land associated with that abatement, but they did work closely with our colleagues in the Department of Agriculture and the Australian Bureau of Agricultural and Resource Economics, but we don't have an estimate of that.
How can you make a decision that this plan is good if we don't know how much farmland we have to give up to get there? You don't know that. You don't know that answer.
Senator, the scenarios run out to 2050, which is a long way away, and the estimates are based on what we currently know with respect to technology and market outlooks. There is extensive analysis that indicates that, by many different sources that indicate there is cost-effective abatement potential in Australia's landscape, and that includes farmers engaging in carbon plantings as part of their activities.
I get that, but
and if I could just finish, sorry, and also other changes across the landscape. So it's not just on farmland to enhance sequestration. We were asked questions about that earlier in terms of the management of grazing lands, the management of other lands to enhance sequestration. And there are very substantial opportunities across the Australian landscape to take that up at cost-effective levels.
I was just up at Dubbo on the weekend, and there's enormous concern from people about the loss of productive areas in their community. And yes, you're right, farmers will get money and they'll do it voluntarily, great for them. But the people who work in the town, the businesses that rely on the farm economy, there's not a lot of money in trees. There's not a lot of jobs in unmanaged scrub, which most of this becomes. They don't even control the pests and weeds normally. So how have you modelled the impact on those small farming towns? How have you assessed the impact on those small farming towns if you don't even know how much productive land you're going to take away from those communities?
Well, Senator, there is no... despite what you and your colleagues assert, wandering around farming communities trying to freak people out.
How dare we?
There is, you know, a sort of... I don't mind the misinformation sometimes if it's developed here, but when it's imported from overseas, it's pretty difficult. There is no plan.
There's no plan. You're absolutely right. You're right about that. There's no plan.
There is
no plan. You heard it, guys. They have no idea how much land they're taking up. No
Senators,
no plan.
Senators, sorry, Minister, just for a moment, please.
Disrespectful.
No, Senators, Minister, I stepped away from the chair. That was my fault. I was not following the exchange. So I don't know where we've landed on this, but I would just indicate that, once again, this process works better in a question and answer format.
Yeah.
If there are questions and then answers that can be given, that would be my preference.
And I'm
Thank you.
answering. A deliberate effort to produce misinformation in farming communities. I've watched this unfold for a little while now.
Just misinformation. There's no information. This is an example of no information.
The chair's just sort of invited you to let the answers flow before you ask a question. There is absolutely enormous opportunities here for Australian agriculture, and there are absolutely improvements that can be made, as they have been made in Australian agriculture over other issues like protecting topsoil, dealing with the impact of, you know, adopting better agricultural practices to improve agricultural productivity. These all work hand in hand. Nobody has been asked to do something that they don't want to do. Farmers under our framework are able to make improvements over time to their agricultural productivity, and that's what I expect to see happen. The alternative is we do nothing and agricultural productivity in Australia hits the fence. Farming communities at 4 degrees under your preferred scenario, which is just we sit on our hands and do nothing. 4 degrees. 4 degrees. You just
said that.
4 degrees.
But we can't affect that.
For Australian agriculture is a cataclysm.
Okay, but taking away
and if you want to take the Iranian approach, the Russian approach, the sort of Taliban approach.
No, Taliban support net zero. They're big fans of it.
Just doing nothing. well, what that means for Australian agriculture is a disaster.
Okay.
That's why sensible people.
We get back to the facts.
In Australian agriculture,
I've got one more factual question.
The Minister
one more question, just the facts. So when I did question ABARES and the Department of Agriculture about this last time, like you, they couldn't come up with a figure, but they did say that their carbon abatement curves show that you'd expect a range of between 5 and 21 tonnes per hectare of carbon abatement. And so to get to the 107 million tonnes, that means we need at least something like 5 million hectares. Now, that's if we hit the max range, which is unlikely, but even if we were to have to take 5 million hectares out of production, that's not shy off the size of Tasmania. Does that sound about... Like, I can't believe you haven't... Hang on, I haven't finished my question. Well, I can't believe you haven't calculated this figure, but is that... I mean, I'm just... It's a logical sort of step I'm doing. They've got those carbon abatement curves. I don't know if you have access to their information. You want 107 million tonnes abatement. That's 5 million hectares, guys. And where's it going to come from? And what does it mean for a small town
it's just dead
who
wrong.
relies on farming?
It's dead wrong.
Okay.
It's
Well, tell me how much land it is.
It's deliberate misinformation, and it's dead wrong. The truth is that there are opportunities on productive farmland every day of the week to make improvements, and many of those improvements that are made in emissions terms actually also mean improvements in output, like actually improving pasture and pasture productivity improves. I'm just thinking about grazing.
It's not that. That's a different category. I think you're mixing up the categories.
No.
This is reforestation.
There are always opportunities in agricultural management to improve productivity.
Okay.
And you should just, if you don't want to hang around for the answer, you should go back and keep improving your sort of social media game.
All right. Thank you. I'll now go to Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Chair. Does the department calculate how much CO2 is accounted for in the building of a dwelling?
Thank you, Senator. There are a range of emission sources relevant to the built environment and the construction sector that are reflected in Australia's inventory. And so, for example, energy use, the production of materials where they are produced in Australia, transport of materials, all of those things are captured in Australia's emissions inventory. Where activity occurs overseas and releases emissions, so for example production of materials that are then used in Australian construction, that's not part of Australia's inventory. Similarly, materials that are produced in Australia and then exported, the emissions associated with that production are in our inventory.
So there's no general calculation for an average size house in Australia that might, for the concrete that is used, the bricks that are used, the roof tiles, the metal, all the components.
Do you mean in building a house?
Building, yeah. Or is it calculated, the brick factory produces this much and it's a separate thing?
Yeah. So in terms of the emissions accounting that my division and we're responsible for in compiling the inventory, it's much more the latter. There are certainly some parts of government, but also the private sector that do draw on emissions information from the inventory and other sources to estimate the emissions intensity of different materials, and they use that to inform their selection of materials when they're focused on decarbonisation. And there are a range of kind of tools and calculators available in the market to support that, but that's not our role in compiling the national inventory.
So the extra 1.2 million homes that we're going to be building in the next number of years will have a significant impact, and is that accounted for?
Well, I don't think that question flows from the answer that you just got. We have a vision for growth in the Australian economy and in housing, and we're doing something about it. There will be. We're working closely with elements of the housing supply chain to improve efficiency, to lift investment, and of course those businesses, particularly where they're emissions-intensive businesses, are engaged. I think cement and brick making are engaged with the safeguards framework. They will invest more because of the safeguards framework than they would have without it. If we build 1.2 million homes, that's a good thing, I would have thought.
Yeah, I'm not passing judgment on whether it's good or a bad thing. I think it's a good thing. We need more houses, but the point I'm making is that
the country's going to grow, and that means there's as the economy grows. If we didn't have an emissions framework and an industrial framework around that to create investment, then emissions would grow at the same time. We would lose the opportunities for investment in industries that export to the world. But we've got a vision for growing the joint. More factories, more construction, more blue-collar jobs, rather than sort of the taking the hands off the wheel approach, which the previous questions was all about, which would lead to less jobs, less blue-collar work, less energy security, and at the end of it, less homes.
So every person is another house or a bed at least, and a car and all the things. So each person that comes into the country is going to impact all of these things.
Senator, if we could just note.
So the emissions projections takes account of sort of forecasts of activity levels, so that would include building houses and things like that, and it also takes account of population forecasts going into the future. So it has factored in expectations around the population, but also expectations about activities like building new houses and those sorts of things.
Sorry, did you say it doesn't take into account?
It does. It currently does take
account.
those things into account. That's right.
Yep. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time this afternoon. In estimates in October, officials said that the government had received legal advice on the ICJ advisory opinion and was still considering its response. So I just had some questions around that.
You can maybe ask your questions because it will depend what they are, whether or not we can answer in this outcome, Senator.
In terms of considering its response, is that still ongoing? Where are things up to?
So this is the Attorney General's Department's lead, so we don't have a direct lead or responsibility on that issue.
So there's a cross-department advisory body, or how's this being worked through?
It's led by the Attorney General's Department and the Office of International Law.
Will there be a formal response?
Senator, I think that's a question for the Attorney General's Department.
If you could put out your nameplate, please.
I'm sorry.
And so so it's DQ, AGD, DFAT. Those are the three.
But again, it is actually the Attorney General's Department. It's
sure, but you must know who's involved.
Yes, they're the three.
They're the three.
Senator, they'll seek advice as they see fit from a range of departments, and while we may be involved in providing some of that advice, certainly whole of government responsibility for a matter like this rests with the Attorney General's Department.
Sure. And if you're part of the response, are you aware of when that body of work will be done?
Sorry, Senator, the response to what in particular?
The ICJ decision.
The response to the ICJ decision? No, I don't have a time frame, I'm afraid.
No, okay. So just ongoing?
Well, AGD will be able to assist you.
Yeah, I'll go ask them as well, but okay. And in terms of looking at the ICJ decision, the ICJ found that mitigation must aim at the 1.5 temperature goal and needs to be based on best available science, and that's paragraphs 224, 245 and 254. The ICJ sort of accepts the IPCC as an authoritative statement of best available science. Is that, would the department also accept the IPCC as an authoritative statement of best available science?
Sorry, can you just restate that last part of your question?
So the ICJ is saying that the IPCC is providing sort of pretty solid science, and I'm interested if the department would agree with that.
We participate as part of the IPCC. We certainly accept the science.
The last IPCC report states that with high confidence that, and I'll quote, future CO2 emissions from existing fossil fuel infrastructures without additional abatement already exceed the remaining carbon budget for limiting warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. It then follows that we have a legal duty to prevent new fossil fuel infrastructure, surely.
So
it's pretty hard for the officials to comment on what they think, you know, the approach of the government should be in relation to a decision of that tribunal. If you're asking, does the government accept the climate science?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes. And do you accept that we have an obligation to be aiming for 1.5 degrees?
We're in it. Belts and braces, sure. Senator. Like we couldn't. I don't think anyone in the international community is. You know, we are engaged with partners on trying to push forward global action. We're engaged here at home, both in emissions terms, but also because we see the enormous growth opportunities for industry.
And so.
Sorry, if I can just add, trying to come back to your question. So in the 2023 UN Global Stocktake of Progress under the Paris Agreement, This is where the IPCC called for global emissions to reduce by 60% from 2019 levels to keep 1.5 degrees within reach. So that's based on the IPCC's sixth assessment report. And so if you look at that on the basis of 2005 levels, which is how Australia does that, that's a 60% reduction, which is the 60% reduction on 2019 levels is equivalent to 68% reduction on 2005 levels. So as you're aware, that was within the target range of the 2035 target. So it is actually accounted for. And again, the Climate Change Authority, which has our chief scientists and also leading scientists such as Leslie Hughes, provided their advice to the government on the target.
And Mr Keane will be able to answer these questions when he comes, but the formal source of advice to government on these questions is the Climate Change Authority. I mean, they did say in their advice to government, in summary, a target of 62 to 70% is ambitious, achievable, in Australia's national interest, and is based on robust analysis of the best available evidence. It anchors Australia's commitment to the global goal of pursuing efforts to limit warming to 1.5 degrees.
Thank you, Minister. But I guess looking at the IPCC report that says that just existing fossil fuel projects have the ability to take us beyond 1.5 degrees, and so we need serious abatement, and we've kind of talked through the pathway there, and they basically saying that we can't have any new fossil fuel projects. We've got more than enough to blow our collective carbon budget. And so I guess with this ICJ case, I think there's a very strong argument to say that yes, Australia has commitments, but they also should not be approving new fossil fuel projects. And I'm just, I guess, curious as to whether or not you think you can say you accept the science. IPCC is the sort of authority on this, but then approve fossil fuel projects at the same time as saying we're still heading to 1.5 degrees.
Well, the way that the framework works is there's scope 1 and 2 and 3 emissions, right? And largely, well, I accept that projects themselves have depending upon the project and the technology that's been engaged, have their own scope 1 and 2 emissions here in Australia. It is largely the emissions profile of export gas or export coal is largely the responsibility of the economy that uses the emissions in their industrial or their energy processes. That is a framework that suits Australia's interests. That is true. But it is also a framework that is in the interests of international action. And that's the framework that we're going to follow and promote. The idea that we should reduce the energy security of our partners and that will somehow contribute to greater action is just not right. It'd undermine the action that's being taken now and throw the sort of global emissions efforts into complete disarray. It's a dinner party discussion. I understand it. It gets on gets people going a bit around the place. But the framework is there. It's there because it's in our interests, and it's there because it's better for global emissions efforts.
But Minister, this is more than a dinner party conversation. This is the best available climate science with the imperative to act, to actually protect the people and places we love. And then this is a government saying we're going to have it both ways. We're going to say that we're acting, we're going to continue to essentially just swallow the line from Japanese gas companies, hook, line and sinker, when we know that they are actually exporting our gas into Southeast Asia. They are helping invest in new gas infrastructure.
It's just not correct.
Well, if you can provide evidence to the contrary, there's some very good work that's been done that now shows that Japan is on-selling more gas than we export to them. But I guess to bring you back to the ICJ case, your government may just say, fob off scope 3, but the ICJ actually says that the stringent obligations of due diligence include conducting environmental impact assessments of climate-related effects and assessing their possible downstream effects. So they're essentially saying you can't just, under Paris, punt your Scope 3 emissions. You actually have to look at how will this affect our global emissions. Are we opening ourselves up to potential cases against Australia?
Well, while we're swapping various tribunals' approaches,
I'm interested in the ICJ.
Well, the framework, the global framework that in the real world is going to drive emissions reductions is the framework that we work within. It is, in my view, more likely to achieve real global emissions reductions if everybody agrees to the framework and doesn't take unilateral action. And that is the approach that the Australian government is taking. We support the international framework. We support it because it's the most realistic path forward in terms of emissions reduction. We support it because knocking over the card table at this point of the game will do nothing but increase global emissions. That's why I say it's a dinner party discussion, because it only makes sense until you confront the actual realities of the way that economies are in the framework. And number three, it is in Australia's interest. Now, all of those three things taken together, I mean, this is the right approach. I indicated to you before what the Climate Change Authority's view was. There's a bit of discussion about the PABI decision in the federal court a little bit earlier, which was very selectively quoted, I can tell you. That decision said the updated 2030 target that was communicated in 2022 could fairly said to be a target that was capable of realistically contributing towards limiting the increase in global average temperature to 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. Sure. Like, I don't know what the point is of sort of dueling tribunal decisions. The pragmatic course here is what is going to reduce emissions, what's in the best interest of Australia, and this framework is the approach that we've adopted.
Sure. I guess for me, the pragmatic approach would actually be doing what we can here to reduce emissions. And
that's what I just said.
Yeah, and so I guess I think it was your second point of your 3 points. Are you saying that opening new gas export projects will actually reduce emissions?
Well, what I'm saying is we've got we export into economies that have their own responsibilities in terms of emissions reduction.
I know that, but
that's the answer.
It's not like atmospheric physics cares where.
Yeah, that's right. So it's their responsibility to comply. They are undergoing their own industrial transformations. Yeah. So they're using less coal and more gas, less gas and more electricity. They are going through their own processes, demanding that some of our partners use Russian gas instead of Australian gas and disabling their economies. As I say, it's a nice dinner party discussion, but it's not a real one.
Minister, have you been briefed by the department on the ICJ case?
I'm briefed by my department.
Have you been briefed on the ICJ case?
I'm aware of it. My job.
Sorry, Chair. My question was pretty simple. So, Minister, have you been briefed on the ICJ case?
I'm certain that the Minister has been briefed on these matters. My job, I'm here representing the Minister. My job's securing investment in Australian industry, and much of that is about reducing industrial emissions.
Sure. Maybe just on notice, we'd ask if the Minister's been briefed on specifically on the ICJ case.
Yeah. I don't need to take it on notice. Yes.
Okay, that's great to hear. Because, Minister, have you in your role been briefed on the ICJ case?
I'm aware of it, but it's not something that would.
It's a pretty big deal.
Well, I understand. I mean, different parts of government do different things, Senator.
Sure, but I mean,
my job,
you're sprouting forth on climate and exports and all the rest, which kind of goes against what this landmark case said, and clearly has huge ramifications. You know, we've got AGD, DQ, DFAT, busy sort of looking at the ICJ decision and providing advice on what this actually means for Australia.
We are just going to get on with the job of delivering our 2030 and 2035 targets, and we are going to continue to contribute, whether it's this COP, future COPs, to strengthening global action.
I guess as an Australian, I'm concerned that the government is
we're
not...
all Australians here, Senator.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. And I guess I'm concerned that the government of the day is opening us up to potential litigation, not to mention the impacts of climate change, where we're essentially trying to have it both ways, where we say we're doing everything we can, and at the same time we've somehow convinced ourselves that opening up huge new gas projects for export will actually reduce emissions, when all of the expert evidence says that we simply cannot continue down this pathway if we want to keep it below,
I couldn't have put it more clearly myself.
Well, I'm concerned if you don't understand that, Minister.
It is very clear to me that the framework that we're approaching, reducing domestic emissions, improving the position of our industry and our electricity system, modernising our electricity system, and requiring, being very clear about whose responsibility is what, and that is Scope 3 emissions are the responsibility of the country that is, or the economy that is engaging those products in their processes, and that is the best way of delivering a coherent global response. If we muddy it all up and we start again on this framework, then the whole show is cooked, in my view. And we have got a framework. We are going to pursue it. It's in Australia's interest. It's in the interest of climate action and reduce global emissions, and we're going to keep on with it.
Okay, I mean, I guess I understand those are sort of the lines from government. I'm just concerned that the ICJ opinion actually, I guess, reinforces our obligation as a incredibly wealthy, developed country to sort of do more than just the aggregate reduction. And their case, the sort of the judges made it very clear that considering Scope 3 is part of that obligation. But
I'm not sure it's useful for me to repeat what I just said.
Okay. And so you disagree with the ICJ judges?
Maybe if I can...
I said what I said. I'm not going to be argumentative about it. Australia's approach is going to be the one that I outlined.
You're allowed to disagree with that. I'm just asking.
And we pay attention to decisions that are made by international tribunals, but there's an international framework there that it's in Australia's, not just in our interest, it is in our interest, but it's also in our judgment in the interests of a coherent global approach on emissions, and that taking an alternative approach in the real world would be disruptive to efforts, to say the least. Sure. To say the least.
Okay.
I'm not even a bush lawyer, Senator, so asking my opinion about tribunal decisions probably not wise for me to answer. I even get my conveyancing done by somebody else. I don't.
Okay.
Sure.
So at this point,
Senator Ghosh is a very good lawyer, though.
Yes,
certainly is.
Well, thank you both for that observation. Senator Pocock, I'll move the call on. Now, at this point, I just note that we are, to my despair, significantly behind where we need to be on our program. So I'm just letting senators know that I will probably move to shorter and more defined blocks of questions to try and keep things moving. Obviously, the usual rules apply, but that's the approach I'm going to take to try and keep things moving along, appreciating that lots of senators have questions today. And now go to Senator Smith to take us to the lunch break at 12:45.
Thank you, Senator Gosh. My questions are actually very brief. I don't think it's the containing of the asking of the questions that is the challenge. But I just want to turn to the... I know. I walked into that. Thank you, Senator Ayres. I just want to turn to the matter now of how the department is supporting Minister Bowen in his President of Negotiations role. So I'm interested to understand structurally how that is happening. In the organisational chart that was available at the last estimates, there was the, I think, COP31 Presidency Division. Then there's the COP31 Operations Division. Interested to understand how the department works with Foreign Affairs and Trade, and assuming that there is a IDC mechanism, and if you could just elaborate on that for me to begin. Yeah.
So, Senator, this arrangement was entered into, I guess, a week ago. So in terms of the President of the negotiations, you're right, there is a number of supporting functions, including Dr. Sally Box as head of the International Climate Negotiations Division, as well as David Higgins, who's the head of the International Climate and Energy Division. Fundamentally, the agreement talks about Australia taking on the role of the President of the negotiations. It also is very significant in terms of the partnership with the Pacific. And so Australia would set the agenda and preside over a special pre-COP in the Pacific. But that's a very important shared responsibility with the Pacific. So you're right, we have relationships with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and also directly with Pacific Island officials on those matters.
Okay, so let's go to the organisational chart then. So Dr. Box, if I've read that chart correctly, the two groups, the International Climate Negotiations Division and the COP31 Operations Division, continue to support you in your role?
So I head up the International Climate Negotiations Division. Part of the functions of my division include engagement in international climate negotiations, in particular...
And that's Mr Feng?
Mr Feng heads that branch. So as you can imagine, with Minister Bowen being the President of the negotiations, we will continue to support Minister Bowen in that role through our team of negotiators. We also have another branch in my division which has been supporting the Pacific Partnership for COP31 and also other elements of our COP31 sort of presidency endeavours. As the arrangement with Turkey was just agreed very recently, we need to look at what this agreement means for us and the resourcing that we will require to support those functions. But I anticipate that it will include functions that are currently sitting within my division, both in terms of our relationship with the Pacific, our negotiating functions, and also functions that are currently supported in Mr Higgins' division, which includes our engagement in the action agenda of COPs. And of course, as we're delivering the pre-COP in the Pacific, there'll be an operational function associated with that as well. So we'll be going through a process of looking at these responsibilities and what functions are required to support them.
So the organisational chart as it currently exists will change?
Yes, I anticipate it will change.
And what additional divisions do you expect will be added, or will it sit under the existing alignment?
That's, I think, speculative at this stage. We can report back at the next estimates in terms of what our structure is and how we're supporting these functions.
So Senator, as you've heard, there are people already in roles within the department who broadly do the kind of work to support Minister Bowen in the past that he will need in the future. We are still making an assessment as to what resource implications his role may have, but we've certainly got the divisions and the skill sets in the department currently to support him in the future and to continue to work with our Pacific partners that we've had in the past.
But my understanding is that Minister Bowen is now President of Negotiations.
Yes, that decision
That's
was
right.
taken
So
very recently.
the statement of the 23rd of November said from the end of COP30 this week, when the statement, until the end of COP31.
Yes, so as has been said, we're still making an assessment as to the implications of that. The point I'm making is that we have been supporting Minister Bowen in the past in terms of his negotiations on behalf of this nation internationally when it comes to climate matters, and so we already have skill sets and divisions within and groups within the department that are doing that. So while we're making an assessment, we're not anticipating, there being a whole bunch of new skill sets required for supporting Minister Bowen into the future.
So you're existing that...
I'm just going to indicate that we'll go to lunch after your next question, and then I'll come back to you after the lunch break.
So, Mr Kaiser, you're not expecting there to be any significant additional resourcing to support Mr Bowen in his President of Negotiations role?
We're making that assessment. I'm simply making the case that there are already skill sets and personnel in the department who have those skill sets to fulfil those requirements. It may require some additional resourcing. I haven't said that it won't. We're making that assessment. But it's not as though we will expect a significant reorganisation of the department in order to support the minister.
This is the kind of discipline that you see under
how,
government as you
how is that
assessment
being
to resources?
Ayres,
You've heard him. It's not automatic, is what he's saying.
Senator Ayres, how's that assessment being undertaken?
He'll make that assessment over time. It's very early, but as you heard the secretary say,
it's actually very late because he's in the role. He started.
As you've heard.
Senator Wong's media statement from the end of COP30 this week until the end of COP31.
As you've heard the secretary,
he started the job.
As you've heard the secretary say, we're a few days into this now. That there is a very capable set of officials within the department who are doing the same kind of work to support Minister Bowen's role on behalf of Australia. Prior to assuming the COP presidency. It is in Australia's interests for us to have that capability. Whether there's any requirement to lift that has not been determined. It's not automatic.
What's the time frame for that determination?
Well, over the fullness of time, Senator. When the secretary reaches a conclusion about that with his senior officials, then he'll act on it.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there, Senator Smith, and we'll come back at the end of our lunch and adjournment. That will be in 45 minutes, so we will begin again at 1:35 p.m. Thank you very much. recommence now with our post-lunch session. We are still on outcome 1.1, but before I hand the call to Senator Smith, I am in a position to release the Threatened Species Scientific Committee, the Australian Institute of Marine Science, the Great Barrier Reef Marine Authority, and those officials exclusively related to outcome 3 of the program. So you go with the committee's thanks, and I thank my colleagues for their assistance with that. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much.
All officials related to outcome 3.
That's right. We're not going to get to outcome 3 today.
Just double check. Is that correct, Sarah?
I can go do some work.
Yes, they're current. Yes, they're on at 10:40.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We were discussing the expected departmental uplift to support Minister Bowen in his new role as President of Negotiations. And Secretary, you mentioned that you are undertaking an assessment at the moment in regards to what uplift would be necessary.
Senator, I don't think we agreed to the proposition of an uplift necessarily. What we said was that the situation is currently under assessment. It's complicated by the fact that we already have a number of people in the department who fulfil the responsibilities of supporting the minister in terms of international negotiations, in terms of the potential of hosting an event somewhere in the Pacific. So we have people in place. I can't at this point in time say that it will result in an uplift. It will result likely in something that's different, but I just can't say at the moment because that's under assessment. The decision was only made a very short time ago, a matter of days, and the role is new. So it's not previously existed, so you'll understand if we say that that takes some time to assess the requirements of our support for the minister.
So that all may be true in regards to personnel, but has any assessment been undertaken in terms of additional financial resources that may need to be accessed to support Minister Bowen's role in terms of increased international travel?
No.
No assessment yet?
Not yet, no.
When will that assessment be completed?
I think it will certainly be completed by the time of the next estimates hearing. The time of the next estimates
I was thinking
hearing.
more about MyEFO.
What? No, Senator.
No, it won't be ready for MyEFO.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that MyEFO is going to go into that sort of granular detail, you know, how many socks are going to be required for a particular part of the Defence Forces or whatever. No.
Will the government make a public statement in regards to what, if any, additional resources are required to support Mr Bowen in his new role?
We'll deal with these.
High level of interest?
The what?
There's a high level of interest. I'm interested.
The way I describe the level of interest is there's a high level of interest in certain circles. They are very small circles, Senator Smith, and as I look across the Senate, there's a sort of febrile anticipation of these issues. The truth is here that Australia has extended its influence in a very significant way around future negotiations that will have much to do with our economic as well as our environmental interests. I can think of a few areas that go to our economic security, our national security, the security of our Pacific partners and the region, our economic interest, then negotiations around future emissions reduction and industrial frameworks are associated with that. That's a good thing. Minister Bowen will be engaged in that in the Australian interest, and you'd have to be pretty small-minded and unpatriotic to be arguing anything else.
No, I think, to be more precise, Senator, is what people like myself are interested in understanding is how Minister Bowen might split his time between doing the President of Negotiations role, which will require international travel, no doubt participating in international meetings perhaps by Zoom or some other digital means at unusual hours here in Australia at a time when Australians are experiencing increasing electricity costs. So I think what we're interested in is understanding how the government's going to ensure that it maintains high-level focus on domestic energy and electricity cost issues, while at the same time fulfilling the negotiated outcome that it's been able to secure as a result of COP31. That is precisely our level of interest.
So I suppose three responses to that question. No. You've asked a question. I'm going to answer it.
Interface, Senator Ayres, between the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the COP. I'm just keen to understand how these things.
Well, I'm going to answer your first question, and then we'll see how that.
Understand how these things are interrelated, or if they're not interrelated. Just keen to understand that.
I'm going to insist on answering your first question, and then asking you to try and explain whatever it was your second one was. In terms of Minister Bowen's approach to this and his time, and the level of interest that there is in this, I'd just say three things. Firstly, you're doing a very good job of pretending to be interested in it. That is good. Masterful.
Sorry?
At least you're doing
I genuinely missed that.
At least you're doing a good job of pretending to be interested in it. Secondly, it is absolutely material.
Genuinely interested in it.
It is absolutely material.
Genuinely interested in it.
It is absolutely material to Australia's economic performance and our performance in energy terms for Australia to have influence on these questions, and that is precisely what this role has achieved. And thirdly, he'll do it confidently, he'll do it on his ear. Don't you worry about that. He's a hard-working minister. He's been a very hard-working minister. He will be engaged every hour, every day in the Australian national interest on these questions.
So my question, thank you for that, my question was just to properly understand what, if any, is the interrelationship between COP and the UN framework on the Convention on Climate Change.
So the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change is a treaty from circa 1992. Yeah. The COP stands for the Conference of the Parties.
Correct.
So that is the annual meeting of the parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, to that treaty. It also serves as an annual meeting for parties to the Paris Agreement, a separate treaty that entered into force into 2015, as well as parties to the Kyoto Protocol.
So what is Minister Bowen's obligations, if any? There may not be any obligations to participate in the UNFCCC.
So as per the agreement with Turkey, as President of the negotiations, Australia through Minister Bowen will have exclusive authority in relation to the negotiations. They'll have a role in convening consultations and meetings to inform negotiations, selecting ministerial and other co-facilitators, and leading the negotiations agenda. So those negotiations will be mandated negotiated items that are under the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, or under the Paris Agreement, or under the Kyoto Protocol.
So Minister Bowen will be expected to participate?
So Minister Bowen...
Or chair even?
So Minister Bowen will convene consultations, absolutely, but also it's the fact that he will be supported by departmental officials who will do that on his behalf on many occasions as well.
Oh, so physically on his behalf?
So there'll be a range of different meetings through the year and a range of different consultations. Some of them will be in person, some of them will be conducted online, some of them Minister Bowen would preside over, and many of them departmental officials would preside over. And that is normal practice for any president of negotiations in the COP process.
So the 6th meeting of the Accreditation Expert Panel, which is scheduled to meet on the 4th of February next year, is that a meeting that Mr Bowen would attend himself?
I'm not familiar with that meeting, Senator.
It's in the UNFCCC program of events.
So I'm not...
What about the 39th Standing Committee on Finance meeting scheduled?
So it's a great example of there are a range of meetings, but that is not the role that Minister Bowen would have.
So is there a program of scheduled meetings at the moment that Mr Bowen will be expected to participate in, whether it's physically by attending it, or whether it's a digital participation by Zoom or...
So there are a range of meetings that are standard on the calendar. that Minister Bowen, as President of the negotiations, will be invited to. But there are also meetings that Minister Bowen would be invited to as a party as well. So there is a standard schedule of meetings. There's also a range of meetings.
So there is a standard schedule or not a standard schedule?
Well, let me finish. There are meetings that happen on a regular basis each year that have become the norm. There are also meetings that arise from mandates. So decisions taken at COP30 will create new mandates, and associated with those there will be meetings. They're not necessarily meetings that are held at the ministerial level. Many of them are held at head of delegation level, and even more of them are held at expert level. So it's the case that I don't have a full stock take of the range of meetings on the UNFCCC calendar for the next year, but it's fair to say that there is a regular rhythm of meetings, some of which are at ministerial level attendance, but many of which are not.
If I can just also add, in terms of the Minister for Climate Change and Energy's Minister's role here, the mandated events are, of course, the actual COP and, as is described, the pre-COP. So they are the two mandated events for Minister Bowen.
Senator Smith, I'm just going to move the call on.
One last question.
If it's one last one, that's fine.
So would the department take on notice and provide to the committee the known and expected list of events that Minister Bowen, as President of Negotiations, would be expected to participate in? So those that are known at the moment, but also that those that may be anticipated or expected based on previous programs.
Well, the officials will take it on notice. To the extent that they can do that, I mean, there are a number of...
No, the Secretary cannot do an assessment. The Secretary cannot do an assessment without knowing exactly what is Minister Bowen's workload in this new role.
What I was about to say...
So the two actually work together.
What I was about to say, and I think why the officials have been answering in the way that they have, is there will be meetings that we know are happening. Judgments will be made about whether ministerial attendance and attendance in Minister Bowen's role as President will be made at the time, and there will be judgments about what is the most impactful way.
That's nice to know, Senator Ayres, but it's not my line of inquiry at this point. I'm just interested in getting
that goes
the list
for
of
any
known or
minister who's
expected
engaged
meetings.
in international work. It goes for me as well. You make an assessment about knowing what you know as you approach those meetings, based on the advice of officials in particular, about, are you going to nudge things along a bit?
But it's not central to my line of inquiry. I'm just interested in knowing
what are the range of meetings
that Minister Bowen would be expected to participate in, or exercise judgment about why he will or not. I'm just keen to understand,
may not be able to be sensibly answered.
Exactly what those list of meetings are.
Yeah, as I said.
Some of them are publicly available and publicly known already, but I'm interested in understanding from the department's perspective, when they're having to think about Mr Bowen's forward program in the context of his role as the President of Negotiations, where he will expect it to be, what range of meetings he'll be expected to make a decision about whether he participates himself, delegates it to others. So I'm just keen to understand what is that. Because, of course, that will also have to inform Mr Kaiser's assessment.
And as I've said, it may not be able to be sensibly answered. They will have a look at it, see what they can provide to you, but I just wanted to qualify...
So, known, they don't have to be confirmed, known. Many of them might be standard features.
Yeah, and he may not or may not attend.
That's right, that's right. And you can add that qualification in when you respond to the question on notice. You're welcome to add that qualification.
I just did.
Not likely to attend, might attend.
Don't know.
Parliamentary sitting day, can't attend.
Those judgments will be made over time, but this is a very good development for Australia's influence on the course of events in climate change and emissions strategy around the world.
Okay.
Overwhelmingly.
On that note, I'm moving the call to Senator Hodgson to May.
Thank you, Chair.
You'll have it for 10 minutes.
Yep, should be done by then. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Last month, the Australian government signed the Balham Declaration on the transition away from fossil fuels. Can you explain what this will entail and the timelines that you're working towards on that?
Senator David Higgins, Vision International Climate and Energy. Yes, you're quite correct. The government did join that declaration. It doesn't require the Australian government to undertake anything in particular. It was joining with a number of other countries to signal Australia's interest in some of the elements that were contained within the declaration.
Thank you. So at the risk of sounding unkind, is it sort of like the methane pledge where we haven't seen, we've seen something signed up to but no policies implemented?
The nature of this declaration was not to implement particular policies. It was an undertaking by those who signed it to indicate that there ought to be greater focus in the collective process that is represented at the COP in the transition away from fossil fuels, consistent with the consensus decision that was taken in Dubai in relation to the global stocktake outcome at COP28.
Do you think, for example, our Pacific Island colleagues think that a signal is enough without a plan to actually act on limiting emissions and transitioning?
I couldn't comment on what Pacific colleagues may think, but I would say that there was a significant set of discussions in the margins of COP30 in relation to issues around the transition away from fossil fuels. That took a range of forms. One of those was this declaration. The Brazilian presidency at the conclusion of the COP indicated that a roadmap in relation to exploring issues around transition away from fossil fuels was something that they saw merit in. That was not something that enjoyed support of all members of the process and consequently wasn't part of the consensus outcome, but it was indeed something that was the subject of conversations, and the declaration that Australia joined was part of that same set of processes.
So, Senator, it's a very good example of this language essentially originated in a meeting of the Pacific Island Forum leaders in, I think, November 2023. And with Australia's support, almost precisely the same language was adopted in Dubai at COP28, right? So the position from the Pacific with Australian leadership and support adopted in December of 2023, and essentially this language adopted at this conference is essentially the same, and it's useful at these conferences to have countries that are on the same page making plurilateral declarations to keep momentum going. In the event that you can't secure a consensus outcome, it's helpful to keep the sort of momentum going by trying to get the biggest team possible and giving our Pacific partners some voice in the process as well.
Thanks, Minister. So when signing the Balham Declaration, the government recognised that fossil fuel projects are incompatible with limiting warming to 1.5 degrees. The government has also welcomed the advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice, which found expanding fossil fuel production may be a wrongful act under international law. Reflecting that call, thousands of people took peaceful direct action in Newcastle over the weekend, calling on Australia to phase out coal and gas over the weekend. Does the expansion of fossil fuel anticipated by this report risk putting Australia in breach of its international legal obligations and the commitment made last month through the Balham Declaration on the transition away from fossil fuels?
No.
You don't believe?
No, and that's why we've got
have you got legal advice
achievable, consistent targets for 2030 and 2035. That's why we're making such an effort on the global stage to shape future decisions that the world makes on emissions targets. Had a very long exchange with Senator Pocock, who went to precisely the same issues. The ministers received advice, of course, as you'd expect, in relation to that international tribunal decision and the sort of, long list of decisions made by courts here and around the world. This is a declaration of 80 countries, and Australia's decision making in this area is informed by the best scientific evidence that we can get, and of course by the team in the Climate Change Authority, whose evidence on these questions I'm sure is just around the corner.
And I think my final question, has the Minister considered using the gas market reform mechanism to ensure that the small, relative to exports, domestic demand for gas is met from existing sources as part of the planned phase out of fossil fuels?
So, Minister Bowen and Minister King are leading, as has been publicly traversed, a review of our gas market settings. That will be considered by the government over coming weeks and months. It is directed towards evaluating the gas market arrangements and making sure that they are delivering in Australia's interest. There's a range of areas to consider. There's household gas use, there's gas's role in the electricity system, there's gas's role in sort of small and medium industrial enterprises where gas is essentially a heat source, and there may be significant emissions reduction opportunities, which is why we've got the $5 billion net zero fund to support industry where it's viable to move from gas processes to electricity-driven processes. And then of course there's our large gas-driven, that section of our large-scale industry, which is largely in the safeguards mechanism. So there's a range of things that those ministers will be considering, and some of that does touch on the kind of issues that you're talking about, in particular that section of industry where there are significant abatement opportunities.
Thank you. All right, that's all from me. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Good to see you, Dr. Kaiser. Mr. Kaiser. Minister, my questions are only to you. I raised Minister Watt's...
No wonder you were being so nice to Mike. I just thought it was you Queenslanders sticking together again.
Well, it's good to see you too, Senator Ayres.
Thank you.
As always.
What can I do for you?
I raised Minister Watt's spending of taxpayer money on overseas trips.
Minister Watts?
Yes.
Right.
His new role. He was appointed as Minister for the Environment and Water in May this year, correct?
Yeah.
And within his first 2 months of being appointed, he took two trips to the United Arab Emirates and France. Is that correct?
I just don't want to get our Bowenses and our Wattses confused.
No, this is Watts.
This is Watts.
Singular.
He'll be here later, no doubt.
Okay.
I'm answering for Minister Bowen.
Well, with regard to the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, within his first 2 months, Mr. Watt undertook 2 trips to the United Arab Emirates and France. Is that correct?
Senator, we're in the wrong part of the agenda for these questions. Chair, can I ask for your guidance?
The expenditure, I want to go to his expenditure.
Yeah, I think I could see where you want to go, but it seems to me it's either a question for corporate or a question for environment. I can't see how in energy and climate change these officials will not be in a position to answer these questions.
So where should I ask it?
When environment comes on, I think.
Okay. That's right.
Senator Roberts, I think then it seems like it may be a bit... those may be questions for...
That's fine. Thank you. I'll thank Senator Ayres for his advice again.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Senator Henderson.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Kaiser, I just want to go back to your commitment that you made, that you would bring forward the travel cost,
good luck with that.
approved travel costs for COP30 last month. What information can you provide us?
Thanks, Senator. So, yes, indeed, the department did undertake a budgeting exercise to arrive at an indicative cost for travel and accommodation and other expenses to Belém. We did that in circumstances where Belém is not a destination that officials of this department frequently fly to. Also in circumstances where some officials needed to plan 4 or up to 5 flights to get from Australian locations to Belém. Also in circumstances where accommodation was particularly challenging in Belém, including predictions of cost. And on-ground costs in the city of Belém were also difficult to predict. So I say all of that, Senator, because the figure I'm about to use is an internal budgeted figure for the department based on those conditions and those constraints, and the reconciliated actual figures are not yet available. So our indicative budgeted costs, with all of those caveats, was $1.6 million.
And can you break that figure down into airfares, accommodation and other costs?
I don't have that in front of me. I may need to come back to you with that.
And are they the costs of the 75 officials?
No, they would be the departmental costs for the, remind me, Kushla, how many?
So for the DQ delegation?
The DQ delegation of 42, I think. The figure was mentioned earlier today.
And what about the total costs?
Well, we're not responsible for the total costs.
No, I realise that, but what information can you provide us?
I have no information on that. Other agencies would pick up the costs for anyone that they would have sent. So we're not responsible for the overall.
Okay, so there were 42 but there were 75 officials in total. That they include officials from other agencies, is that right?
Yep.
And do you know those costs?
No.
How many people travelled to COP30 courtesy of the taxpayer?
I think we said previously 75.
Yes, but that does include DFAT and consular staff that are based in Brazil as well.
And what about ministerial, the minister's costs and the ministerial staff?
So those costs are available from the Department of Finance.
As we described earlier, the ministerial costs for them and their staff is accounted for within the Department of Finance.
Do you have any information about those costs?
No, I'm not accountable
Minister,
for costs of other departments.
Sorry. Do you know what those costs are? So they sit with the Department of Finance. Is that right, Mr Kaiser?
Yes. So yes, there was evidence before that 2 ministers and 3 advisors travelled. Which is a small number. I think Mr Morrison's trip was 2 ministers and 13 advisors. Lord knows what they were doing. The size of the delegation, 75, exactly the same as the Morrison delegation. And you could, absolutely entitled to, whether it's Department of Finance in respect of those ministers and the MOPS official, the advisors. DFAT would have some information, of course, as well, because consular staff are engaged in this work. There may be others, but no, I'm not in a position to account for the travel costs of 2 ministers and a couple of advisors.
Thanks, Minister.
Heading across the water.
Mr Kaiser, on notice, could you provide all relevant documents in relation to the travel costs to COP30?
To provide what,
this
sorry?
committee? I was just asking Mr Kaiser, on notice, could you provide all documents held by the department to the committee relating to travel?
Relating to the budgeted figure of 1.6 million?
Yes, and all other relevant documents that you hold in relation to facilitating the attendance at COP32, please.
Happy
Can I ask how much?
Happy to take that on notice.
We'll take it on notice.
Take it on notice, that's
a typically expensive request, but anyway.
Mr Kaiser, what was the total carbon emissions generated by sending this delegation to Brazil?
I certainly don't know, Senator. I'd be surprised if my colleagues do, but
I think our official answer is no idea, Senator.
Right. Has that been calculated at all by the department?
I doubt it.
Mr Kaiser?
It's not part of our function to...
Well, on notice, if you could please provide us with that information.
Well, but the answer is that they don't calculate it. Like,
No,
it's not something that a sensible show does.
Yeah, thanks, Minister, but to the extent that you hold that information, or could you check?
I'm confident, Senator, that we did not hold that information.
How many, Mr Kaiser, are you aware there was nearly 500 people who travelled as part of an Australian delegation to COP30, one of the largest delegations of any country in the world? I'm not suggesting they're all taxpayer funded, but of those nearly 500 people, do you know how many of those people were funded by the taxpayer?
No idea, Senator.
You don't know?
I think Dr Box can answer.
Dr Box?
So the 75 Australian government officials would have been funded through their various departments. There are a range of Australians who go to COP, and they are issued with party overflow badges if they have an interest in matters relating to COP, but they do not represent the Australian government at the COP, and they're not funded by the Australian taxpayer. The only other delegates who would have been funded by the Australian taxpayer were stakeholders who were supported under the COP30 travel grants program. That value of that program was, the total funding was $395,612. Is provided grants to support the participation of underrepresented Australian stakeholders at COP30. I think there were 20 organisations that received and used the grants, including 8 First Nations organisations, 6 youth organisations and 6 sectoral organisations, so agriculture, finance, nature. So those organisations were supported with Australian government funding, but I can't tell you the exact number of individuals, because organisations may have chosen to support one individual with their funding or more than one individual with their funding.
And so the total grant funding for those organisations?
So the total value of the grants program was $450,000, GST exclusive, but the total funding provided as at November was $395,612.
And what other support was provided to attendees at COP30? Is there any other taxpayer-funded support?
No, there's the support of Australian government officials through their relevant departments, and then there is this travel grants program, which has been a standard feature of participation at COPs for the last few COPs.
We might have paid for the lanyards that we gave people, maybe a bit of photocopy.
Sorry, Dr Box. If I can just continue just asking you questions about the 75 in total. Have you got a breakdown, or do you have a list of from which department they emanate?
Yes, I took that question on notice earlier.
Apologies.
And very happy to provide that information.
And you don't have that with you?
I can tell you which organisations. I don't have the exact numbers.
Yes, please. If you could just read out the organisations that you've supported.
So, Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, CSIRO, the Climate Change Authority, the Department of Health and Aged Care, and the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
And they were all funded through that $395,000 grant program?
No. So the $395,000 applies to non-government stakeholders. Organisations, First Nations organisations, youth organisations, other organisations. Those agencies would have been supported through their own budgets.
And could you just provide us with a list of those external organisations which were supported?
I have to provide that on notice. I don't have that list with me.
If it's possible to bring that back to the table to the committee,
sure.
I would be grateful. Look, Chair, I do have a few more questions
coming up on the end of
and I know we are very keen to move on.
Yes.
So I just want to, Mr. Kaiser, you might be. And I will actually have this tabled, but there's a big front page today. Trapped in transition turmoil. Story after story of business struggling to keep the doors open because of electricity prices. Mr Kaiser, when will electricity prices start to come down? Because we've now heard from the Climate Change Authority that based on the current trajectory, the government will not reach its 2030 and 2035 targets.
Wrong part of the agenda, Senator. We're doing electricity prices.
I'm talking about emissions reduction.
Well, no, you asked about electricity prices.
You asked about electricity prices.
Right.
Senator.
So what about the emissions, Mr Kaiser?
I think we heard earlier today in evidence that they're coming down.
Right. So they're flatlining because they went up by.
They've come down.
They've come down.
Coming down by a very small amount overall since the government was elected.
2%. Decrease on last year is what was in the latest quarterly results.
There was quite some evidence given about this earlier on, Senator.
Yes, thank you very much, Minister. Look, Chair, I will ask that question again, probably very shortly when we move to outcome 1.2. Thank you.
Wonderful. And on that note, I was proposing...
Chair. I did previously sort of allude to the fact that I just wanted to ask some questions just about some commentary about data centres and energy demand in the Australia's Emissions Projection 2025, November 2025 report. Is this the correct place?
Would that be in the context of electricity or
in terms of electricity emissions, yeah.
Emissions, sure.
Yep. Oh, great. There was you at the other end of the table for. Thank you, Ms. Rowley. I just wondered if you could just sort of expand upon the comment here at page 44 of the Australia's Emissions Projections 2025 November report. It says, it just talks about sort of the electricity emissions trajectory, and then it says, and it points to sort of higher or rising electricity emissions, and then it talks about the assumed higher demand forecast in the NEM, mainly from data centres. I was just wondering if you could sort of share with the committee, what is the impact that data centres are having on the electricity emissions profile, and how might that be mitigated?
Thank you, Senator. I might start, and then Ms Pentony might want to add, but every year in the emissions projections we take the best available information on the outlook for economic activity, including electricity demand, and that forms part of the modelling of emissions associated with electricity generation. And all things equal, higher demand would mean more generation, and depending upon the mix of that generation, it may or may not mean more emissions. And so the analysis that we do, and it's in partnership with our colleagues from the Energy Group, and so perhaps there's an opportunity to drill in the next session, but the emissions projections take current policy, including the policy of 82% renewables by 2030. It looks at market trends and operations in terms of which generators are most likely to meet the projected demand, and that varies according to season and time of day, the patterns of demand as well as the total amount. And so if that additional demand was met by renewable generation, it would put no upward pressure on our electricity emissions. And if that additional demand was met by fossil fuels, then there would be additional emissions.
Right. So have we actually projected the expected increase in energy demand attributed to data centres in Australia?
We take energy demand from other experts. So we for the purposes of the emissions projections, take that from largely from AEMO. Ms. Pentony answer.
That's right. So what's included in the projections is consistent with AEMO's electricity statement of opportunities from 2025, when there are assumptions about data centres. And so on page 40 of the emissions projections report, it just notes that data centres are projected to represent about 6% of total demand in the NEM in 2030, which will increase to 11% in 2040, but that's drawing on
AEMO. Sorry, the Australian Energy Market Operator, or AEMO.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So each emissions projections report will provide an annual update to that expected expected growth in energy demand attributed to data centres.
That's right. Well, to all electricity demand. So obviously demand changes for a whole range of reasons, and we'll update that as we have information each year.
We were doing very well there, Senator Ayres. I thought I was going to have an uninterrupted line of inquiry to
You would
officials.
expect that the number for, that would be predicted in 2024 and 2030 for data centres would increase over time as we're getting to understand what the scale of electricity demand is. This is an unambiguously good story for Australia, I have to say. The demand from large-scale industry and from digital infrastructure investments will underwrite investment in generation and transmission capability. That will be good for the grid and good for Australia. These facilities are coming to Australia because we have a plan for the electricity system. They are avoiding jurisdictions that are characterised by disorder and policy incoherence. You have to plan for increased demand in the electricity system because we want to grow the economy, we want to grow industry. It's an alternative approach, the one that your party took as they approached the last election, which was an explicit plan to close heavy industry and electrical users in order to decrease demand in the electricity system. That was the whole basis of the Dutton plan. We've got a plan to build the electricity system, addition as well as transition.
What does the increasing energy demand arising out of data centres, does that change the energy source? I mean, so when we think about sort of renewable energy and some of the risks that might be attached to that sort of intermittent nature, and then the attraction of sort of more reliable baseload fuels, does the addition of data centres does the increasing proportion of data centres and the energy demand that they create change
This
how
is the modern Liberal Party, afraid of the modern world.
You are the smartest Labor person in the room. You are. But I'm really interested in the official's perspective. I'm really interested in the experts'
It's like the old fogies, right? Just afraid of the future, afraid of technology.
We're going so well. I was hoping that the afternoon might have dampened your spirits, but I was wrong. I'm just curious to know from the officials, actually, because I read the reports. I'm just curious to know how the increased number of data centres in the energy demand mix changes how the source of energy might need to be considered. Do you see what I'm saying? Because it's quite.
Senator, I do understand.
Yeah.
I think it's possibly a perfect pivot into the next session, because that's a question really for my energy colleagues.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, in terms of how it plays out in the energy system.
Correct. Okay. Well, thank you for your cooperation. Apologies for Senator Ayres' interruption.
Senator Henderson, I understand you have questions in outcome 1.1. Mackenzie.
There we are. Thank you. She's been around for a while. Now, in an opinion piece written by...
Oh, my goodness.
I know. CCA boss Matt Keane, he said that Norway had achieved 98% of electric vehicle take-up and had shown the world how to do it. Can you outline the regulatory approaches taken by Norway to achieve the level of take-up, the 98% electric vehicle take-up?
He's on the screen there, Senator.
Yeah, but I understand
he's ready,
it's not up.
ready to answer your questions. Ready to answer your questions right there.
I'm asking the department.
Do we know anything about electric vehicles in Norway? I'm not sure that we do.
It's not question time. Let's
I think we'd
save
have
the
to take
theatrics.
that on notice, the detail of the Norwegian regulatory plan.
Very keen to answer the question.
Do you know anything about Norway?
Oh, he doesn't?
We'll see.
Mr. Ryan.
Tell you what it is.
Mr. Ryan.
The capabilities of this department continue to amaze me.
Like it's
I can't wait to hear what he
race
says.
to the table, Secretary. That's what you want to see.
Matthew Ryan, Branch Head, Land and Transport.
That's probably a question for the CCA.
All right. Consider yourself on notice, Mr. Keane.
Given it came from them,
well, I'm familiar. To be fair,
I am familiar with Norway. So they've had a number of subsidies for a number of years on electric vehicle uptake and rolling out EV charging for quite some time. So government funding.
So it's only a subsidy arrangement?
Predominantly,
in Norway?
as I understand.
What's the other incentive or disincentive for purchase of electric vehicles? What within the Norwegian system?
Well, they have to get around the fjords,
I know they've been,
Senator. They have to navigate the fjords.
Mr. Ryan's trying to be helpful,
He's just about exhausted the outer bounds of his knowledge here, I sense, but we'll let him answer.
No, there has been extensive government support for charging that's related to the EV vehicles as well.
And that would explain the 98% EV take-up?
A lot of
the
it,
charging infrastructure.
And I don't want to hold myself out as an expert for Norway, but I'm familiar with it. They have put a lot of...
It's Fords and fjords, Senator. Fords and fjords. That's what this is about. Fords and fjords.
Norwegian regulatory environment when it comes to electric vehicles. We know there's some subsidies. We know there's some support for EV charging.
It's an opinion piece, Senator. Like, if I'm sure Mr. Keane's bursting to answer about his opinion piece. We have a limited amount of knowledge.
Do we let other independent agencies just drop into Senate estimates?
Well, he's waiting to give evidence in his section.
He would be waiting.
He's been waiting for a long time.
He's actually not. He's going to pick up his son from school.
Thank you.
He's not far away.
It wouldn't be usual for independent agencies to be hanging around.
No, he's scheduled to give evidence. So
I can read
ready to go at 11:15. I suppose this line of questioning...
So what I'd like to know, Minister...
Yep.
Thank you.
I've been itching to answer.
I want to understand what modelling the department has done around the take-up of electric vehicles. Having sat for the second time in the transport infrastructure and regional development estimates, they've sent me over here. Can anyone help me? Any modelling done within the department around the take-up of electric vehicles across the economy?
In Norway?
No. I accept your point. I'll ask him about his opinion piece. Generally, in our economy, Minister.
At least, unlike some of the conspiracy theories that your crowd look at least you've conceded that Norway exists, Senator, which is more than could be said for some of your colleagues.
I seek your protection from this harassment.
Yes, look, I think whether or not I don't think I'd agree that it's appropriate to characterise it as harassment, but I do think there isn't a need to answer the question.
Harangued.
My respect for your toughness, Senator Mackenzie, is enormous, so I don't think that you'll struggle with it, but I do think the officials need to answer the question.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
With respect to the outlook for the transport sector, the key modelling that the department has undertaken is for the most recent analysis is for the 2025 projections. And the projections take as their starting point the government's policies and measures, which in at least the light vehicle segment is predominantly the new vehicle efficiency standard. That, as you're, I'm sure, well familiar, sets the headline limit for emissions intensity of new vehicles. It doesn't prescribe technology categories, and so the emissions intensity limit can be met by a mix of electric vehicles, hybrid vehicles and just fuel-efficient vehicles. And so we model the aggregate emissions from the light vehicle segment, and the results for that are presented in the projections report, based on that declining emissions intensity headline rather than the share of specific vehicle categories. So we don't model electric vehicle uptake because we don't have an electric vehicle target. We have an emissions intensity target.
Got it. So it was that modelling that was done to inform CCA's work or Treasury's work on the broader setting of a target for
the 2035 target?
Yeah.
No. So the emissions projections is a separate exercise from Treasury's modelling. Treasury did its own modelling of the whole economy under a kind of global action scenario to inform the government's net zero plan and the 2035 target. We certainly contributed to that in terms of our expertise in emissions and technologies and other matters. They drew on whole of government expertise for that work, but that's separate from the emissions projections.
So, in terms of doing some analysis or assessment on whether the Climate Change Authority's targets are feasible, have you assessed whether their CCA target is feasible?
So Australia's target, which was adopted by the government following the CCA's advice, is in the government's view certainly achievable. And if you could just give me a moment.
Yeah, sure.
And that understanding is informed by both the CCA advice through its sector pathways work and the further advice provided in its targets report and analysis by the Treasury as published alongside the Net Zero Plan, and all of the consultation that was done to inform the 6 sector plans that sit alongside the Net Zero Plan. Some of the key things that guide us in understanding its achievability are, as the CCA advised, technologies now exist to meet an economy-wide target of 62 to 70% by 2035. It's not reliant on new or unproven technologies. And that overall assessment is has been reflected also in some, like industry groups' responses to the target announcement. So, for example, the Australian Industry Group said, recognising it's not straightforward to achieve, but it is also in the realm of the feasible. And they said, with hard work and a tight focus on making Australia a place where it is easy to invest and build. Similarly, there were comments by the Business Council of Australia with respect to the pathways that their analysis suggested made that target achievable. The CCA also noted that the government has already put foundational climate change policies in place that can be strengthened and supported to remove barriers, lower costs and ease implementation over time. So there's some of the factors that guide our understanding of its achievability.
Okay, so I've got some other quotes about its achievability, and I'll take that as you haven't done further analysis on the CCA target around electric vehicles, because their target was that half of all cars sold between now and 2035 must be electric vehicles to achieve the 2035 emissions target.
Yeah, Senator, I'm familiar with the list of measures, target. And that's not the government's policy. No, the government's policy is as set out in the new vehicle efficiency standard.
It's CCA's target. Yeah, can we accept that?
Observation.
Yes.
Yeah.
So when the Chamber of Automotive Industries CEO Tony Webber said it's almost impossible and that the demand was not there for Australians to buy the amount of cars claimed by the CCA, does the department have any evidence to suggest that Tony Webber was wrong on this point?
Well, there'll be different views across industry.
That's true.
And it's not a surprise that that coming from that particular part of industry,
they represent electric vehicle
there's divergent views.
As well.
But I mean, what you're seeing, of course, is prices falling sharply in electric vehicles, about 30% year on year in particular categories of electric vehicles. So there's an increased level of purchasing. I think, from memory, the proportion of new sales last year.
And I've got specific questions for the department.
Yeah, but you're asking a question about what's happening in electric vehicles. I'm telling you that...
No. This isn't question time where you can... Sue Lyons is here to take one word from what I say and you can spruik whatever you
Senators, hold on. Minister, just before you respond...
I want to know, does the department have any evidence...
Senator McKenzie as well, when I call order and take the call back, please just respect that. Before I go back to the Minister, I will say that, yes, we do need to try and move this program along because we are a long way behind. However, I don't consider that the Minister is being irrelevant to your questioning. I would ask him to complete his answer and then we'll come back to you.
They should make you President.
The proportion of electric vehicles appears to be increasing, driven by the price. Now, the government's policy mechanisms are quite different to the modelling and projections that come from the agencies.
I appreciate that. I heard what the official said. Well, my question is, does the department have any evidence to suggest that industry that I just quoted is wrong?
I could probably have a go at answering that, if helpful. So I can't sort of go to what the person who said that was thinking, but maybe perhaps it's helpful to say that the technology is moving on very quickly. Mm-hmm. So even if you go back 2 years ago, there's a number of vehicles that weren't in the market 2 years ago that are now. More electric vehicles, not just your base passenger cars, but there's more SUVs. Mm-hmm. We're even seeing utility vehicles now, commercial vehicles coming on, both hybrid, plug-in, but full battery electric as well. So maybe when the person who had claimed that wouldn't be able to get there, maybe they were thinking of the current or historical models that are available.
This
but what
gentleman
we do know
represents all the electric vehicle manufacturers from overseas, plus Toyota, etc. So he's literally representing car manufacturers in all their diversity. So I'm pretty sure they're, but thank you for being helpful, Mr. Ryan. The James Vortman, who represents the dealers, said it's naive to conclude that the adoption of electric vehicles will escalate significantly. Has the department done modelling as to the cost to industry and Australian car buyers of trying to force Australians to buy 1 out of 2 new cars as an electric vehicle between September this year and 2035?
Nobody is being forced. But Senator, nobody is being forced to buy an electric car. Nobody. Not in Australia.
I'm just asking, has the department
I don't know what's happening in Norway,
no?
but in Australia, nobody is being forced to buy a petrol car, a diesel car, an electric car. But what is happening is they are buying them. They are buying them.
I want to know if the department has done any work in modelling projections of vehicle sales.
But what?
Based on even these very ambitious assumptions as outlined by Mr. Ryan.
You asserted that people were being made to do something. Nobody is being made to do anything.
I would like to know
when prices fall by 30%, when prices fall by 30%, the market responds.
Has the department done any modelling on said market response?
So you withdraw the assertion that people have been made to do it, do you?
I would argue that
why do you spread misinformation in that way?
You are leaving people with minimal choice.
Nothing's been taken out of existence.
Minister,
cheaper cars have been provided.
Has the department done any modelling?
Senator, if the question is, have we modelled the CCA's observation that one of the things that might help get to the target is the shares you were talking about? No. No, what we've modelled is the government's policy.
That's fine. Thank you, Ms Rowley. That's very helpful. Looking at the figures in August, there are 100,539 new cars sold across the market in August. If that happened every month this year, we'd record 1.2 million new car sales this year. With electric vehicle take-up now sitting at less than 8%, that means Australians will need to buy 600,000 new electric vehicles each year for the next decade, off a current figure of less than 100,000 a year.
Well, that is in fact,
what information?
That is in fact not true. From 2022 to date, the electric vehicle share of annual light vehicles in Australia has grown from 3.8% to 12.7%. Right, that's the 2025, October 2025 figure.
I was using, as I said in my
The overall number of
figures.
EV models available in Australia has tripled. And
Yes,
the prices have fallen. And it turns out when people are presented with a choice where one thing is more expensive than another, they go for the cheap thing. And if the Liberals want to stop Australians being able to purchase cheap cars, go ahead and tell us.
All day? Yeah, okay. It's all right.
Well, I'm just not...
More carbs at lunch, I
Just not happy.
Get the man sugar.
Just not happy with people spreading misinformation about the Australian government's position.
In August, he's quoting different facts. It's not apples with apples.
12.8%.
On the same day that the Climate Change Authority report was released, the government also released the Transport and Infrastructure Net Zero Roadmap and Action Plan. This action plan sets out a range of activities the government has committed to in the transport sector in order to achieve 2035 targets. Did this department have input into the transport sector roadmap?
Yes, Senator.
Excellent. Could you outline what the input was?
Certainly worked with our colleagues in infrastructure to look at, they were the lead authors of it, so we did provide support. What they did share with us, and we provided feedback, was obviously the drafting of the document, looking at the different technologies that were the pathways for the different types of vehicles and forms of transport, and provided expertise within the department where that would have been helpful in preparing that plan.
So did your department request any changes to the Transport and Infrastructure Roadmap as was proposed by the Infrastructure Department, and if so, what were those changes?
That document was being worked on for quite a while, back and forth. There was, to tell you all the changes, there would have been quite a number in terms of iterations of the policy. So to answer your question, yes, we did provide changes and they were taken on board.
Over what sort of time period?
I'd have to take that on notice, but over a longer period, maybe 12 months, I would have said off the top of my head, but I'd have to take that on notice to tell you exactly. They've been developed for quite a while.
Just, Minister, you only get to your figure if you include plug-in hybrids at the 12%. Just letting you know. Just
that may
letting
be,
you know.
and as Australians make choices for cheaper and cheaper
But you
vehicles,
don't actually allow plug-in hybrids as part of your subsidy program. But anyway, we'll leave that for another
well,
day.
Senator, you want to create the impression that people have been made to do things. Has the department modelled the action plan to determine how much abatement it will deliver and at the marginal cost of abatement for each action within the Transport
Senator, could you just repeat that question?
Transport Action Plan. Have you modelled the Transport and Infrastructure Roadmap action plan to determine how much abatement it will deliver and the marginal cost of abatement for each of the actions?
Thank you, Senator. So we have not specifically modelled each of the sector plans. There's a couple of different modelling exercises that are relevant here. So all of the sector plans and the net zero plan were informed by the Treasury modelling, which is the whole of economy modelling of pathways to net zero for Australia. And in terms of current policy settings, as we were discussing earlier in this session, Australia's emissions projections, the latest version of which was released late last week, provides estimates of Australia's emissions, including for the transport sector, under current policy settings. Now, that does not include the new measures that were announced alongside the release of the net zero plan, things like the $1.1 billion to support development of low carbon liquid fuels. And it does not kind of preempt the outcome of scheduled policy reviews, such as for the new vehicle efficiency standards.
When's that
it just takes the existing measures with their existing settings and pushes them forwards.
Okay.
And that was released last week.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. Senator Henderson, I'm very eager now to move on to outcome 1.2, given that we are nearly 5.5 hours on this first couple of outcomes.
Well, it's pretty important.
Ms. Waller, you might be the right person to answer this, I'm not sure, but in 2021, annual emissions based on the latest data were at 28% below 2005 levels, and the latest report shows they are now at 28.5%. So is it the case that in 3 years emissions are 0.5% better than they were 3 years ago?
Thank you, Senator. And just sorry, I might just relocate if I can, because it's more helpful to be able to confer with my colleague. I'll just be one moment.
Thanks, Bridget. You're the correct person to answer that question, Ms. Rowley.
So myself and Ms. Pentony, yes.
Sorry, can I just...
Yes.
Ms. Penny, can you just move your name tag? It's blocked.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Pentony, do you know the answer to that? Is it correct we're now at 28.5%?
It is correct that we are now at 28.5%. Yes. Sorry.
Thank you. So, are you now suggesting that in the next 5 years the government will deliver 29 times as much as the government has to date to get to 43% below 2005 levels?
Thank you, Senator. So, as we've discussed in this committee before, Australia's headline emissions over the recent period at the headline level have been relatively flat, but that's underpinned by some very significant changes at the sector level. So if we look at the period since 2021, for example, emissions in 2021 were to some extent artificially reduced by COVID-related restrictions on the transport sector, and transport emissions were in the order of 10% down from their pre-COVID levels because of those restrictions. In addition, emissions in 2021 were significantly lower than trend because of a La Nina event leading to significant sequestration. If I could just explain.
I just want you to address my question. I'm sorry to cut in.
In the land sector.
Because
since then...
That wasn't my question though, Ms Rowley. If I could just...
Hold on.
If I could just address the trajectory needed between now and 2030 to get to 43%. Only because I've got very limited time, so I've really got to move through these questions quickly.
Thank you, Senator.
The official's going to answer the question in the way that she can, and you can't push her along in terms of... She will answer the question and she'll do it diligently.
Minister, the rules of Senate estimates require the questions to be directly relevant, so I'm just asking Ms Rowley...
That's up to the chair, not to you. You ask the questions, she answers it, and the chair manages it.
If you could just confirm that we'll need to deliver emissions reduction 29 times more quickly, Ms Rowley, than we currently are?
Senator, as I was saying, emissions in 2021 were lower due to particularly reductions in transport and a La Nina event leading to substantial sequestration in the land sector relative to normal conditions. Since then, the transport sector has returned to trend and is now projected to decline in emissions, and so the bump back is now peaked and we anticipate will decline. We anticipate the land sector will continue to ease off those La Nina highs, and so we will still see at the headline level relatively more net emissions in the land sector. However, as we discussed earlier in this session, we expect the trend, which is a reduction in most other sectors of the economy, to become dominant over the coming years. And it's because of the interplay between those different sectoral trends that over recent years we have seen emissions relatively flat. But as the transport trend turns around and the La Nina effects return to normal, the land sector returns to normal, what we'll see at the headline level is significant reductions in Australia's emissions, and that's as set out in the 2025 emissions projections. Just to your question, you asked if it would get to 43.
I'm sorry.
Our latest estimate is that emissions would be at 42% below 2005 levels in 2030.
Okay, so the Climate Change Authority doesn't have your same conviction. In its last annual progress report, it says current emissions reductions are too slow to meet Australia's 2030 or 2035 targets. So what do you say to the contradiction from your own agency in relation to emissions reduction?
It's not a contradiction at all. Look, how is that a contradiction?
Because the evidence is that I've just heard from Ms Riley that emissions reduction is going to be 42%
So the effectiveness of measures
but the
have to
climate
increase over
change,
time.
Minister, sorry, you asked me a question and I'm now,
controversial.
please don't interrupt me, Minister, and I'm now addressing the question you've raised. The Climate Change Authority, in its latest annual progress report, says current emissions reductions are too slow to meet Australia's 2030 or 2035 targets. So, Minister, they're calling you out. They're saying that these policies are not working and you will not get to your targets.
Well, the efficacy of measures has to increase over time. That is true. Technology changes over time. Just spent a whole lot of time on forwards and fjords with Senator McKenzie. The uptake of electric vehicles, for example, in the transport sector will increase over time. 2022 is not a sensible year to point to in terms of emissions reduction efforts. Because of course, the CCA says you're not going to get there, Senator.
Minister.
Like honestly, we've gone on all day largely because of interruptions from over here.
Minister, all you've done is duck and weave and not address the question.
And 2022 was a COVID year. I don't know whether you want to take credit for the Morrison government's efforts during COVID, but there was a substantial fall in economic activity, including in the transport sector. The official has drawn you to that. It's just not right to make that the baseline. If you look at 2019, substantially higher emissions. It turns out if you stop an economy, emissions do sharply reduce. The projections through vary. Whether it's 42% or 43%, we are on track to achieve, get very close to, potentially exceed our targets here.
The Climate Change Authority says you're not, Minister.
It is a basket of activities. Some of them...
It's a basket case.
Some of them...
The Climate Change Authority says you will not reach your targets. And you're ignoring addressing my question.
If you want to ask the Climate Change Authority questions, Mr Keen's very enthusiastic.
All right, so I've got one last question, Minister, Chair, sorry, because I know we have to move on. So last year, the Climate Change Authority said that 15 million tonnes of emissions reduction each year would be needed to deliver on the 43% 2030 target. In its 2025 progress report, it says 18 million tonnes is needed each year. What is the reason for this increase? And is it because this government, your government, Minister, continues to so underperform?
Is that a question for me? Or
Yep.
is that a
Yes,
question?
it is.
Well, you'll get an opportunity to ask the Climate Change Authority questions about what they are doing. Just say this government has, after the sort of wreckage of the last decade, has a sensible, measurable, achievable plan to reduce emissions. It is supported right across, not just within this portfolio area, but in areas like industry and transport. And it will deliver lower emissions, a bigger economy, more blue-collar jobs, more factories, more economic activity, and the alternative is a return to the schmozzle. That is absolutely evident in a more extreme way, as if you really do aspire to be the alternative party of government. It's not clear that you lot all do, but the schmozzle that is evident on the other side of politics.
Well, Minister, one of the reasons I think you're not addressing the question is your own expert agency is saying you will not reach your targets. You will not get there. You need to increase the emissions reduction to 18 million tonnes a year. You're barely doing 1 million tonnes on average. It is just not credible. And now your own agency is calling you out, Minister.
Well, we welcome the work of the Climate Change Authority, and we're open to views, and that we have an evidence-based process to dealing with policy, which is a sharp change from the sort of imported ideology-driven approach to policy
Minister,
that your side of politics characterises.
The Climate Change Authority has looked at the evidence, and they're saying, based on the evidence, you will not get there. You will not reach your targets. And I put to you that you are not telling the Australian people the truth.
Why don't you ask them a few questions then?
Well, I would put to you that your government is not telling the Australian people the truth, and even your own agency has called it out.
If I could just bring it back to the 2025 emissions projections.
No answer, Minister?
The projections indicate that...
Says it all. Look, I don't have any further questions. I'm sorry, Ms Riley. Did you just want to... That's the question I was asking.
With respect to the outlook for emissions and why we think that 42% is a credible estimate.
The question... I've already asked you that question.
And the interaction with the average reductions per year. I'm very happy to address that.
Sure, you go for it.
Okay, so looking forward, the projections that indicate that land sequestration is likely to continue to ease off the La Nina highs. Transport, electricity, stationary energy and fugitive emissions are all projected to decline. That reflects the impact of the government's policies, particularly the 82% renewable target, the safeguard mechanism and the new vehicle efficiency standards. In aggregate, the projections indicate that national emissions might continue to remain relatively flat for the next couple of years, particularly because of that land sector swing back off the La Nina highs. But after that period eases, then we expect reductions to dominate. These figures are all presented in the 2025 projections published last year. And the reductions dominate to 2030 and then continue to 2040. The final point I'd just make is that those reductions are not going to occur in a linear fashion. It's not a straight line pathway to 2030. What we see is very big shifts, particularly when large emitters like coal-fired power stations close. So the Eraring power station plans to close in 2027. The Yallourn brown coal power station plans to close in 2028. And the Muja station by 2029. And it's the exit of those large, lumpy emission sources that lead to non-linear shifts in our emissions out to 2030.
Thanks, Ms Riley. Chair, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. Well, on that note, we will now move off outcome 1.1. I do just note, for the benefit of senators in the room and more generally, that we are running considerably behind. I think we're up near 4.5 hours behind schedule at this point in time. So any efforts that senators can have to assist recover some of that program would be very gratefully received or welcomed by me. We now move to outcome 1.2 in the program, which is support reliable, secure and affordable energy. If those officials could come to the table, please.
G'day. About time.
Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Chair. Is everyone ready? Yep, good. Terrific. In relation to the gas market reforms currently under consideration, are you able to give us a sense of the range of petajoules of gas that you are trying to free up for the domestic market in order to prevent anticipated shortfalls?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Simon Duggan, Deputy Secretary for the Energy Group. I'll hand to my colleague, Ms Savakis, to answer that question.
Senator Paula Savakis, Head of Division, Gas and Liquid Fuels. The gas market review that you've referred to is underway at the moment, and we are due to report to the government by the end of the year on the findings of that outcome of the review.
So you can't provide any more details on that question in particular? Around the range of petajoules that you're trying to free up for the domestic market.
So I think, Senator, so the aim of the review is to ensure, well, a number of things. Firstly, that we get gas into the domestic market that is at a price that is affordable. Second thing is to make sure we address both short-term, medium and long-term gas supply shortfall risks. So in that context, the number of petajoules we're aiming at the domestic market is enough that meets our demand going forward. So that demand will move over time. So typically, I mean, what we observe through the projections is it remains fairly constant, certainly out for about a decade. And so we would seek to make sure that our advice to the government is on options that allow us to have supply that matches that demand.
And at the last estimate session, DISA made it clear that all options were on the table, including an export levy, but it has been reported that that is no longer under consideration. Are you able to advise if those reports are true or whether, in fact, all options are still on the table, including an export levy?
Yeah, so Senator, I think Ms Savakis advised that we're in the final stages at the moment of the review. We'll give our advice to the government. The review, I think the public terms of reference talked about the review being completed before the end of the year. We'll provide our advice to the government in that context.
So it's still on the table then?
Senator, our advice to the government is still being put together, and it will go through a cabinet process, so not in a position at the moment to talk about what options we would put to the government.
For the Minister then, gas prices on the East Coast have tripled since LNG exports commenced, and Australians haven't been compensated for this. Do you think that a levy on gas company exports, who we know are notorious non-payers of tax, should also be implemented to help Australians with cost of living pressures that gas companies have in large part caused?
I think Mr Duggan gave you a very accurate assessment of the proper way of answering these questions in the context of Cabinet deliberations. And I'm bound by the same requirements that bind Mr Duggan and his colleagues on these questions.
It was reported that there are two options being considered. I'm sure you probably back me off, but the first just involves the 3 LNG exporters. The other involves a broader option with all gas producers. Given how adept gas companies are at manipulating systems, how important, manipulating systems, whether it is the tax code or even WA's reservation scheme, how important is simplicity and preventing gaming of the rules in the design of your policy?
Yeah, so Senator, when we look internationally, there are different ways of approaching the challenge of ensuring we've got enough domestic gas into the domestic market. So we're aware of different options for doing that. And so we are, in providing our advice to the government, we are trying to assess which options, as I said before, get to ensuring that we keep downward pressure on gas prices, ensure, very importantly, that we meet our future domestic gas needs. In that context, of course, there is a high premium on ensuring that, whatever model we recommend to the government achieves the objectives. So we want to ensure that there's no leakage from whatever system, the government regulatory system the government would put in place to support the domestic gas market. And you're right. I mean, if you had a choice between a complex regulatory system and a simple regulatory system, I think business would always prefer the simple regulatory system because that gives them the most clarity around which they can take investment decisions. So, yes, to the extent that we can recommend simplicity, we would certainly aim to do that.
And is there any further timeline you can give us on when that, I know we're at 1st of December today, but when we might expect to see that review?
So the commitment in the terms of reference was that the review would be completed before the end of the year, and that remains the commitment.
Okay, next question's a bit of a jump, and I know that we did cover, hang on a moment, data centres in the previous line of questioning, but I just had one other question to follow up on there. In the US, we're seeing regular citizens facing sharp increases in their energy bills because of the massive construction of data-hungry data centres. Can you provide an indication of what we're doing here to sort of safeguard against that happening in Australia?
Yeah, so Senator, I'll start, and then my colleagues who are working specifically on these issues will add to my answer. So there's a lot of work that is taking place certainly between ourselves and the jurisdictions. So this was a piece of work commissioned by the Energy and Climate Ministerial Council that we looked specifically at the implications of data centres for the Australian electricity grid. Also a lot of work taking place with the market bodies. So AEMO, when it comes to do its integrated system plan and it projects forward demand for electricity, data centres has become an increasing component of that work. But Mr McKissick has been leading our work on that, so I'll hand to him in case you wanted to add.
Thanks, Mr Duggan. Adam McKissick, Chief Energy Economist in DQ. So yeah, we are, through our work with the states and territories, trying to better understand demand from data centres. It has grown quite significantly in the last sort of few years, sort of post-COVID, as that sort of demand for digital services in the economy has grown. So I think really it's a matter of trying to sort of balance supply and demand in the system. So I think ourselves and AEMO have put a lot of time into better understanding what might be coming. So I think AEMO has upgraded its demand forecasts for data centres. So currently it's about 2% of grid demand. If you look at the NEM, that's forecast to grow to 6% by 2930 and 12% by 2049-50. So does it increase prices? Well, if you don't plan for it, it could. But I guess we are in the process of trying to understand how that demand will evolve over time and ensuring that the supply does match that growth in demand.
Thank you. And is the capacity investment scheme calibrated for those sorts of increases? So, additional demand sources?
Yeah, so the capacity investment scheme is calibrated to the government's target of getting to 82% renewable energy by 2030. So the question when you come to think about 82% is 82% of what? So 82% of what we project the level of demand for electricity to be in 2030. So yes, it is calibrated to meet that level of demand. Worth noting, the capacity investment scheme supports grid-scale solar, wind and storage technologies. It's not intended to support, the individual power needs of an individual facility, be it a data centre or anything else. It's really about grid-forming generation and storage technologies.
Thank you. Well, I think the rest of my questions will have to wait for estimates next year when the gas market review is released and we've had time to digest it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hodgins-May. I'm going to Senator Smith.
Just on the same topic, if we may, just in regards to data centre and future energy demands, that trajectory that you talked about, 2% to 6% to 12% by 2050, that's the Australian context?
Yes, that's the national electricity market demand.
That's right, you did say. And how does that compare with the international trajectory or the trajectory for sort of similar countries to ourselves?
I probably couldn't answer that precisely, but I think it is part of a global trend towards digitisation, and I think many economies have seen this pull forward in demand for digital services, particularly since the COVID period, where we all started doing a lot more things online. For example, video conferencing, e-commerce, etc. So I think it is very much a trend we're seeing across the globe, but I don't really have numbers on comparable countries.
There are reasons to think that Australia will be, already is, not just will be, already is a preferred destination for digital infrastructure development. Our land mass,
that's right, yeah.
Our proximity to fast-growing digital markets, our Five Eyes security status, our good governance, the accessibility for low-cost solar and wind and storage, which is in demand in particular from these firms, does mean that Australia will be a destination for this kind of investment. We do see that as in the national interest. To secure that investment. It's sort of outside the scope of this portfolio and questions here, but of course where it intersects here and with the work of the states and territories in this is to the extent that those investments underpin parallel generation and storage and transmission investments, that is good for the efficiency and stability of our electricity network. But if it's unplanned, of course, it ain't.
The International Energy Agency has reported that data centres are powered approximately 60% by fossil fuels and I think about 27% by renewable energy. Is that that proportionality, is that similar to our experience, and do you expect that to be the experience over the forward projections?
So I think, Senator, we have a higher degree of renewable penetration today than most OECD economies. So I think to the extent that these data centres are drawing on the grid, we would already have a high degree of renewable supported by gas, supported by battery support for data centres. When we look forward, of course, the expectation again, to the extent that these data centres are connected to the grid, and of course you would have seen propositions, some are thinking about locating in places where they'd have their own dedicated electricity source, so we don't assume that that's always the case. But yeah, the expectation would be that you would see, you know, a growing reliance on, you know, firmed renewable energy as being the basis. And I think that went to the Minister's response, which is Australia has some comparative advantage in providing that type of electricity to support data centres.
So when considering the expansion of data centres in Australia, what are some of the key regulatory issues that need to be considered?
Yeah, I think certainly a pressure point for data centres is connection to the grid. Particularly in our sort of more populated metropolitan areas, Sydney and Melbourne. So I think there's, you know, certainly some pressure on the regulators looking at new connections to sort of ensure timely connection of data centres to grid. I think obviously we're interested, getting to your question earlier, Senator, to ensure that this growth in demand is consistent with the push towards a higher renewables penetration. So we are obviously, you know, interested to see how demand unfolds in the sector. The sort of data centres we're seeing in Australia currently, you know, they're really sort of focused on storage and distribution of data, have quite flat loads, right? So they don't change particularly the shape of demand in the system at the moment. But obviously, you know, questions around things like demand flexibility are questions we was, you know, obviously quite interested in learning more about. But I think, yeah, those are probably some of the key, from a, I guess, energy sector perspective, regulatory issues we'd be thinking about, but they're, you know, across government, I guess, data centres are raising issues in other portfolios as well.
So a risk would be that sort of, that trajectory that you talked about before. A risk to that trajectory would be, for whatever reason, sort of interruption or disruption to the renewable energy rollout?
I don't think we see it as a risk. I think obviously as we sort of look at demand evolving in the system going forward, we just want to understand what that demand looks like. I don't think we've identified a particular risk from this demand source, which is, you know, as we mentioned earlier, currently about 2% of total demand, ramping up to 6% over 5 years. But yeah, I don't think we've identified a particular risk in respect about rollout.
But any risk, any effort to stop or slow down energy generation or transmission rollout is a risk to industry, no question. These kind of characters whipping up misinformation and disinformation in regional communities are a danger to blue-collar jobs, are a danger to blue-collar jobs. You know, killing jobs in industrial centres by trying to slow down nation-building electricity modernisation, whether it's in wind or solar or batteries or gas firming or transmission. Of course that's a risk. That's why we're trying to get on with it.
So when you're calculating that expected trajectory, how do you do that? Do you look at data centres that are you know, under consideration? Do you look at data centres that have been you know, approved? What are the inputs into that trajectory?
Yeah, I mean, we are relying quite a lot on the good work that AEMO has been doing, the Australian Energy Market Operator. So I've done a lot of detailed work talking to the sector, trying to understand, you know, company by company, what that profile of demand looks like, and that'll obviously feed into their 2026 ISP that will be released, I think, later this year. So yeah, I think it's very much they're doing the more detailed work, and we're sort of really kind of relying very much on what AEMO is doing in this space.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Leave it at that. Yep, thank you.
Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, I will go back to Minister, the big fat lie that energy is going to be cheaper. Front page of The Australian, trapped in transition turmoil. Minister, Australians are paying a very dear price, including many businesses which are either looking at closure or already being forced to close because of these skyrocketing electricity prices. When are electricity prices going to come down?
Well, electricity prices, as you're aware, are from the Treasury analysis that we commissioned as part of looking at the approach, including the impact of alternative approaches. There are two pathways in front of Australia. One, lower cost.
Minister, prices are going up.
This is...
You don't realise this.
I know you find this hard to imagine.
Well,
right? But
Australians are
Senator Henderson, the minister's answering your question. And you've got to give him a chance to answer that.
You have no credibility in arguing that prices are coming down.
Under your schmozzle, costs go starkly up. And what we saw is, no matter of waving around, the New Statesman or Pravda Daily or
you
the
can't
Australian
address the question,
or whatever you've got here,
the Prime Minister
gets away from
Senator Henderson.
Gets away from
Senator Henderson. We've talked about this in different contexts. We just need the minister to be able to answer.
Sharply rising costs for Australians, and there is a very basic sort of control experiment that you can do. You can look at the decade, almost a decade, between 2013 and 2022. A period of disinvestment, which the Liberal Party used to worry about, sovereign risk, used to worry about the impact of policy
when
dysfunction.
When electricity price is going to come down.
Used to worry about...
You're just going to keep ducking and weaving and not address the question.
What I'm going to do is answer the question.
That is the question.
Your side
the question
of
is being answered.
Bears the responsibility for every power bill that goes up, every cost increase for businesses is your responsibility.
No, Minister.
It is like the teenage arsonist complaining that the bushfire brigade didn't arrive on time.
You're like the emperor with no clothes. You're trotting down the street on your horse.
We are here as a government.
Nothing to see here.
Investing in the energy sector.
Senator Henderson, please.
What you did,
Senator Henderson, the process needs to be allowed to play out. Question and answer. No, the minister is answering your question. The minister is answering your question.
And that has lasting effects in the Australian energy market. It has done incredible damage to our national prosperity. Your side of politics, with 4 gigawatts leaving the system, with almost nothing going in to replace it, with 24 out of 28 coal-fired power stations announcing or bringing forward their closure over that period, and nobody did anything about it, like not a thing. I just watched the electricity system deteriorate.
I'm just going to ask you.
And that has meant, that has set back the national effort, has set back the Australian interest by a decade. Now, we are working hard to recover the position in a sensible and straightforward way that's based by the best. That's based on the best economics, the best investment strategy. Now, appreciate, the Liberal Party's afraid of the modern world. I get it.
Minister,
you're not going to be on board with all that.
Australians are afraid of your energy policies because they are failing Australians.
The teenage arsonist would.
They are failing Australians, your policies.
Well,
energy prices are going through the roof, and all you can do
because of Mr. Morrison, Mr. Abbott, Mr. Turnbull couldn't get it together.
Pathetic.
Done immeasurable damage to Australians, and every time your side of politics wrecks, Australians pay the price.
Yeah. This is the price that's being paid, Minister.
So
businesses across this country are paying the price of your high energy prices, your renewables only.
All right, senators and minister. Minister,
the odds will cover
it's a disaster, it's a disaster.
Minister and Senator Henderson, Senator Reyes, Senator Henderson, Senator Reyes. I'm not sure this is getting us anywhere, particularly within the context of estimates. No, Senator Henderson, just hold on for one moment. At this point, as I've said on a number of occasions today and at previous estimates, this format works best with a question and an answer. There is plenty of opportunity for both of you to argue in other contexts. Senator Henderson.
Thanks very much, Chair. Mr Kaiser, I'm not sure the relevant official, but I'm wanting to know about how many gigawatts has been underwritten through the capacity investment scheme to date.
Oh, Senator, there's people here who can certainly help you with the answer to that question.
Have I got chocolate on my mouth?
Senator Matthew Bryan, Division Head of the Clean Energy Investment and Facilitation Division. So I'll just add up the totals here. So we have in total 63 projects, totalling 18.2 gigawatts.
And of the capacity underwritten through that scheme, how much capacity is operating in the NEM for generation and storage capacity?
So for
both generation and storage.
So for generation, that's 37 projects totalling 12.2 gigawatts. And for storage, that's 26 projects totalling 6 gigawatts or 22.2 gigawatt hours of capacity. And that excludes some of the storage that's been brought through the generation tenders.
So are they all operating projects or are they just pending projects?
No, so the capacity investment scheme targets early stage projects. So
Right.
it targets projects to be delivered by 2030. So those projects will be delivered in the future.
Oh, so they're not. So the 18 gigawatts of power, that has not yet been delivered.
That's right. So that is currently underwritten and contracted to be delivered by 2030. So a lot of that will hit final investment decision in 2026 and commence construction after that.
So are these projects being tracked that are being underwritten under the CIS? And of those projects, how many are on schedule? How many are behind? Can you give us information on that?
Yep. So they are all signed up to fairly detailed, what we call capacity investment scheme agreements. So the projects, as you'd imagine, once the projects are announced, there's a fairly detailed contractual negotiation process that follows that. So to date, of the 63, we've signed contracts with 22 projects worth 6.5 gigawatts. Now, a number of the auctions are finished in sort of August this year, so we're still negotiating with them. So that's 41 projects that we're still in negotiations with. And as you did understand, these are 15
So you've only contracted 6 gigawatts?
That's right, 6.5 gigawatts.
6.5 gigawatts.
That's right. And those all have very detailed milestones and they're all on track at the moment.
And so the other projects are not? So
Not
how many
contracted
projects are
yet.
on schedule?
So of the ones we've signed, they're all on schedule to meet their milestones.
And so what if the CIS does not deliver on time, meaning you've got all these unsigned contracts? What are the contingency plans that the government is making?
Well, I'm not sure I understand the question, sorry.
Well, you're looking to bring in another 18 gigawatts of power under the capacity investment scheme. Do you have any contingency plans if you do not deliver what you're proposing to do?
So there are a number of features of the scheme that are designed to help us with that. One of the features is that we have front-loaded the tenders. So in total, we're looking to contract 40 gigawatts, and we've front-loaded them. So a lot of the capacity has been contracted up front. That'll allow us to re-tender towards the end of the scheme, the third year of the scheme, if the projects haven't been delivered. We do require a bond to be signed up front of up to $4 million per project, and if the project proponents don't deliver on time, they stand to lose that bond. And of course, ultimately, if they don't deliver on time, we'll work with them to deliver cure plans and appropriate mitigation strategies. But if the projects ultimately can't be delivered to our satisfaction, then they're cancelled and that capacity will be retendered.
Will the government need to consider the phase out of coal, noting recently that all ministers gave themselves expanded legal powers to enter into orderly exit management contracts with generators?
That might be outside
So
mine.
Senator, as you note, there was a body of work that was done through the Energy and Climate Ministerial Council, led by New South Wales, called the Orderly Exit Management Framework. So that's a framework that all jurisdictions are able to opt into on a voluntary basis that help them to think their way through and set some pretty clear pathways and criteria around supporting coal's exit from the electricity grid. New South Wales has signed up to it. They're using it in the context of the Eraring power station. And as I said, voluntary for other jurisdictions to sign up as they see fit. But very much managed at the state level, Senator, not something that the Commonwealth is actively engaged in.
Just on the IEMO's report today, saying that Eraring can't close in 2027 based on current circumstances because it would destabilise the grid. So what do you say to that concerning development today?
So what AEMO said was that new investments and reforms are needed to maintain system security in advance of what they call transition points. So the exit of a large coal-fired power generation plant is one of those transition points. They talk about opportunities to co-optimise both reliability and system security investment to keep costs as low as possible. Then they go on to say industry and governments have actions underway to manage the identified transition points, and the AEMO will continue to work collaboratively to signal and support the required investments and reforms needed to maintain system security. So what AEMO are doing is feeding into a body of work, again commissioned by Energy and Climate Ministerial Council, around a system security action plan, which has been well publicised. It was something that was in the last communique of the ECMC. They'll get an update at their December meeting. And what we're seeing as a result of that is states making investment in the replacement system security services. So things like in New South Wales, significant investment in synchronous condensers. In South Australia, they've just commissioned a firm mechanism working with AEMO Services Limited. So the states are leaning in to address some of the risks that AEMO talk about in the near term. But in the longer term, there's a review underway, the National Electricity Market Review led by Professor Tim Nelson, that is looking at system security services as one of the things that could be procured through what they're recommending be a new electricity system entry mechanism. And so in the medium to long term, there will be a NEM-wide market solution to this problem. In the near term, the states are leaning in to do the investment that would help to reduce that reliance on the spinning turbines that are currently provided at the moment by coal-fired power stations.
So just on the... Yeah.
Wind up, otherwise I'll move the call on.
I've got some more questions, Chair.
Okay, in which case then
Can I just finish on this point and then I can just as a follow-on from that particular response that Mr Duggan made.
Very quickly, please.
So just in relation to IEMO's report and the Eraring coal-fired power station, IEMO is saying it may need to activate backup contracts to preserve the grid stability, or intervene in the market up to 30% of the time at significant cost to consumers. So IEMO is deeply concerned about the current situation in relation to Eraring's closure.
So the way I read the AEMO report is that they're outlining the tools and instruments that are at AEMO's disposal in the event that the investment doesn't come through in a timely enough manner to enable Eraring to exit. So if we didn't have the new synchronous condensers, the other spinning sort of turbine technologies that you need in order to maintain the inertia in the system as Eraring exits, then what I read AEMO was saying is they have other instruments that they could use. They're more temporary emergency instruments. And so what I read it is as a bit of a call for more investment in system security services. I think that was the intent.
Thanks, Mr David. Thanks, Chair. I'll come back.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. Senator Walker.
Thank you. Off the back of that line of questioning, do you think that unplanned outages of coal generators might have an effect on electricity prices?
Thank you, Senator. What we've observed and what we have been observing over recent quarters is there's a very high relationship between unplanned outages of coal in the system and what we call high price events in the electricity market. So when you have an unplanned outage, unfortunately the other generation capacity in the market doesn't have the opportunity to gear up in anticipation of the event. So what then tends to happen is you're left relying on the other system services that are available, and in this context it's often backup gas-fired power generation. And on a marginal cost basis, that gas-fired generation tends to be the highest cost. So when a coal-fired power generator goes out of the market in an unexpected way, you end up relying on the highest cost option, and that pushes up, if you like, average prices through the course of the day. So yes, there is a correlation between coal outage and high prices.
And what do you think the best way is to mitigate the reliability and price risks that we're seeing ageing coal plants are imposing?
So clearly the best option here is to ensure that we get as much of the replacement generation capacity in advance of the need. So if we've got enough supply of electricity in the market before those ageing coal-fired power generators retire, and consistent with the response I gave to the previous question, it's not just the generation capacity, there's also the system services that a coal-fired power generator will provide. You need to be able to replace the generation capacity and those system services. If you can do that in advance of the exit and in advance of the coal-fired power stations becoming even more unreliable than they are today, then you can ensure that you avoid more of those high-price events, and that would hold average electricity prices down.
Thanks. The Energy Security Board said in their 2022 report, the Capacity Mechanism Higher Level Design Paper, that in the previous 10 years, 1 gigawatt of new dispatchable capacity was built and 1.4 gigawatts was retired. Can you describe the lasting effect of a net loss of dispatchable capacity on the energy system, and what is this government doing to fix it?
So demand for electricity is rising over time for a variety of reasons. We're seeing businesses take the opportunity to electrify. You get rising electricity demand with economic growth. So all of that, and we just had a discussion about data centres, all of that means that you need to get more and more generation capacity online in order to meet demand. At the same time, the average age of an Australian coal-fired power generator today is 38 years. The usual productive life is about 42 years. So we have a need over the next period to get more generation capacity in from alternate sources to be able to replace that ageing technology. So to the extent that there are periods of underinvestment in electricity, then you need to follow that with a period of strong investment in electricity in order to ensure that we can keep electricity prices down, meet reliability standards and meet all the system security services that we need in the market.
Thank you. I also note in the latest electricity statement of opportunities, a number of reliability gaps were identified, including from the retirement of ageing coal plants. How is the capacity investment scheme filling those gaps and ensuring reliability of the energy system going forward?
So I think you just heard from Mr Bryan that the capacity investment scheme is supporting new generation technology. It's also supporting new storage technology. So 40 gigawatts of additional capacity there is intended to be able to get the on-grid electricity to 82% renewables by 2030. That is the objective of the capacity investment scheme. In doing that, with the additional supply coming online, that is again intended to keep prices lower, keep reliability where it needs to be, so meeting the reliability standards, and keep system security where it needs to be. So the capacity investment scheme is bringing on that supply that I talked about that we need to meet that rising electricity demand in the context of older generation technology coming out of the system.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. If you just give me one moment. Sarah, are you going to be able to finish? We're going to, just to set out the plan, which is going back to Senator Henderson. We're going to push out the break a little bit with a view to then trying to get to the Climate Change Authority immediately following our afternoon tea break. So, Senator Henderson.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and I appreciate your patience with us trying to get all our questions prioritised. Mr Duggan, can I just ask about what happens when the government writes a contract with under the CIS? What steps are taken to make sure the project is viable? We've just heard about all these projects, many of which are not signed contracts. Do you check they've gone through all the FIRB approvals, landhold approvals, state planning, that they've got proper agreements with IEMO, that the energy project itself is viable, it can connect to the grid? We're just concerned there's a lot of big talk about the 18 gigawatts being underwritten by the CIS, but just very concerned about the nuts and bolts of the viability of these projects.
Senator Wiltshire Branch Aid Capacity Investment Scheme. I think the first part of your question is we have a very extensive assessment process to actually choose the projects in the first place, including a whole bunch of merit criteria that the projects must satisfy, and then due diligence. And then once the projects are successful and we write a contract with them, there are a number of developmental milestones that the projects have to reach. So things like, do they have their land tenure, their planning and environment approvals, AEMO notification, can they connect, and all of that sort of thing. FIRB approval is not a condition of signing a contract, but they must have their FIRB approvals down the track. So all of that is part of the contracting process.
So is it a requirement that a proponent must have delivered an energy project before signing up under the CIS?
It's not mandatory, but it does go to the assessment process. So we do look at the track record of the proponents and what they have delivered in the past. So if they do have a strong track record, they're likely to be found to be of higher merit under that criteria.
And just to add to Ms Wiltshire's answer, from a policy perspective, you wouldn't want to limit yourself to people who've already delivered it. You'd want to have a competitive market where new contestants are coming in and adding pressure for lower cost bids.
Or you may want to be engaging companies that have got a track record in delivering other energy projects.
That's right, they might be overseas, not just in Australia.
Or they could be Australian. And on that, I do want to ask about whether the department is aware that it's using taxpayer money to underwrite capacity generation and storage projects with links to the Chinese government.
Well, what I'd say in relation to that, Senator, is that, as Ms Wiltshire said, any project will need to satisfy the FIRB approvals in the normal way. So, to the extent there are any concerns around that, that will be dealt with by Treasury.
Right, so you don't. So I just want to ask specifically about Ganaspi Energy, which is outsourcing work to companies linked to the Chinese government, and that Pacific Blue, even though they have local operations, is owned by the Chinese government. Has that raised any particular issues for the government?
So those projects do, like Mr Bryan said, they have to go through the normal FIRB process, which, as you would be aware, is managed by Treasury. So the Clements Gap project does have its FIRB approval, and Ganaspi does not yet have its FIRB approval.
But you just gave evidence saying that getting FIRB approval was not a precondition to entering into a contract.
Correct.
So, Senator, just to explain, if they subsequently do not get their FIRB approval, then they would have the contractual negotiations ceased, or if a contract's been signed, that contract would be terminated.
So, of the 18 gigawatts that we spoke about earlier, how many of those projects have FIRB approval?
might have to take that on notice, sorry, Senator, but we can get that number.
Has there been any FIRB approvals?
Yes, there have been FIRB approvals.
Or if you could provide us with the details and how many gigawatts they involve.
Yep.
Did the department seek any advice from FIRB or any national security agency in relation to the projects that have got ownership connections with the Chinese government?
We don't seek advice from the national security agencies. We rely on the FIRB processes, so the satisfaction of those normal processes that govern foreign investment into Australia. So there's nothing on top of those normal processes.
And so what about national security or sovereignty risks?
Well, that all gets picked up in that FIRB process.
Right, so you go through the entire process. You might even contract companies.
That's right.
Which have got these deep connections or ownership with the Chinese government.
And then
before they go through any sort of interrogation through Treasury.
Correct, Senator. So as we said before, they're early stage processes. So these are projects to be delivered by 2030. A number of them won't have their environmental approvals yet. They won't have their planning approvals. They won't have secured a contractor. They won't have their engineering plans. These are all milestones that will be achieved in the future. And for some of them, one of their milestones will be securing FIRB approval. And if they fail to meet that milestone, then the contract is cancelled.
So just in relation to these agreements, if we could just get on notice the information about each of these agreements, where they're at, including copies of the agreements or draft agreements, and in relation to any other issues, if we could just get all that relevant correspondence, please.
Yeah, Senator, just to be really clear here, so to the extent that there is a CIS contract that is written with a company that then needs to go through a FIRB process, if that FIRB process is not successful, that company by definition will never receive any taxpayer support. So the contract only comes into force and there's only taxpayer support at the point where they start generating and they start making revenue at that point. So I just don't want to leave you with the impression that there's any chance here that someone that doesn't get FIRB approval actually receives underwriting support. They may get a contract, but that contract would be voided if they weren't successful in the FIRB process.
And hence my point about the number of uncontracted agreements. So there seems to be so much uncertainty of that 18 gigawatts of additional power. There's so many unknowns about whether that will be delivered.
So, Senator, we are still at a relatively early stage in the rollout of the capacity investment scheme. As Mr Bryan pointed to, we've intentionally tried to front load the contracting so that we have time to work with companies through the milestones that they'll need to meet in order to ultimately receive any support through the capacity investment scheme. To the extent that a company fails one of those milestones, that gives us the opportunity later in the tendering process to re-tender what would otherwise have been. That's a helpful protection for us in making sure that...
So as the official indicated before, that front-loading the process means that it means that if a proponent doesn't meet one of the milestones, it's much easier to backfill with another project. They have to meet milestones. Many of them require foreign investment. Like we're not going to build our electricity system with just Australian capital here. Foreign investment is a good thing. We welcome it. We've got a FIRB regime that deals with those kind of questions. It's not a Port of Darwin kind of question where your government flogged off that asset.
Well, you promised to dispose of that asset, Minister. You promised to dispose
in a pretty shameful kind of way.
So that's another broken promise by your government.
But there are other milestones that they have to meet as well. Some of them require capital raising, some of them require, or all of them will require development approvals, environmental approvals, a series of other agreements. They'll need to engage the right contractors. Like that process has to step its way out, and this initial contracting gives them the confidence to proceed with those other sometimes quite expensive processes for them.
All right, thanks, Minister. Sorry, I have to go through my questions so quickly. How many projects have a connection agreement with IEMO?
We can take that on notice, Senator.
Do any projects?
With what, sorry, Senator?
Yes, Senator.
So do you know?
No, we don't. I wouldn't hazard a guess, Senator. We take that on notice.
Okay. I just want to also ask, and I am trying to race through my questions as quickly as I can. Can you detail what rebates, grants and any other financial payments or support the Commonwealth has made to underwrite or support coal generators since May 2022?
So, Senator, the capacity investment scheme, if that's the instrument that you're specifically asking for. So, in the context of the energy price relief plan, so undertaken at the end of 2022.
No, Mr Duggan, just so you understand my question, I'm asking all right across Commonwealth spend, what rebates, grants and any other financial payments or support provided by the Commonwealth in relation to underwriting or supporting coal generators, so right across the board.
Yeah, so Senator, I was going to the one that I'm aware of, which is, as part of the energy price relief plan, what the government did with the Queensland and New South Wales governments at that time was target the source of the price pressure that was coming towards Australian consumers from Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which was an elevation in both coal prices and gas prices. So you may recall at that time there was a gas price cap that was put in place. As well as that, the Commonwealth Government entered into arrangements with the New South Wales and Queensland governments to decrease the cost of coal that was going into the coal generators to take pressure off electricity prices. As part of those arrangements, there was a coal price cap of $135 a tonne that was put in place for the coal inputs to electricity generation, and to the extent that those coal generators that had contracts that were worth more than that, Commonwealth and New South Wales and Queensland governments had a financial sharing arrangement to share the costs of meeting the difference for the coal generator.
So what's the Commonwealth's contribution to that scheme?
So the Commonwealth's contribution was the states dealt with the coal generators.
No, in the quantum of money.
In the quantum, it was 3 years ago now, Senator. I'd need to take that on notice. I can't recall the quantum.
But was your question about new generation capacity, wasn't it?
No, I was just simply asking, I did ask it twice, Minister, that what rebates, grants or any other financial payments or support that the Commonwealth has provided to underwrite or support coal generators since May 2022.
Yeah, the one I'm aware of is the one I just described.
Are there any other payments that have been made?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Right, so you don't have any idea, or you couldn't get that information back to the table?
I could take on notice, Senator, whether there have been any others. I'm pretty confident there haven't, but I could take it on notice.
No, sorry, under the coal cap, do you know what the quantum...
the quantum...
roughly, are we talking 10 million, are we talking 5, 50, 100?
Ms Gowans will be able to...
Ms Gowans, do you have that number?
I do, Senator. Kirsty Gowans, Head of Electricity for DQ. So in the 2022-23 final budget outcome, $165.4 million was paid to New South Wales on payment for those coal arrangements. In another $34.6 million paid to New South Wales, and in the 24-25 the final budget outcome was $191.1 million to New South Wales and $245.4 million paid to Queensland, and all of that was paid through Federation funding arrangements, so grant payments, Senator.
Okay, we're roughly talking about $500 million or so.
Yes, in the ballpark.
And is there any further call on the Commonwealth in relation to supporting coal generation? Any further requests pending?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Mr Duggan? Okay. Chair, I just want to very quickly ask about some deep concerns, and Minister, I can raise these with you. This is very much in your portfolio, about a number of different major manufacturers which have
how long?
Probably a maximum of about... If the Minister's very quick with his answers, I think we should do this in 3 or 4 minutes. 3 minutes.
Well, I'm just going to flag that we've now been going for about 12 in this block.
Yes, sure. I'm trying to make it 15, Chair.
Okay.
I am trying to get through it very quickly. Minister, just in relation to a number of facilities, industrial facilities that are facing very grave threats, Tomago,
I think.
Tomago, sorry. Tomago being one. There's rumours that there's going to be a relief package announced. Minister, could you please update the committee on what you're planning in relation to supporting Tomago?
I'll take it on notice, Senator. We are, as I've indicated.
You can't take it on notice if you know the answer, Minister.
I can and I will. This is an important facility. We're engaged in real-life negotiations and discussions that will require, of course, from the owners of that facility's perspective, they want to see some security around the future arrangements. But I know what would kill that facility stone dead. Another 5 minutes of uncertainty like that from the previous government, the incapacity to build out the electricity system has endangered that facility. Incapacity to be able to build the transmission system over the previous decade has made it tougher for that facility. Continued policy uncertainty from the other side of politics ain't good for that facility either. The nuclear power plan that Mr Dutton and Mr Taylor brought to the last. Well, you've asked the question. Brought to the last election was predicated on closing that facility.
Yeah.
It was in the modelling to close that facility.
This is a serious.
Well, it's serious. You guys are trying to close the facility. We're trying to keep it open.
The survival of these industrial facilities.
Your side of politics tried to kill it stone dead. We are trying to keep it open.
Minister, there's also been reports about Gladstone Power Station. Can I just maybe to you, Mr Duggan, ask, do you have a list of facilities that are facing financial pressures or imminent closure, or facilities with which you are dealing very closely in relation to financial pressures that they are facing? I mean, we're talking about thousands of jobs here.
So the answer to your first question is no. The answer to your second question is I'll just refer to the answer given by the Minister about the sensitivity of the discussions that are being had with the Tomago facility.
Are any other facilities seeking any sort of financial support from the Commonwealth at the moment?
Well, these are questions for the Department of Industry, and I look forward to seeing you there.
Well, insofar as this department is concerned.
They're really within my responsibility. I mean, officials can answer to the extent that they can, but in terms of discussions around the place that are, the result of a decade of electricity and gas dysfunction from the previous government, we're working through those questions, trying to sort of rebuild from the wreckage.
All right, look, I'll leave it there. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. I just have two quick questions to ask. First, if a capacity investment scheme project doesn't finish construction, does it receive a deemed rate of return?
If it doesn't commence complete construction, one of the conditions of receiving underwriting payments under the capacity investment scheme is that you must have completed construction and you must be operational. Okay,
so there aren't any secret agreements that pay a deemed rate of return even if they don't produce any power?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, we now move off outcome 1.2 and we are going to begin again with the Climate Change Authority in 15 minutes, or 14 minutes actually, so that's 4:05 p.m. Thank you very much. Make a start with our next session. I call officers from the Climate Change Authority. I welcome in the room officers, and I'll come to you to just say your names, please. And I also welcome by video conference the Honourable Matt Keane, the Chair of the Climate Change Authority. While the committee endeavours to be flexible around these things, I do just want to restate that it is our usual expectation for officers, particularly heads of agencies, to be present in person. Mr Keane, I understand that you're not doing so because of caring responsibilities, but I'm just restating that expectation in terms of estimates. Now, do either Mr Keane or officers in the room wish to make an opening statement? No.
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay, in which case I will go immediately to questions, and Senator McKim.
Thank you, Mr Keane. Thanks very much for your attendance this afternoon. Sorry about the delays. I just wanted to firstly ask you about renewable energy, and noting that in your previous annual report you stated, or the authority stated, your expectation that we will fall short of the 2030 renewables target by 8 gigawatts, and there's also been some other analysis that you might be aware of who think we'll end up around 63-64% of renewables by 2030. Has the authority updated that work at all since your previous annual report?
Senator McKim, we've just handed down our most recent annual report. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, that's right.
Well, I think it's worth pointing out that some of the government's policies are still to get full traction in that, such as the capacity investment scheme, for example. We expect the capacity investment scheme will help drive many gigawatts of new renewable energy generation into the grid. We heard from your earlier witness that there are, in fact, 18.2 gigawatts from dozens of projects that are falling under that scheme. What we haven't done as well is factor in the exit of some of the coal-fired power stations in that annual report. As I think Deputy Secretary Rowley pointed out, that the emissions trajectory will be lumpy, and the replacement of existing sources of generation will also be lumpy. But we expect the capacity investment scheme will underwrite the installation of new capacity that will be able to provide for the exit of the existing stuff.
All right, thanks. Is it the authority's view that we will or will not meet our 2030 renewables target?
The authority's view is that we will meet the 2030 renewables target. In fact, it was in the assumptions that we baked into the 2035 targets that we advised the government on earlier. So our expectation is that the government will meet its 2035 target and 2030 renewables target. And that was based on discussions with Daniel Westerman and AEMO. They fully expect the grid to meet that 83% target.
So analysts at Rystad and Green Energy Markets think we'll end up at, say, 63-64% renewables by 2030. So you don't agree with that, obviously.
No, I think I don't agree, because I think you need to take into account additional government policies that have been put in place. Only last week, with the support of the Greens, Senator, much to your credit, you removed some of the green tape that was slowing down the installation of wind and solar projects. That is not only a good thing for business, that they get certainty, but it should speed up the approval process. So I can speak to New South Wales. A wind project currently takes about 3 years to go through the various green and red tape approval processes. That's before you get to financial close. That's before you actually build the infrastructure. So it's taking about 8 years, for example, for a wind project to get approved. The changes to the EPBC Act should speed that up. So I think once you take that into account, the capacity investment scheme and the requirement to build new capacity before old capacity exits, I have every confidence that we'll be able to hit that target.
All right, thanks. I just wanted to go now to your 2035 emissions reduction target advice that you provided to the government earlier this year. Your interim advice, your interim report, had a target range of 65% to 75%. So what changed between then and your final advice to government, which was a range of 65 to 70%? In other words, a decline of 5% in ambition at the top level.
Senator, the first thing that changed is that there was a new chair that came into the role. So that consultation paper talking about 65 to 75% was put out in the public domain before I was appointed to chair the Climate Change Authority. When I took on the role in roughly September, we were undertaking extensive community and stakeholder consultation. We received over 500 submissions from interested parties, ranging from community, First Nations and industry stakeholders. We conducted over 500 meetings with key stakeholders. I chaired a number of those meetings. And I guess one thing that was apparent is the economics of some of the technologies that could have got us to that higher end of the range. I had some question marks over, so we did some additional work on that to sort of kick the tyres to see how far and how fast we could go in a practical sense. My focus was on how far and how fast we could go while still growing the economy. In addition to that, there were some geopolitical changes. I don't need to tell you, Senator McKim. Obviously, there was a change in leadership in the White House, which saw, the United States take a different posture when it comes to emissions reduction. They were some of the factors that became rate limiters on how far and how fast I thought we could go. But obviously, ultimately, the Climate Change Authority is made up of a number of members from diverse backgrounds, ranging from the Chief Scientist of Australia, Tony Haymet, right through the Chair of Australia's the former chair of the National Farmers Federation. So it was about bringing those various parties together to find common ground. And I'm confident that the advice we landed on, 62 to 70%, was not only the consensus position of the Climate Change Authority and its membership based on that extensive work that we've done, but I think it's firmly my view that it's in our national interest. We can, against the backdrop of those emissions reductions, we can continue to grow our economy, and that's what the modelling brought out.
I think it's more important to reduce emissions radically myself, and I think you'll find that unless we do that, our economy will decline significantly over time. But rather than get in a sort of philosophical debate about that, I just wanted to go back to some of the specifics you mentioned in your question. You mentioned geopolitical events and specifically Trump's ascension to the White House, but you also mentioned you wanted to kick some tyres, I think you said, on some of the technological or the assumptions that were made around technology. Specifically, what tyres did you kick?
Well, I think it was deep engagement with industry. So take, for example, carbon capture storage. I mean, that was one technology that people were very bullish about. I had my doubts about that technology, and then when we investigated it further with the scientists and a number of the industry participants, I think the ambitions of that technology did not meet where the contribution that it could actually make towards emissions reduction. So, Senator McKim, I'd like to think that I took a conservative approach where the technologies were available to be rolled out at scale that could assist families and businesses with cost of living pressures, then we banked that. Where the technologies weren't available to be rolled out at scale at a price point that made sense, then we deferred to investing further in R&D. So renewable energy is one of those areas where we thought it made sense to replace existing coal-fired power stations that were end of life. It made sense to replace it with the cheapest, most affordable, reliable and cleanest technology, which happens to be renewable. So that's the kind of work we did. But at the end of the day, it came down to the experience of the members of the Climate Change Authority, bringing to bear their different backgrounds and perspectives on these matters. And that's how we landed at 62 to 70%, Senator.
All right. What sort of engagement did you have with Mr Bowen or his office around the target range?
The engagement we had was largely procedural, keeping him informed of the timing, keeping him informed of the process that we were going through. For example, I made a call earlier in the year that, in light of the changes to the geopolitical landscape, that I'd need more time to consider that. That was the view of members of the authority. We kept the Minister's office informed of that. Process and timing was the level of engagement. We didn't go to any matters of substance.
So you had no communications either from Minister Bowen or his office in terms of the substance of the target. Is that your evidence?
That's correct, Senator.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. You said in the executive summary of your 2035 targets advice that it would require, even meeting the lower end, would require ceasing the logging of old-growth forests and halving reclearing rates. The government's been very clear, and the ministers are here and he can tell us if that's changed, but last time we had an exchange across this table, the minister was very clear the government had no intention of ending old-growth logging. So what's the deficit in our emissions that will result from the government not implementing a policy of ending the logging of old-growth forests?
Well, Senator McKim, I might throw to my CEO, Brad Archer, to just go through the quantum of emissions reduction you get out of the old-growth forest. From memory, it was about 3 million tonnes of emissions, but I'll let Brad just clarify that. But what I will say is that the Climate Change Authority's advice is not prescriptive. We provided advice on the pathways that we thought were the best ones for Australia to meet its emissions reduction goals. Again, it's up to the government of the day as to whether or not they accept that advice from the authority, as is the case when it comes to old-growth logging. So I might just hand over to Brad for a moment.
Thank you, Senator. We did publish, alongside the Targets Advice report, the data that sits behind the charts in the report. We have a chart in the report that does show illustratively the contributions that different sectors could make, and that was towards achieving the upper end of the target range. So that information is publicly available. As it happens in relation to forestry conversion, so that's reduction in primary and secondary forest conversion and native forest harvesting, we had the same scenario for both the upper end and the lower end of the target range that we recommended. Specifically, in total, the contribution in the year 2035 from reductions in those areas is 14 million tonnes.
In the 1 year or in all the years?
No, in 2035. Okay. So what would happen cumulatively between now and 2035 would depend on when you phased in, any policies or any changes that delivered those outcomes.
But Mr Archer, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but if you do something in 2035, it's not going to make much of a contribution to achieving a 2035 emissions reduction target, is it?
Well, Senator, I wasn't suggesting that that's the way you should do it. I was just explaining that those figures relate to what happens in 2035. I don't have figures that I can give you cumulatively between now and 2035.
Is that sure? So, and I'll come back to this because I think it's an important point, but is that based on ceasing logging old-growth forests, which is the language in the executive summary of your 2035 advice?
So, Senator, it's a 50% reduction in secondary forest conversion. So that's regrowth. Yep. It's a 100% reduction in primary forest conversion. So that's ceasing converting old-growth forest into other land uses. And it's a 99% reduction in native forest harvesting.
I'll come back to that.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to you all. Thank you very much for your time, and apologies we've kept you waiting today. Look, I just want to go back to the comments and the conclusion made in your most recent annual report about the 2030 and 2035 targets. Mr Archer, I've just heard the evidence of Mr Keane, but you were quite definitive in your report that based on the current trajectory, the government would not reach the 2030 and 2035 targets.
Well, Senator, that's not quite an accurate characterisation of what we've said in the report. What we've said in the report is that the rates of emissions reductions will need to increase for the targets to be met. So that's a different statement to saying the targets won't be met or can't be met.
Just so before we go on, let me just quote you from the report. Current rates of emissions reductions are too slow to meet Australia's 2030 or 2035 emissions targets. So you stand by that comment?
Yes, I do. It's just the mathematics of what we need to do to achieve the government's targets. And we do go on to explain in the report that a number of policies have been put in place by the government and they have yet to take full effect. And so you could expect that emissions reductions will accelerate as those policies do take fuller effect.
And you go on to say that the average reduction in emissions per year since the government was elected is about 1 million tonnes. You go on to say to meet Australia's 2030 target of cutting emissions by 43% from 2005 levels, emissions must fall by an average of at least 18 million tonnes per year over the next 5 years. So based on the current trajectory, we're not going to get anywhere close to that. On the basis of what you are seeing currently, do you have the confidence that we will have got any chance at all of getting there?
Well, Senator, I think there was an earlier discussion about the choice of base year for doing these calculations. In our report, when we look at the last 5 years, we do see that the rate of annual emissions reductions, I think, has been more like 8 million tonnes a year. So, you can pick different base years. It'll give you a different equation as to what change is needed. But our advice is that emissions reductions do need to accelerate to achieve the government's targets. The government is well aware of that. Its own official projections do show it getting close to 2030, the 2030 target, and that again is on the basis, as was explained by the department earlier, that there are a range of policies in place that we would expect to continue to deliver increasing emissions reductions between now and then.
Okay, so just going to the mathematics. So last year you said that we need to reduce emissions by 15 million tonnes. And then in the... so now you're saying 18 million tonnes to get to 2030?
Well, Senator, these are all averages, of course, so you don't necessarily have to have the average outcome every year. You can get there in different
why is
ways.
that number increasing from 15 million tonnes to 18 million tonnes?
When you don't achieve the average, when you're below the average, necessarily the amount that you have to achieve on average over the remaining years to the target date must necessarily increase.
And that's the issue, isn't it? The government isn't anywhere close to achieving what it needs to achieve to reduce emissions and get to the target of 43%.
Well, Senator, I've already really answered that question by explaining that, yes, the rate of emissions reductions needs to increase, and there are good reasons to expect why that will be the case.
And that's interesting, and Mr Keane, maybe if I can go to you, because you made it very clear in your report current rates of emissions reductions are too slow to meet Australia's 2030 or 2035 emissions targets. Now, we've just heard you say you're confident we can get there. It's a massive increase in emissions reduction that we need to achieve. So on what basis do you now form that view, and when did you form that view?
Well, thanks, Senator. I think you're right. We do need to pick up the pace if we're going to hit the 2030 and 2035 target. But as I pointed out, a number of the government's policies that they've put in place, and they've put a lot of architecture in place to help us get to those targets, are yet to come into full effect. So the capacity investment scheme is one that I cited earlier to Senator McKim, but there are other policies such as the safeguard mechanism and the new vehicle efficiency standards, and they'll add momentum to the emissions reduction efforts. So we have always factored that in, those policies ramping up and how they will impact on our emissions trajectory pathways. We haven't done our own projections, Senator, but I know DQ has the country on track for a 42% reduction in emissions versus 2005. So that's not far off the 43%. And we'd urge the government not to throw the towel in, but to stay the course and go a bit harder where possible.
So, Mr Keane, I would suggest to you that the government, to get to that target, doesn't need to go just a bit harder. It needs to dramatically ramp up its emissions reduction. And I would put to you that, based on what we're seeing so far, the government is not going to get anywhere close to that. And,
well,
and your job, and sorry, just to say, your job as an independent agency is to call the government out, isn't it, when they're not achieving what they say they're achieving.
Well, that's why we've provided the advice in the annual report, but we also acknowledge that the architecture has been put in place to get there. We're relying on the department's modelling, which shows that based on those policies that have been put in place, the 43% will be achieved. And we projected a number of those policies. Take, for example, the safeguard mechanism, which ratchets down by 2030 to around 2%, to continue on the current emissions reductions of 5% out to 2035, underpinning our 2035 advice, for example. So the assumptions that we've made are reasonable based on the policies that the government has legislated and put in place. I guess what we're saying is that there does need to be a level of ambition if we're going to hit these targets. No one's preparing for the Olympics based on your current time, Senator. You're preparing for what best possible, and I think that's what my framing is when it comes to emissions reductions.
But isn't it the problem that, I mean, already there's been slippage on the projection for the 2030 target? The government's now saying it'll be 42%, not 43%. Looking credibly at where we are, we're now only 5 years away. We've got a massive gap to achieve. If we don't get anywhere close to the 2030 target, we're not going to get anywhere close to the 2035 target. And this is creeping up on us pretty quickly, wouldn't you say, Mr Keane?
Senator, you're right. We do need to pick up the pace. But again, this is not going to be a linear emissions reduction trajectory to 2030. It will be very lumpy, as Deputy Secretary Rowley pointed out just before. As some of the coal-fired power stations come out and they're replaced with renewables, for example, there will be steep emissions reduction cuts. We've looked closely at the assumptions that underpin the 43%, and obviously we've baked that into the assumptions that we've made for the 62%, and we've got every confidence that we'll not only hit the 2030 target, but that we will hit the 2035 target as well.
Can I just go to your advice on page 4? And there are a number of elements required to be delivered in order to reach the 62 to 70% range emissions reduction by 2035. So you're saying in order to get there, we need a 6-fold increase in utility storage, a quadrupling of wind, and a tripling of utility solar by 2035, equating to about 90% of renewables by 2035. We also would need to extend the safeguard decline rate out to 2035, and half of all light vehicles sold between now and 2035 need to be EVs. So the government has not made those commitments, Mr Keane. So on that basis, I mean, you can dream all you like, I guess, and I'm not saying that disrespectfully, but the government has not confirmed that it's going to deliver the policies that will support a 2035 target of that magnitude. So surely, as the independent agency advising the government, you would be concerned.
Well, this is why we provide an annual progress report, giving the public and the Parliament an update as to how we're tracking and the policies required to get us there. Now, one thing we do know is that clear targets and good policy can achieve the objectives set out. That's certainly what my focus is as the Chair of the Climate Authority. And when it comes to the 2035 target, our advice is grounded in evidence and science and the economics of technologies. So again, I'll come back to the point that I'm making. Clear policies, clear targets is exactly what's needed to hit where we need to go, and that's what the government's putting in place.
And I'm going to just be as quick as I can. I don't disagree with you on the clear evidence and the clear science, but the bottom line is that your predictions are based on policies which are actually not being delivered by the government. So, for instance, the government has not committed to ensure that all cars sold by 2035 are EVs. So, given the shortfall, as you would say, in the policy delivery of the government, how then can you realistically say that we're going to get there, Mr Keane?
Well, Senator, take EVs, for example. Yes, the government hasn't committed to that. However, what we know is that the economics are changing with EVs. And just like we saw when it came to rooftop solar and now battery storage, once the economics change of those technologies, the momentum becomes unstoppable. I mean, who would have thought that Australia would have the highest penetration of rooftop solar by 2025?
But we're only at about...
It's actually...
Sorry, I know it's difficult when we're doing remotely. We're only at about 7% of EV sales currently. I mean, I guess my concern, Mr Keane, is that you've presented a wish list of, well, this is what we need to do to get to the target, but the government is not delivering on that wish list. And so there's this massive gap between where we are currently at in terms of emissions reduction and what your I guess your wish list is, your dream is as to how we'll get there. So surely part of your job, Mr Keane, is to call the government out because they cannot get to these targets unless they change their policy settings.
Well, that's exactly why we have a platform annually to provide frank and fearless advice, not only to the government, but to the Parliament of Australia as to what the gap is between where we're aiming to be and where we're currently at, what policies are required to fill that gap.
Okay,
so I put forward advice as to what the government can do to meet those targets, but it's up to the government whether or not it follows that advice. And again, we've mapped out a pathway, but there are other ways to get to those targets.
Thank you, Senator.
I'll have to leave it here.
I'll
Thanks,
come
Chair.
back. Senator Anundraja.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Keane, the climate deniers and the climate delayers in this place have abandoned net zero. Can you outline for us what the economic cost will be if Australia was to abandon net zero? And also, what impact would this have on our international standing?
Well, as I said earlier, clear targets and good policies matter. And abandoning net zero, in my view, would be a huge mistake. It would come at the expense of attracting capital that we require to build the infrastructure that drives our nation. That means jobs, that means economic growth. And that's all at risk when you have policy uncertainty. Now, today, the majority of the world has signed up to net zero emissions. I've just come back from COP in Brazil, and where I heard firsthand that some of our closest allies are absolutely committed to this, notwithstanding what's happening in the White House, I should say. Take, for example, Korea, where I heard from the most senior levels of their government that they'll be out of coal-fired power generation by 2040. Now, what does that mean for Australia?
So
it means...
Sorry, no. Please don't cut across, Mr Keane.
It means that by 2040, 10% of our thermal coal export revenue may not be able to be realised by Australia. So we need to be thinking about other materials that can fill that gap. And that's just one example. We know that the majority of the world's population has signed up to net zero. I think 87% of the world's population is covered by net zero targets. 80% of the world's GDP is covered by net zero targets. 78% of total emissions. So you'd be a very brave person to bet Australia's future on the rest of the world not heading in this direction. And for a small open market economy that relies on trade with the rest of the world, I just think putting your head in the sand and denying economic reality and geopolitical reality would be a huge disadvantage for our country and our future.
Thank you. And with respect to the economic opportunities, in one of your statements, which I think came out with the net zero plan, you did, and I'm just going to paraphrase, you did suggest that Australia, although we produce about 1 to 2% of emissions, we can lower the world's emissions by nearly 10%. Can you elaborate on what you mean by that? How does a country like ours lower the world's emissions and play such a big role in that?
Well, as the world decarbonises and the markets that have underwritten our prosperity for generations are starting to shift how they power their economies, we go from, contributing 4% of the world's total emissions through our fossil fuel exports to, if we realise the opportunity of using our cheap renewable energy to go up the value chain on things like iron production, we can displace around 9% of the world's emissions. So we can do well as a nation by doing good. So the markets are shifting. They're wanting different types of materials, resources and energy products from Australia. And if we don't provide them, someone else will. And that will come at the expense of Australian jobs, Australian economic growth. And that's too high a price for us to pay.
I have a question for Mr. Archer. Mr. Archer, firstly, I just want to thank you for your 7 years of service to the CCA, and I wondered if you could use this moment to perhaps describe for us how you have built up the CCA since 2022 and why this is important for Australia's climate policy going forward. It's effectively your legacy, and I just want to give you a little bit of time to advise the committee on what that legacy is, and I guess the next steward, what should the next steward do?
Thank you, Senator. So the authority, when I first arrived, we had a staff of 9. We had a budget at one stage of $1.5 million per year. That was increased to $2.5 million a year. And the main statutory functions that the authority was originally established with back in 2012 to advise on targets had been stripped away, although we did retain responsibility for advising on some aspects of climate policy legislation. Following the 2022 election, the government did provide the authority with a renewed mandate to advise on Australia's emissions reductions targets under the Paris Agreement and on Australia's progress towards those targets. That's all set out in the Climate Change Act. And it did provide a significant increase in funding to resource a larger organisation, and it did ensure that a full complement of authority members were appointed. The task over the last 3 and a bit years has been to rebuild the capability of the authority, primarily through re-establishing and building on a larger complement of staff and re-establishing a lot of systems, internal organisational systems, which unfortunately had necessarily withered under the previous period. And to sort of build the organisational capacity back up while also immediately delivering on the new mandate that the government had provided the authority with, so delivering the annual progress reports, continuing to deliver the statutory reviews that we were mandated to deliver, and then on top of that the sector pathways review and the recent advice on the 2035 target. So at times we talked about building the plane while flying it. It was certainly challenging, but I think from our perspective we've done the best that we can to deliver on that renewed mandate and establish the foundations for the authority to continue to play a central role in providing independent evidence-based advice to the government on climate change policy. I think the government's mandate, rightly so, was to ensure that the authority was well placed to provide that advice and to hold it to account on its progress against its targets. And I think we've laid the foundations to continue to do that. I wouldn't presume to offer advice to the incoming CEO. but wish her and the organisation all the very best.
Thank you, Mr Archer, and I believe this is your last estimates, right?
Certainly in this role at least, Senator, that would be the case.
Thank you very much. One question to Mr Keane. Can you just, going back to the 2035 target, because there's been a lot of discussion about this target, in your report you said it's ambitious, achievable and firmly in Australia's national interest. Do you still maintain that this 2035 target is achievable, and what are some of the headwinds you see?
Well, the main headwinds are political ones. I mean, the technologies are there at an economic price point that is in Australia's interest and Australians' interest. That was borne out by the CSIRO modelling that we comprehensively undertook, and the industry and stakeholder analysis that we conducted. Against a backdrop of those emissions reduction targets, Senator, we were able to demonstrate that there would be continued economic growth between now and 2035, every year between now and 2035, notwithstanding those emissions reduction cuts. And that's as a result of changes in technology, improvement in the efficiency of wind and solar and storage. EVs are coming down the cost curve already today. The total life cost of an electric vehicle is cheaper than the total life cost on average of a combustion engine vehicle, and the gap will only get wider as we expect by 2029 the sticker price of an EV will be cheaper than its combustion engine vehicle equivalent. So again, the technologies are changing, they're improving, they're getting better, and those technologies not only happen to be the cheapest technologies, but they are also increasingly becoming the cleanest technologies. And as I said to Senator Henderson before, once the technology and the economics change around those technologies change, then the momentum becomes unstoppable. So we have every confidence that our targets for 2035, yes, they are ambitious, but we've got every confidence that they're achievable based on international trends, economic trends, and the scientific imperative that's required to reduce global warming as soon as we can.
My final question, just on electric vehicles, because the Coalition seem to be obsessed with electric vehicles. I know that Norway's held up as an exemplar, but there is another country in the developing world, Nepal, that has also done very well. Do you know much about Nepal and what sort of targets they've hit in a relatively short time with respect to EV sales?
I know that Nepal, Denmark, Albania and Ethiopia all have EV sales grabbing more than half the market at the moment. So it shows what's possible. They're not the only markets, but they're good examples of where the right policies and the right incentives being put in place will see people moving towards accessing better technology that's also better for their hip pocket. We've seen in New South Wales this weekend, based on policies that I put in place as a former Coalition Minister, that 100,000 EVs will have been sold into that market. Again, we put in place policies that incentivise people to get an EV, whether it be around dealing with range anxiety, putting more charging infrastructure, giving rebates around stamp duty, even something simple like letting an EV drive in the bus lane. These policies in place saw people consider the options and decide that EV was in their economic interests. And again, as the economics get better around EVs, the momentum will become unstoppable no matter what the vested interests try to do to stand in the way.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Anundarajah. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing again today. Thank you, Mr. Keane. My questions go to you. Your responsibility is to give the government advice, correct advice. Is that correct?
Frank and fearless correct advice. That's right, Senator.
Thank you. That advice could steer the direction of the entire country, our country, and potentially affect every one of the 28 million people in Australia. Correct?
We provide advice that's frank and fearless to the government of the day. It's up to the government of the day as to whether or not they'll accept that advice, Senator.
So you'd agree it's vital for the country that advice is accurate and correct from you?
We provide the best advice based on evidence and science to the government, and as you well know, Senator, it goes through the cabinet process, the party room process, and then the parliamentary process. It's up to the government and the parliament as to whether or not they accept the CCA's advice.
Right. Okay, I'd like to go to your track record and some forecasts. I'm going to quote from you on the Energy Insiders podcast in 2020 with Renew Economy. You said, quote, "If they're looking for a global competitive advantage when it comes to low-cost energy, we can provide it. But we've got to move quickly and we've got to move now. And that is an opportunity for us to be an economic superpower, not just an energy superpower, an economic superpower. And it's too big an opportunity not to grab." Since you said that we can provide low-cost energy in 2020, power prices have increased astronomically. When are Australians going to get the cheap power you promised? What year?
Well, thank you, Senator. According to the Australian Bureau of Statistics, they are already seeing those power prices coming down as a result of renewables. I mean, look at power prices in October. They were 10.2% lower than for the previous month, Senator. We know that they bounce around, particularly as state and Commonwealth rebates come into force or conclude, as it has just happened to be. Also, Senator, is that I, as a former energy minister in New South Wales, and we, as the Climate Change Authority, are acutely aware that some households and businesses are doing it tough and are looking at what costs they can contain. But in the energy and climate war, Senator, that we seem to be mired in yet again, perspective can be the first casualty. And what I would say, Senator, in the present consumer price index basket of goods and services that the Australian Bureau uses to track inflation in the economy, electricity prices have a 1.84% weighting. Now, that's not nothing, but I think it's an important bit of context for you. And back to those price trends that you talked about and that I stand by, no doubt you will have noted the wholesale prices have largely been in retreat of late. And that's because renewable energy share of the grid is increasing. And just check out AEMO's quarterly energy dynamics report for the September quarter. If you need the facts, they're right there available to you, Senator. And you'll see that wholesale power prices across the national electricity market were on average 38% below those of the June quarter this year. And compared with the September quarter last year, the fall was 27%. That's not because more fossil fuels have entered the market, Senator. That's because renewable energy is pushing down wholesale prices. And the more cheap energy we get into the market, the better consumers and businesses will be.
Thank you. So are wholesale prices cheaper, or going to be cheaper or more expensive than they were 5 or 10 years ago? Are they cheaper or more expensive than they were?
Well, as I said, just look at the quarterly energy dynamics report that AEMO has just put out, and they're clearly showing that wholesale prices are only heading in one direction. They make up about a third of the typical.
Are they cheaper than 5 or 10 years ago, Mr. Keane?
Well, I'm not referring to the wholesale dynamics report comparing to 10 years ago, a report referring to the most recent one, which shows that wholesale prices are coming down.
My question was, are they cheaper than or more expensive than they were 5 or 10 years ago?
Well, I don't have that data in front of me, but I'm very happy to table that data for you, Senator.
Thank you very much. Wholesale prices are only one part of someone's bill, and increasing, and there'll be many people watching here, small businesses, large businesses, families would take issue with what you said. But an increasing part of the network charges, especially for transmission. Are the network charges going down as well?
Well, as you said, wholesale prices make up about a third of the typical household bill, and we know that the cheapest form of new generation are renewables, Senator. We know that ageing coal-fired and even gas-fired power plants will shut in the coming decade or so, and so to unlock that cheap wholesale energy produced by renewables, you will need more networks built. That's for sure. But certainly I can talk to the situation in New South Wales, and perhaps some of these questions can be directed at the Energy Minister, which I am no longer. But what I will say is the former Energy Minister in New South Wales, when we legislated the roadmap, we looked at the impact on consumers' bills, net impact on consumer bills, of transitioning towards a firmed renewables-based grid, including transmission line upgrades. And what we were able to clearly demonstrate is that net, on average, consumers would be much better off as a result of the transition.
Thank you. Speaking of Energy Minister, in your role as New South Wales Energy Minister, you commissioned the $1 billion Waratah battery, which recently suffered a catastrophic failure. You commissioned, designated as a top priority project, this huge expenditure as a stopgap for the closure of Eraring this year. It was forecast to close this year. Eraring didn't close this year. Experts are saying it might not close before 2030. So the $1 billion shock absorber you put in place as New South Wales Energy Minister isn't needed anymore as a stopgap. If you wasted $1 billion on a battery that wasn't needed, why should we trust that you can provide good advice to the federal government? And can you explain exactly how a 0.7 gigawatt battery that lasts for 2 hours is meant to replace a coal-fired power station that can run at 2.8 gigawatts 23 hours a day?
Well, Senator, very happy to explain what we did when it came to considering the exit of Eraring. It's a matter of public record that Origin Energy suggested they would bring forward the closure of that coal-fired power station 7 years earlier than we anticipated. As the former Minister for Energy, we conducted an arm's-length process headed up by a number of experts, including Kerry Schott, the former chair of the Energy Security Board. What we did was we ran a competitive tender process for different technologies to fill that gap. We had input from AEMO, the Australian Energy Market Operator, the engineers that run the system, and we compared the cost of extending Eraring for 18 months versus a number of other options to fill that capacity gap. And in terms of the work that was done by independent expert advice, we were advised that the best option for the total New South Wales power grid was to build a systems battery, a SIPS battery. That would unlock greater capacity in the transmission networks to be able to sweat your other coal-fired power stations harder, and would open up the ability to bring more renewable energy into the system. So you're characterising the battery as a storage battery. It's not a storage battery. It's a systems battery that unlocks more capacity in your transmission networks. That means you can run your existing coal-fired power stations harder, so think Vales Point and think Bayswater, and you can get more capacity installed, more renewable capacity. That was the basis with which we went down that path, and anyone suggesting otherwise is just being dishonest, Senator.
Okay. On New South Wales election night, when your government was defeated in 2023, correct? I remember distinctly the incoming Energy Minister, the Labor Minister, flagging the need to keep Eraring open. She was quite clear about it. She was on a panel and she said on the night of the election, she said, we're going to have to do something about keeping Eraring. They weren't her words, but that was basically what she said. Why would she have that point there? Because many people think that New South Wales cannot operate as an industrial economy without Eraring continuing. And now there are talks of Eraring continuing. Why would she? What did she know as opposition energy minister, energy spokesman, that you didn't?
Well, Senator, maybe I could refer you to the evidence of Deputy Secretary Duggan, who just appeared before the inquiry. He made the point that the average age of our coal-fired power stations in the national energy market is 38 years, and the average end closure date of coal-fired power stations is 42 years. So we can't keep putting band-aids or temporary solutions in place. We need to plan for the future. What you need is clear targets and good policies to get new capacity installed. Just because you say you're going to extend a coal-fired power station, an aged, clapped-out coal-fired power station, doesn't mean it's going to work. So we need to build new capacity before the old capacity closes. That's the responsible thing to do. And whether it be in my role as the former New South Wales Energy Minister or my current role as the independent chair of the Climate Authority, I will always act on the best evidence and advice of experts. And Senator,
you're hiding behind averages. You're hiding behind averages, Mr. Keane. A lot of damage can be done doing that. I asked you a question about Eraring. Why did the incoming Labor Energy Minister want to keep Eraring open, and you want to...
I think it's outside of. I mean, it's pretty hard for Mr. Keane to put himself into the mind of the current New South Wales Energy Minister. I think it's a very difficult thing for him to do. But Mr. Keane's right. The biggest driver of cost in the electricity system at the moment is our ageing coal generators and the incessant regular outages. There has not been a single day over the last 3 weeks where there hasn't been an unplanned outage. A couple of days ago, we had Bayswater, Gladstone, Loy Yang, Vales Point and Yallourn, a total of 2.5 gigawatts unplanned outage. Now that drives cost in the system. And Mr. Keane's point is right. The way to deal with that is to build more renewables, build more storage, build more transmission. Nobody from Cape York to Bruny Island, from Sydney to Perth, is going to build a coal-fired power station, Senator, because it's a dumb idea. It's a dumb idea economically.
National electricity
it's a dumb
market being
idea
against it.
in commercial terms. It's a bad idea for the grid. It builds additional cost into the system. Now, at the moment, we are dealing with the reality of the fact that it's coal that's driving cost, and it's a decade of disinvestment that's compounding that. That's the truth of it. Now, you want to keep prosecuting, the sort of imported culture
Last
wars.
question.
Go for your life.
Okay. Mr. Keane, the Minister seems to be unaware of the electricity rules and the national electricity market, which favour solar and wind and destroy coal. But we'll leave that aside. Here's another quote from you. The world is moving in this direction. 53% of the world's GDP has signed up to achieve zero net emissions by 2050. So it's only going in one direction. Yet we've seen, Mr. Keane, USA, China, India, we've seen massive numbers of countries walk away from net zero, and others don't bother complying. So do you still stand by your figure that 53% are committed to achieving net zero by 2050?
No, I don't, Senator. I'd like to revise that number. It's now 165 countries have announced a net zero target. These countries account for 78% of global emissions, 79% of GDP, so that's a vast increase since I cited those figures a few years ago, and 87% of the global population, and that was in 2022. So 149 countries have announced a net zero target by 2050 or sooner, and around 50 countries have enshrined their net zero target in domestic legislation, including Australia, with more planning to do so. That's 37 out of 38 OECD member countries having a net zero target. So, Senator, no, I don't stand by those previous comments. They've been exceeded since then, and people denying the reality of the momentum behind the need to reduce our emissions, they're not acting in Australia's interests.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator McKim.
Mr. Keane, I confess I'm at a little bit of a loss to understand your optimism that the 2030 and 2035 targets are going to be met. Is it your evidence that we're on track to meet those targets under current policy settings?
It's my evidence that the policy architecture has been put in place that can help us can help us achieve those targets. Yes, that is my evidence.
All right, but you said earlier that you've got every confidence that we're going to meet those targets, didn't you?
Well, we did work looking at the impact of the rollout of renewables. So in our 2035 target, Senator McKim, we took the AEMO step change scenario from the Integrated System Plan, which looks at a 90% penetration of renewables into the grid, replacing coal-fired power stations, so about a third of your total emissions. We assumed that 50% of all new car sales would be EVs. Now, the government has the vehicle efficiency standards in place. That will go some way, but there are other things that governments can do, for example, rolling out charging infrastructure, putting other incentives in place that will encourage the uptake of EVs. So we think that is absolutely possible. With regard to the safeguard mechanism, obviously the ratchet rate declines from 2030. We've assumed that the government will continue at the 5% trajectory to 2035. Their assumptions we've made. They're not necessarily the policies the government will follow, but do I have confidence that we can get there? Yes, I do.
Okay, so you've got confidence that we can get to our 2035 target, despite the department confirming that under existing policy settings, we're headed for a 48% reduction by 2035, which is obviously a 14% shortfall on even the very, very low bottom of your target range. So on what basis do you have such a high degree of confidence, Mr Keane, given that under existing policy settings we are falling abjectly short of even the bottom, the very low bottom of your range, and the government hasn't announced any new policies? I mean, you're pinning your hopes and dreams on the Labor government putting in place an entirely new suite of policy settings across a range of policy areas, aren't you?
No, that's not right, Senator. And let me give you the perfect example, and that's when it comes to electric vehicles. Obviously, the government has policies in place, but those policies don't take into account the economic costs or the changes in the economics of some of those technologies. We know that today an electric vehicle, total life cost, is cheaper than the equivalent combustion engine vehicle equivalent. And the sticker price will be cheaper for that same vehicle by 2029. So again, that will just mean the savings and the economic incentives for consumers becomes pronounced. And the assumption that I made...
The market's going to get us there, Mr Keane, is it? The market is going to get us there, is it?
The market will help, good policies, clear targets, and economics will get us there. We need all of these things to work together.
48% reduction by 2035 on existing policy settings according to the department. According to the department, Mr Keane, and the government has ruled out some of the measures that you have said are required, your words, required to get to the bottom of your target range by 2035. And yet you have an extremely high degree of confidence that we're going to get there. With respect, that doesn't stack up.
Well, I absolutely have a high degree of confidence that we will get there based on past experience. When the CSIRO was modelling transport emissions just 10 years ago, they didn't even factor in EVs. And now it's about 10% of total new car sales. So technologies arrive that you don't foresee. I didn't bet on that in our modelling, but I have assumed that the tailwinds of technology and economics, as well as good targets and good government policy, which I'm sure you would be all for supporting, will help us achieve those pathways that we've set out in our advice.
Well, in fact, Mr Keane, the Greens did the government a massive solid in terms of its emissions reduction targets last week by insisting that the continuous use exemption for land clearing be removed out of the EPBC and the exemption enjoyed by logging under regional forest agreements also be removed. I'll put my credibility on the fact that both of those measures will result in massive reductions in greenhouse gas emissions in Australia in the LULUCF sector. So the government can... we've done the government a massive solid there, but it strikes me that we're doing more heavy lifting than the government in terms of meeting your targets. Now, I did want to go to... Thanks for listening, by the way, Mr Keane. You can just take that as a comment. I wanted to just ask about, and if it's okay, I'll go to Mr Archer because you threw this topic to him earlier. Mr Archer, I think you gave evidence that ceasing logging old-growth forests and halving reclearing rates would result, I think, was it 14 million tonnes that you said in 2035?
That's correct, Senator.
That's right. That's on the assumption that those two actions happen in 2035, correct?
Well, at the very least, yes, that's right, Senator. So that's what you would need in 2035. That's not to say that couldn't be done sooner than 2035, per our earlier conversation.
So just to be clear, you're saying that if those actions occurred in 2035, the savings in 2035, the emissions savings will be 14 million tonnes. Have I got that right?
That's right, but I think it's more likely that you would achieve that progressively between now and 2035.
Well, in fact, the government's ruled out.
Then flick a switch. No, but I'm just explaining, leaving aside what the government has or hasn't done in terms of what our analysis has done. We're not saying that you flick a switch in 2035 and make it happen in that year. But that's where, through our illustrative scenario, that's how you achieve what we've recommended in terms of the target range from the contribution from those areas.
I see. So you said that you would be required to cease logging old growth forests and halve clearing rates. Just hang on, in order to meet the bottom of the target range. But in regards to that matter in particular, ceasing old growth logging and halving reclearing rates, your view is that would only need to happen in 2035 in order for the bottom of your target range to be met, as long as all those other matters that you've outlined in your executive summary were delivered. Is that right?
Yeah, Senator, I think I made the point that in the case of these particular parts of the economy, the numbers are the same whether you're looking in terms of our scenarios, whether you're looking at the lower end or the upper end of the range. And as per what I described, it would be hard to get much more from those areas to achieve that.
Well, you could get more from them by doing it earlier, Mr. Archer.
Well, that's a separate conversation, and I fully acknowledge that.
Yeah.
What we've put together here is an illustrative scenario of what would be required in 2035. Now, there's a lot of different pathways to get there, and it's also the case, and we do explain this later in the report, that you could have different contributions from different sectors, including from these land-based sectors, to achieve that outcome in 2035. So you could do less in this sector and do more in other sectors.
I understand that, but I asked Minister Ayres about this last time when he made it very clear the government had no intention of ending old growth logging, and he blithely waved his arms around and said the government would find the savings somewhere else in the economy. It's hardly enough to give Australians confidence. Perhaps it's a question better addressed to Mr Keane, but I'm happy for anyone to answer it. I mean, Mr Keane, I'll just put the question. I mean, it's a simple fact, isn't it? The government does not have a pathway outlined to meet either its 2030 or 2035 targets, does it?
Well, the government's clearly accepted that there's more to be done to refine and review existing policies and to introduce new ones. And the point that I just made to you, Senator, is that technology and capital aren't static, and I doubt the government will be either. As I was saying to Senator Henderson just a bit earlier, if you're training for the 2032 Olympics now, you wouldn't set and forget. You'd constantly adjust and evolve your plan as you learnt about your own capabilities and those of your rivals. Preparing to meet and beat targets 5, 10, 25 years out shouldn't be any different.
All right, thank you.
Senator, we did, as part of our targets advice, also recommend that the government adopt a carbon budget, so a carbon budget target, which it did do. That's based on a straight line trajectory. So we certainly haven't ignored the idea that you need to be reducing emissions between now and 2035, and the sooner that we do that, the better.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator McKim. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everybody. I just have some follow-up questions to Senator Henderson. She raised the issue of the safeguard mechanism, the recommendation you made to extend the decline rate there. I'm just wondering, as I'm sure you're aware, the decline rate is currently set at a rate of 4.9%, sort of roughly, as a default. Have you calculated what the decline rate would need to be between 2030 and 2035 to hit at least a 67% reduction?
Senator, the way we went about developing our recommendations in the industry and resources sector involved doing our own, I guess what we've called ground-up analysis of where we think technologies currently are.
Can I just, sorry Chair, because just like before, I'm not a voting member of this committee. I'm not sure if you know that, Mr Archer, and I've got to get back to other committees, and I'm trying to be productive and helpful to this committee. I just asked a question. I don't need to know all that other extraneous detail. Have you calculated what the decline rate would need to be between 2030 and 2035 to hit your targets as proposed?
Well, that's not how we went about developing the advice, and so.
So no, just a no would suffice.
No, listen. I appreciate you might have to run back to your other committee. I appreciate it may not be convenient, but the witness gets to answer the questions in the way that they see fit, and if it requires additional detail, he's entitled to do it. You don't get to boss him around about how he answers the question. It's not the way this works.
Okay, I'm happy to hear from Mr.
Canavan. Let me just take back the call. Sorry, Mr. Keane. Look, I think yes, Senator Henderson, you've raised a point of order.
Just on the point of order, Chair. Senator Canavan is entitled to ask the witness to be directly relevant to his question. That is within the standing orders. That is within the standing orders.
It is. I understand the point of order. I understand the point of order as it's been taken. I also understand Senator Canavan's question. I think that the witness was being relevant in response to it, and it's appropriate that the witness provide an answer that they feel is contextually and substantively right. I don't think the witness had gone on for too long at that point, so I think the witness has an opportunity to answer the question, and then I'll come back to you, Senator Canavan.
Thank you.
I might just check in with Matt, the chair, because I think, Matt, were you trying to come in there?
Senator Canavan, the only thing I'd say is we didn't model to get to a specific number. We took an assumption that we would just extend the existing decline rate on the existing cohort of businesses, the safeguard mechanism currently applied.
So your recommendation is the 4.9% continue to 2035?
Correct. Well, the assumption that we made is that 4.9% continue to 2035. But again, it's up to the government whether they accept that or not.
Right. But on my calculations, and I don't know, I would have thought you'd probably do this yourself, but it's not that hard, but to go from the 43% to the 67%, at least the 67, if the safeguard mechanism facilities were to make their proportionate reduction based on that 67% cut, we'd need to increase the decline rate on a compound annual growth calculation to 7.8% reduction a year. Have you calculated that?
We didn't do it that way, Senator. We just assumed the existing 4.9% continues to 2035, and then we looked for the emissions reductions in other parts of the economy, Senator.
I'm just wondering, how do you provide this advice? Even if it wasn't your recommendation, you have said that as an economy-wide, we should go from 43% to 67% in just 5 years. It's a fair jump. I think you admit in your report it's quite challenging. But yet you don't actually even calculate for a smelter, a refinery, a mine, what that proportionate to what that annual reduction would need to be. Are you telling me you haven't actually even calculated that figure?
No, that's not what I'm telling you.
What is the figure?
Telling you is that we projected that the existing safeguard settings remain in place to 2035.
But if let's say the government did, I mean, it makes sense. I believe the 4.9% figure is roughly to get to net zero. The problem here, and one of the issues I've got with the advice you've given, is that you're trying to go faster earlier, which seems a little strange to me. Your recommendation, if adopted, to get the facilities down, the safeguard facilities down to a 67% reduction, would require nearly 8% annual reduction for these firms who are already struggling to achieve the 4.9, clearly. It's just a basic calculation. Sorry, Senator. I can tell you the CAGR formula if you like. It's just in a spreadsheet. It's just 1 year over another to the power of 1 divided by a year minus 1. That's it.
Senator, the assumption that we made in our ground-up analysis is that the existing safeguard settings stay in place to 2035, and that other parts of the economy, primarily energy and electricity, would do more of the heavy lifting.
So in your advice and modelling then, do you work out, okay, we need to get this much abatement? And my understanding, the way we do the NDCs, it's a budget, so it's not just hitting a 67% target by 2035, it's actually the area under the curve. Have you actually worked out which parts of the economy, which parts of the sectors, as per how we divide our emissions under the Paris Agreement, would make the contribution to get to the 67%?
What we did was a ground-up analysis looking at all sections of the Australian economy, looking at all the technologies that were available at the different price points and then took assumptions as to which ones were viable, that could be rolled out at scale, which ones there would be a green premium required to roll out at scale, and which ones we didn't think were feasible. And that was the basis on which the 62 to 70% was arrived at.
Might just slightly move on, but still within the safeguard mechanism situation. I met with a cement manufacturer the other day, and they are getting undercut like no tomorrow from Indonesian cement products, to the extent that they're considering having to close cement production facilities here in this country. Did you, when you prefer, and a big part of what they said to me was the safeguard mechanism, that's the big problem, relative to Indonesia, who do not face a carbon tax. Did you meet with the cement industry or other related industries that are currently suffering under the safeguard mechanism before recommending the extension of the decline rate?
I might just throw that to the CEO, but we did meet with over 500 businesses and had submissions from industry associations.
Right. Specifically, did you meet with the cement? Did anyone meet with the cement industry, Mr. Archer?
Senator, I'd have to take that on notice. As the Chair has said, we had a lot of meetings and received a lot of submissions. We were certainly had meetings with a range of industry groups at which the Cement Industry Federation was represented, but I would have to check our records as to whether we specifically met with the industry through the course of the review.
Did you consider at all the issue of carbon tariffs?
Senator, I mean, we did note that the government was exploring a carbon border adjustment mechanism, which we think is an important part of the policy toolkit when one is working out how best to facilitate the transition of industry to lower emissions, because there are very real international competitiveness issues that need to be addressed. Of course, there's already some elements of that built into the safeguard mechanism through the adjustments for the baseline adjusted facilities, which are trade exposed. So we have considered that, and we think that that's an important part of the
just
policy
help me.
toolkit.
So you think it should be considered? Just try and help me out here. So the contention that Mr. Keane put earlier, and I've heard often from many people, is that pursuing net zero will actually lower our energy prices. There's all this technology is going to be clean and green and also more efficient. If that were the case, why would we need to put on a carbon tariff to protect our own industry? Wouldn't we be more efficient than those countries that do not have net zero policies or plans in place sufficient for us to apply the carbon tariff?
Well, Senator, it's not simply a case of deploying renewable energy, but there is plant and equipment upgrades that are needed. We're often talking about very large pieces of kit and talking about...
So it's not cheaper? So it's not cheaper then?
Well,
You've got to invest all this money. So I'm just...
No, so
if it's cheaper,
what I'm trying to convey is that it's a far more nuanced picture than what you're
Well, it's not. You weren't nuanced before. Before Mr. Keane was saying that this is all rosy. Well, it's all rosy. If you've got a point of order to make one, Senator Raja, but you said before it would be cheaper for us. It's going to be an economic opportunity for us as a country. I just don't seem to get, though, that if it is cheaper for Australian businesses to pursue net zero, to lower emissions, to have these safeguard mechanisms, carbon taxes apply to them, why would we then need to impose a tariff on our border for countries that are not doing it, two countries that are not doing that?
So, Senator, what I was trying to explain was that there are transitional issues that we are working through in the economy as part of this transition to net zero emissions, and the authority has certainly not said that it was going to be easy. Or that the journey will be the same for all industries across the
So
economy.
in the transitions it's more expensive. I'm just trying to work out here. In the transition it's more expensive.
Sorry.
I thought he was finished, but you're trying to help him out because he's clearly struggling.
Okay.
But fair enough.
Senator Ananda Raja, Senator Anandaraja, please. I think it's Senator.
Well, you're kind of doing the same thing you're accusing me of right now.
Okay.
Anyway.
Okay. So we are getting to that stage of the evening, it seems. But look, I think what was happening there was, and I say this respectfully, Senator Canavan, you should give the official. I don't think he quite was. So I think he needs a chance to respond to your question, and then we can go back to you. Well, actually, I will need to move the call on after that. So
can I have one more? You
may have one more. Mr. Archer or Mr. Keane, did you want to finish that response?
No, I'd leave them to add that you're not quite reflecting the advice. We clearly say that some sectors of the economy can go further and faster based on the technologies available to it. Some sectors, the technologies aren't available, so we discounted the contribution that they could make. So cement is one of those areas, Senator.
Okay, I just wanted to finish this line with this situation in Indonesia, which I am very, very concerned about, but no one seems to be. Did you look at the relative costs of production in our competing countries like Indonesia? According to the IEA, Indonesia now has an electricity price for industry that's less than a third that Australian industries face. Indonesia has already effectively stolen our nickel industry through the pursuit of a green premium, which failed on the behalf of BHP. And now the new president of Indonesia is explicitly targeting copper and aluminium. So have you looked at this competitive threat here? Because Indonesia in 12 years has doubled its coal production, doubled. It's building coal-fired power stations like they're going out of fashion, financed by China. Have you at all looked at this threat to our industry, our competitiveness, from one of our closest neighbours, who is barely even paying lip service to net zero and stealing all of our jobs?
Well, Senator, I think... sorry, Chair.
You have a go, then I can swing in.
Sure. I mean, I was just going to make the observation that, clearly electricity prices, energy prices, a very significant element of the competitiveness of our economy and the industries within our economy. I think we've heard a lot of discussion today about, the way forward to ensure that we have the lowest possible energy prices in Australia, while also addressing the imperative to reduce emissions. And at the same time, we're dealing with an ageing coal-fired power station fleet. Certainly today and in previous hearings, we have gone over this ground a number of times that all the evidence is that renewables firmed with other technologies provide the lowest cost pathways forward.
Can you explain why Indonesia has a third of electricity prices than ourselves when it has expanded its coal production by so much? If it was not investing in the cheapest form of power, why is it able to deliver electricity to its factories at a rate? Oh, whoa. Okay.
Senator Anandaraja.
Okay, all right.
Senator
I don't know if that's relevant, but anyway, if I could just start again after that rude interruption. So, as I was saying, I'm just seeking an explanation here. If renewable energy is the cheapest form of power, how is it that Indonesia, who are investing so much in coal, the extent of their expansion in that 12-year period is the size of the Australian coal industry? They've expanded coal mining by 450 million tonnes in 12 years, a doubling, as I say. How is it that they now have industrial electricity prices, according to the International Energy Agency, at a rate less than a third of Australia's?
Senator, I haven't done any analysis of Indonesian electricity prices, so I'm not in a position to answer your question.
That's a bit of a problem. I mean, if we're going to make advice on climate change targets, you'd think you'd look at what our competing countries are doing, who are competing for our jobs and our industry. But no, not done. Okay,
Indonesia's not the only economy where there are...
I've got other examples if you like.
Where there are... where there are lower labour costs, where there are subsidies behind the border.
That's why we need
right?
to do energy costs.
I know lower labour costs are fine with you, but not with me.
No, they're not. No, you're going to get lower labour costs.
Senator Canavan, just as Senator Canavan, Minister,
I don't want to trigger your
moment.
weird identity politics with an assertion of what the facts are.
Senator Canavan, please don't interrupt the Minister. Minister, you have the call.
Yeah, I mean, the cheapest, it's interesting, doesn't want to hear it, doesn't want to hear the evidence on these positions, just wants to go back to get on the keyboard and, you know, engage with the silly billies, basically.
All right.
There's no point engaging with it, so we won't.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hodgins, may.
Thank you, Chair. To reach 1.5 degrees, we have to shut down existing fossil fuel infrastructure and obviously not open anymore. Your report was silent on doing anything about coal and gas exports, despite the report acknowledging that our exports are more than double our domestic emissions. Have CCA given up on 1.5 degrees, or are we turning a blind eye to exports because it's politically uncomfortable for the government? I'd love some intel on that, please.
Well, Senator, I would point you to Part 4 of the 2035 Targets Advice Report, where we actually do discuss at some length the idea of Australia working with its trading partners to decarbonise supply chains. So I think to say that we've completely ignored this issue is a little bit of unfair characterisation of the advice that we have provided. And we did also include the idea that Australia could consider looking at making statements about Scope 3 emissions in its nationally determined contributions. This goes to the idea that Australia can contribute to the global goals of the Paris Agreement beyond just looking at its domestic emissions, and that in fact it will be in our economic interests to do so. And I guess, the example that I would point to, I think it might have been referred to earlier today, actually by our chair, that the Republic of Korea has announced a schedule to close its coal-fired power station fleet. Korea is a significant importer of Australian coal, so that just, I think, highlights what we can expect more of in the future, and so it would be in Australia's interest to be working with our trading partners as they seek to determine their pathways to decarbonising their economy, to ensure that we can play a part in that and help underpin Australia's continuing economic prosperity.
But would you say that Australia has a role to be a leader, not just wait to see what our trading partners want? It sort of brings to mind the drug dealer defence, where if we're not providing it, someone else will, and let's wait to see what they want. When, in fact, if we're leaders, and we purported to be when we're wanting to hold COP next year, it seems the sort of thing that maybe we should be setting parameters around, not waiting for others to tell us what they do or don't want.
Well, I think the authority's perspective is this is something we need to do in partnership with our trading partners. It's not going to work so well, and again, I think this was discussed earlier today, if we simply choose to exit.
We're a sovereign country, though.
What I'm trying to say is that it's going to be in our economic interest to work with our trading partners so that we continue to partner with them on those low emission solutions which they will require, and that's not going to be achieved if we just simply walk away from them in the markets that we are currently operating in. So, I think this just reflects a broader point that tackling global emissions is a collective challenge that countries need to work together if we're going to find ways forward to do it such that our economies also collectively continue to prosper.
With respect, that sounds like a very bureaucratic answer, and of course we can keep relationships with these countries, but just thinking of parents listening in, thinking, okay, so we just keep selling and exporting coal and gas until they say that they don't want it anymore. It feels like leadership in that respect is really void, but absent.
So, Senator, again, I think you're mischaracterising my comments. I'm not saying that Australia should not show leadership in these areas. I think
how are we showing leadership?
It behoves Australia to do that. And I think, through some of the protocols and agreements that have been coming forward in the Paris Agreement, Australia has been a signatory to them. That was discussed earlier in the proceedings today. And certainly having a leading role in negotiations on COP31 presents further opportunities for Australia to take that further.
Your sector plans report tallied up around 70 to 80 million tonnes of domestic emissions created each year in the export of coal and gas. I think it's probably a little more due to underreporting of methane. That's a huge amount of emissions left untouched. Do you think that more should be done diplomatically to set timelines and pathways? I hear what you're saying. We've signed some agreements and we signed the Ballum Pledge, but do you think that we're doing enough?
Well, Senator, those emissions are not untouched or whatever the phrase was that you used, because we do have the safeguard mechanism in place. In our annual progress report this year, we have said that we would like to have a closer look at what more we could do to rapidly reduce fossil fugitive emissions. And the government accepted the recommendation that we do that, so that's a piece of work that the authority will be doing over the course of this year. And I think if you look back over previous recommendations in our annual progress reports, in our review of the National Greenhouse and Energy Reporting Scheme, we have been spending quite a lot of attention on the issue of what we can do more to address the fugitive emissions that are associated with our fossil fuel exports.
Thanks. No further questions.
Thank you, Senator Hodgins-May. At this point, I just note that we are running approximately 5 hours and 45 minutes behind schedule, and so on that basis it seems unlikely that we will get to, in fact it's very unlikely that we'll get to the Inspector General of Water Compliance and the Department of Climate Change, Energy and the Environment and Water in relation to outcome 4 and the subsidiary authorities listed at the 8:15 time slot. So I am, with gratitude to my colleagues, able to release those agencies this evening. I appreciate the cooperation that it took to get us there, and say thank you to those involved. Now, I'm going back to the coalition. I'm going to Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you. Mr Keane, welcome. In September, you released your advice on the 2035 emission reduction targets. Part of that advice impacts the transport sector, where you have said to meet the 60 to 70% target, the following was required: that around half of the light vehicles sold between now and 2035 need to be electric, and on industry's calculation, that's around 6 million new cars. What departments did you consult with in reaching that target for electric vehicle sales?
Thanks, Senator, and good to see you. We consulted broadly throughout the target setting process. I think the evidence I provided earlier to some of your colleagues was we consulted with over 500 stakeholders. We have received over 500 submissions. I personally conducted
I'm just interested, sorry, as the Shadow Minister for Transport, I'm specifically interested in the transport stakeholders you consulted with. And I know time is short, so I've been dying to see you, and so I really just need you to be super specific.
We can table the transport sector stakeholders that we met with through this process, Senator.
Thank you. What has been the nature of your engagements that you and your authority have had with the Infrastructure Department, the Federal Infrastructure and Transport Department?
Senator, I might just hand that to Brad Archer to deal with those technical issues.
Thank you.
Senator, it's certainly my understanding that we have had discussions between officials of the Climate Change Authority and the Department of Infrastructure on the issues relating to emissions reductions in the transport sector. I don't have the specifics in front of me, but I'm confident that conversations have been had.
Because the transport sector makes up around 24% of Australia's emission, third largest sector. Passenger and light commercial vehicles only make up a share of 59% of that sector's contribution. What contribution, if any, does the CCA project other sectors, including rail, heavy vehicle, aviation and maritime, need to make in order to achieve the range of 62 to 70% emission reduction?
Brad, would you like me to have a go at that?
Certainly.
So, Senator, perhaps if I walk through some of the pathways that we thought were possible in the transport sector. So obviously the headline figure that's got a lot of attention is the sale of EVs for light passenger vehicles, but we've also assumed an uptake of EV sales for light commercial vehicles, so around 70%, I believe. When it comes to rigid trucks, heavy rigid trucks, articulated trucks and buses, we assumed smaller sales of EVs. For SAF, we didn't really lean in on that. I think we took Qantas's voluntary target, which was around 10% for SAF. So we just took the number that Qantas advised that they were pursuing in their target. And then we had small emissions reductions coming from active and public transport and electrification of rail. So they were only small. The main game was in the light passenger and commercial vehicles.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. What modelling did you actually rely on to release? I know you've got a list of stakeholders, but what actual data did you use? Given the commentary, and you will have seen it, the vehicle manufacturers, which includes representing EV manufacturers, says it's impossible to get to the target that you've set in terms of new vehicle sales in that time frame. And so I'm very interested to understand what data you used to come up with that figure.
Well, I think a couple of things, Senator, and what I will say is that you quoted FACI earlier, and they've been trying to stand in the way of Australians getting access to better and cheaper technology since day one, backed up by some of their big donors, like Toyota, for example. There are more voices that do believe that this is possible. Take, for example, the Electric Vehicle Council, Julie Di Vecchio. She has a very different view.
Well, they don't have any vested interest, do they? So let's keep the politics out of it. Let's keep the politics out of it. I'm interested in facts. What data and what assumptions did you use to come up with the figures? I don't care who donated to who, Matt, because we can all play that game. So let's stick to the facts. What data did you use? What data?
Sorry, Senator McKenzie, I think the question is now clear. Please give the witness a chance to answer.
So, Senator, what we did was engage extensively with stakeholders, and we obviously looked at a number of market trends. The policies that we put in place in New South Wales under the coalition government, for example, will see 100,000 EVs on New South Wales roads this weekend. So it just shows that clear targets and good policies work. And as I said, we looked at the economic trends, which show that today the total life cost of an electric vehicle is now cheaper than its combustion engine vehicle equivalent. The sticker price we project will be cheaper than the combustion engine vehicle equivalent by 2029, based on data we relied on. And as I said, when the economics change, the momentum becomes unstoppable. So we think it was a reasonable assumption to assume that 50% of new vehicle sales will be EVs by 2050. But again, it's up to the government and the Parliament as to whether or not they pursue that pathway.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Keane. I didn't hear, were there any reports you relied on other than the momentum or this week's EVs hitting the roads?
The facts, Senator, and maybe I could just say in recent months, the facts, the data of sales. So in recent months, we've seen EVs and hybrids take 30% of the market, a record high, and one we can expect will be regularly beaten. In recent months, we've seen EVs grab 30% of global new car sales, and some nations are well ahead of that.
So did you just get the 30% and times it by the 10 years?
No, we made assumptions based
That's what I want you to tell me. What are the assumptions? Is there modelling you can table?
Data, real-world facts and figures, Senator, and working with industry and stakeholders, we thought the assumptions were reasonable and in line with what's happening in other jurisdictions.
So, if that is what you believe and that is what you did to bring down this report that the government's used, that Treasury's used, that my department in Transport's used to come up with a whole lot of other documents, I think it is only reasonable and proper. You talked about the assumptions you used. What are the assumptions?
Well, I've just quoted a number of the assumptions. The assumptions that underpin
Can you table the document you are quoting from, please?
We are very happy to table those documents.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's what I want to see, the modelling. Thank you. If you can table that, the modelling behind, and Mr Archer, you might not see Mr Keane is nodding at me. Hansard, they nodded. I will get my modelling. Excellent.
Senator, we'll provide you all the data that we based our assumptions on, but at the end of the day...
It didn't need to be this hard.
The authority is made up of a number of members, Senator, with different backgrounds.
Thank you.
And they then assumed certain things in the modelling.
You're outrageous. When you wrote your opinion piece in the AFR and you said Norway had achieved 98% EV take-up in August and had shown the world how to do it, I did ask the department earlier about the regulatory approaches taken in Norway to achieve this level of take-up, because my understanding is it isn't just subsidies of electric vehicles. But can you talk me through the regulatory environment you based those comments on for Norway?
Yes, Senator. I think if you refer to table, I'll just find the right table. If you refer to our sectoral pathways report on page 56, which actually goes into the policies that the Norwegian government put in place to encourage that uptake, they did a number of things. So take, for example, I'm just reading directly from that page. They had policy incentives around targets. They had clear targets in place. They rolled out charging infrastructure. They made it easier to install charging infrastructure in units and houses. They put additional benefits like free municipal parking, reduced EV company tax for fleet cars. They had no annual road tax for EVs, no purchase or import tax for EVs. So there were a number of incentives they put in place that saw that massive uptake.
And did they have taxes then on non-EVs?
I don't have that in our figures here.
So if you're sort of saying EVs weren't subjected to this tax, that means other types of vehicles were subjected to those taxes. But you don't have that
I'm
data?
not an expert on the Norwegian EV situation other than the table that we've referred to in our targets sectoral pathways report.
So are you aware in Australia, people can buy a Toyota Hilux for about $61,000, while the same car would cost $110,000 in Norway because of the taxes, including a registration fee of $30,840. And all of these figures are in Australian dollars.
Well, they should just buy their cars here, Senator. They should just buy their cars here.
You know, Minister, it's been so joyous to sit here for 20 minutes without having to listen to your voice.
Car prices
not
in
question
Norway.
time.
Senators,
not question time.
Before we head down this road,
save the theatrics.
What about
please.
Uzbekistan or car prices in Latvia or
little
is
Scotch?
there any
Someone
other
bring this guy a Scotch.
jurisdiction that
Senators,
have a little nap.
Senator McKenzie, if you'll put your question
So I guess
and
the
then give the
concern,
Minister
Mr.
and the
Keane,
witness a chance to answer.
The concern, Mr. Keane, is that the Norwegian example, and I think it was the Australian that Googled car prices in Norway and Australia. So taking the Norwegian example, a Hilux, which is, you know, in the top 3 car purchases in this country, and it's not because everyone's a tradie, it's because it's a car that people love and need to drive. That's not changing, and no matter how much Chris Bowen wants to talk about the big utes, no one on a farm would drive one of those utes. And anyway, I'm getting distracted. 61 grand, but the same car would cost $110,000 in Norway. That is the concern, that this policy isn't just about encouraging electric vehicle take-up, it's about taxing other vehicles out of the market and driving up the cost of those out of the purchase ability of everyday Australians. That's the concern. Do you appreciate that concern?
This is a bow long enough to reach to
He's
Norway.
an independent agency, Minister. Stop overriding him.
This is a bow that
when
would
I was
go
a minister,
around the
you weren't
world
allowed
twice,
to do that.
and then
you
end
had
up
to
in
let
Norway.
independent agencies do their thing.
The price,
Chair, can you stop the minister bullying the agency?
The price of a go-go mobile in Kenya? Like, what else? What are you talking about?
Sorry, point of order.
Certainly, Senator McKenzie.
Senator McKenzie.
Mr Keane is chair of an independent agency and should be free of government interference and override. Minister should know better.
Well, let me
He's
tell you
either independent or he's not, Tim.
Thank you for that point of order. Let me tell you how we're going to run this, which is we're going to give both the minister and the chair an opportunity to reply to that, and
My question
each of
was
them.
to the independent agency.
Yes, I understand that.
Enough of the minister.
No, I can understand that proposition as you've expressed it, but nevertheless, both will have a chance to respond, and I don't mind which order they do it in. Minister or Mr Keane, as you like.
I'd be delighted to let Mr Keane answer it. If we want questions about Toyotas in Thailand or go-go mobiles in Pakistan, like, honestly, I just don't know where this gets us, but proceed, Mr Keane.
You don't have to. You get to sit on the blue carpet. I don't, so I get to ask the questions.
It's not in the same. It's not just not in the same suburb. It's not in the same galaxy.
Let the chair speak, Minister.
Senators and Minister. I think Mr Keane was about to start speaking when everybody jumped in again. I will on that basis. I'm going to go to Mr Keane. Thank you, Mr Keane. You have the call.
Senator McKenzie, I understand your concern, and certainly my track record as the New South Wales Treasurer and my philosophical background has always been for lower taxes, not higher taxes. I cited the example of Norway to highlight what is possible, but that's not the only jurisdiction where you're seeing a high uptake of EVs because of clear targets and strong incentives. So China, for example, the world's largest auto market, has now a 58.7% share of EVs. It's selling more EVs than all types of vehicles in the US, and it's the second biggest auto market in the world. Other nations that one of your colleagues referred to before, Nepal, Denmark, Albania, Ethiopia, all have EVs grabbing more than half of the market with different policies in place. Automakers are pouring their R&D dollars into EVs, and battery prices are plunging, not just for home storage, but also for EVs. And we can expect these trends to be consolidated, if not gain even more momentum. And Australia is somewhat of a laggard, but as consumers get more confidence about the availability of on-street and highway fast chargers, we can expect our EV share to rise steadily. And that's the point I tried to make in the op-ed.
Okay, so you're not advocating a Norwegian system as the model for Australia in your op-ed? No. Okay.
I'm saying that with good policies, like we put in place in New South Wales, you can see a huge uptake in consumer choice that will move them towards EVs and better technology.
Okay, so I'm just going to run you through some very quick, in the interest of time. The Federal Chamber of Automotive Industries, who also represent electric vehicles makers overseas, says it's almost impossible and that the demand was not there to buy the amount of cars claimed by the Climate Change Authority. What is your response to Tony Webber?
Well, Tony Webber's been trying to block Australians getting cheaper and better vehicles since day one, and because he's advocating for businesses whose products are losing the technology war.
But he actually represents...
We should be allowing... we should be allowing consumers to make a choice to access better, cheaper and cleaner technology if they want.
But we just... The whole point... It is very National Party there, better, cheaper, fairer energy policy, but we'll do that another day. Well, the fact is, Mr Webber does represent electric vehicle manufacturers, so we'll leave that there. What about the dealers? Some of the stakeholders that have been very voicing their concerns to me over the last 2 years are the dealers' associations. That it's naive to conclude that the adoption of electric vehicles will escalate significantly over the next 5 years without significant cost, and it goes to that penalty regime, not the incentive regime that I've been trying to highlight. Has the Climate Change Authority done modelling as to the cost to industry and Australian car buyers of forcing Australians to buy 1 out of every 2 cars as an EV between September 2025 and 2035?
No, because we're not suggesting anyone be forced to buy an EV. That's the point, Senator.
But that's the hope. Isn't that the hope?
It's the point that the economics are changing around electric vehicles compared to their internal combustion engine vehicle equivalent. And as the economics change, the momentum becomes unstoppable. Families will
the
make
economics,
decisions that are in their
Mr
financial
Keane,
interest.
has seen BYD and Chery electric vehicles being dumped here to game the actual system that's been set up by the government to incentivise electric vehicle uptake.
Listen, if you want to defend
absolute rort.
If you want to defend expensive cars,
Kiama or Kilmore,
higher taxes, expensive cars. If that's the coalition's position, no problem.
Save it, Minister, please. Problems. Chair, can you shut the Minister down?
Senator McKenzie, the Minister needs an opportunity to respond now because...
I didn't ask the Minister a question.
Well, but you've made a statement and he's entitled to
I would like you to get
respond.
advice from the Secretary about Ministers' involvement in independent agencies.
Well, I'm happy to, but at this point in time, I'm going to give Senator Ayres the call.
That the government's position is to force people to buy a particular kind of vehicle. The government's position is that Australians should have choice. Australians should have choice.
Please allow the Minister
to answer. And right now, our message to vehicle manufacturers is send us cheaper vehicles. Send Australians in the suburbs cheaper vehicles, and that's what I want to see. Now, we used to have an automotive industry here. We could have been making these cars here, but you closed that industry down, 40,000 jobs left because of your previous government.
Did the Climate Change Authority have input into
Senator
the
McKenzie, I'm going to have to move the call
roadmap?
in a moment, so that's the last question in this block, and then we can come back to the coalition afterwards.
Did the Climate Change Authority, Mr Keane, now that the Minister's finished his tirade, have input into the transport sector roadmap?
I might just hand that to Mr Archer, if that's okay, Senator.
Thank you.
Well, Senator, we of course prepared our report, 2024 Sector Pathways Review. So that was input that the authority provided to the government for the development of its net zero plan and sector plans. I think I mentioned earlier that there have been conversations between ourselves and the Department of Infrastructure over a period of time, but we did not have any formal input or role in the development of the transport sector plan beyond the provision of the Sector Pathways Review.
Did Treasury use your work in setting the government's policy?
You really need to ask Treasury to the extent to which
I did last estimates and they said they did.
Then you have your answer, Senator.
Do you think, were there aspects to your work that you would have preferred the government to take up that they haven't in setting their policy?
Oh, Senator, that's a very broad question. I think if you look across...
I shouldn't ask you as an official your opinion, so I'm going to ask the Chair. Chair...
It's a matter for the government, Senator.
No, your opinion, their policy is their decision, absolutely. You're an independent agency that put forward a body of work for them to inform their decision-making. And my question to you, as the chair of that work, are you happy with the level of influence your paper had in the government's final policy settings? Or is there something you would have liked them to do that they didn't?
We've set out our views very clearly in the annual progress report, which we've just handed down.
I'll take that as a yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. I'm just going to come briefly to Senator Ananda-Rajah. Wonderful. Thank you.
You, Chair. Mr. Keane, so about 80% of the world's economies have signed up to net zero. Do you see net zero as an economic growth opportunity or a drag on our economy?
Well, it's a massive economic growth opportunity. It's probably the biggest economic growth opportunity Australia's ever seen. I mean, the global shift presents this huge opportunity for Australia. I mean, it's a mega trend happening whether some people like it or not. And by acting decisively, Australia can position itself as a clean energy leader and benefit from emerging markets. I cited Korea earlier. They're going to be out of importing thermal coal by 2040, according to their Prime Minister's senior public servants that I met with in Belém. I just want to make it very clear that by moving slowly to address these trends, it would risk losing competitiveness as its raw commodities are increasingly processed overseas using clean energy driven by other nations and national interests like the one I just cited. So Australia must be proactive to remain relevant in a rapidly decarbonising global economy. And as I said, those statistics are compelling. Nearly 80% of the world's GDP has signed up to net zero. That covers the majority of the world's population, and those markets have underwritten our prosperity for generations, and we need to move to make sure that we can continue to be a strong, prosperous nation for generations to come. And that's the chance we need to grab. And anyone suggesting we go in the other direction is putting our economic prosperity at risk.
Thank you. And on the topic of reforms you mentioned earlier to the environmental laws, why are they significant and relevant to our path to net zero?
Well, I think what they do is they speed things up when it comes to getting renewable energy projects approved. Reducing our carbon emissions, if you want to protect the environment, the biggest threat to our environment is a warming climate. And we know the main source of warming is emissions from particularly electricity and energy generation. The sooner we are part of a global effort to decarbonise our economy and our world, the better chance we have of protecting our way of life. That's the reality. So we need to get on with the job. We can't stick our head in the sand. We're on the front line of the impacts of climate change. So there is a scientific imperative for us being part of a global effort to reduce emissions. But as I outlined, there are huge economic opportunities which, if we don't grab, someone else will, and that will come at the expense of Australian jobs and Australian prosperity.
Mr. Keane, my last question, a lot of children, Year 12 students, would have completed school now and they're keenly awaiting their exam results. What sort of opportunities would you, if you were speaking to a cohort of Year 12 students and their parents behind them and their grandparents behind them, what would you say to them in terms of the job opportunities for these children, for our children?
Not in forestry.
My firm view is that based on our natural advantages, a huge landmass with an abundance of renewable energy, we can get our energy costs to some of the cheapest anywhere in the world by harnessing that renewable energy. What that means, it underpins the growth and development of energy-intensive industries. Some of the ones that Senator Canavan pointed out before, cement, steel, iron, all these things that Australia has been losing its competitive advantage on in past decades, we will all of a sudden have a competitive advantage on. That means jobs, that means investment, and that means economic opportunities that no generation of Australians has ever imagined was possible. But it requires clear leadership. It requires us to grab the chance and embrace the future, not hold on to the past. And that's what our work at the Climate Change Authority is focused on, not only making sure we meet the scientific imperative, but that we do so in a way that sets us up for more prosperity and more success as a nation. That's what I want to see, and that's what I'll continue to argue for.
I have one more. Sure. Just on the topic of electric vehicles, because we've had a lot of discussion about EVs, can you just talk us through the next, I guess, innovation in these vehicle-to-grid charging, and what does that mean for power prices, for homeowners, and for the grid, the wider grid?
We've already seen a stampede of Australians rushing out to take advantage of the government's home battery scheme. I think today 140,000 Australians have gone out and purchased a battery to be able to capture that cheap renewable energy that they're grabbing from their rooftops as we speak. They're not doing it because they're woke greenies. They're doing it because it makes economic sense to their household bills. And electric vehicles, again, the battery prices are plunging, so it means that they can save on fuel costs. We know today that if you have an EV, you can save around 60% on your fuel costs. And that will only get more pronounced if you're also being able to take that cheap electricity from the sunshine in the middle of the day and use it during areas of peak demand where, unfortunately, coal-fired electricity is really, really expensive. Gas-fired electricity is really, really even more expensive. That's before you even think about nuclear. So the benefits of renewables and storage are seeing households and families and businesses save money. It makes economic sense. And we need to be installing more renewable capacity, not less, if we want to get prices down and economic growth up for our economy. And anyone arguing elsewhere is just pushing a political agenda that flies in the face of the facts. And the facts are that today in Australia, renewable energy is the cheapest form of energy, and it underwrites our chance at being a stronger and even more prosperous nation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Anandaraja. Before I return the call to the Coalition, I'm just in a position now, and I thank my colleagues again for this, to release officers from or officials from the Australian Energy Regulator, the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, and the Offshore Infrastructure Registrar and Offshore Infrastructure Regulator. So thank you for your attendance today. And again, I thank my colleagues for their cooperation. Now am I going to Senator Mackenzie?
Quick Mackenzie.
No, Quick me.
Okay.
Senator Henderson.
And then Quick Mackenzie. Mr Keane, Senator Henderson here. You've cited Korea and its decision to get out of coal, so you're celebrating that decision?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that that was what was communicated to me by the Korean government when I was at COP.
Oh, so you're not celebrating that decision? You've referred
no, I was
to the
pointing out a fact.
Right. So you referred to what's happening in South Korea on a couple of occasions. Are you aware that 31% of South Korea's total electricity generation is produced by nuclear energy?
Yes, I am, Senator.
Okay, so when you're quoting the changes that are happening in the energy market in South Korea, can I ask you why you didn't refer to nuclear?
I think the question was specifically with regard to, I was trying to make the point that we export our coal to Korea to help them with their energy generation. That market is going to soon close if the current policy settings are delivered upon, and we need to be preparing for that reality. That was the only point I was trying to make.
I just want to raise concerns about the selective reference that you've made to what's happening in South Korea, because there is no way that South Korea could move out of coal without moving to emissions-free nuclear. You're a supporter of the science and the evidence, you've told me. Do you support nuclear?
As a general proposition or in the context of Australia, Senator?
Yeah, as a general proposition.
Well, I mean, obviously nuclear energy has a role to play, and each jurisdiction needs to determine whether that is the best way forward to power their economies. And certainly in the Australian context, it's hugely expensive compared to firmed renewables. That's not me saying that. That's all the energy institutions that we rely on for our energy policy.
Yes, so clearly South Korea already has an established nuclear industry. They're moving out of coal. A very substantial part of their electricity generation is nuclear. So you recognise that nuclear is playing a very significant role already in many parts of the world?
Well, there's no doubt that some jurisdictions, nuclear makes sense. Korea may be one of them. But what I will say from that conversation that I had with the Korean government is that that capacity will not be made up with new nuclear, although there will be some. The majority of it, they stressed to me, would be made up with renewables.
All right. Thanks very much, Mr Keane. Look, I just want to go back to the discussion we had earlier about EV cars, and you've premised the 2035 target on the need to achieve a 50% sale of EV cars by 2035. Now, clearly the government's policy is not that as it stands. Do you have any concerns about such a large take-up of EV cars?
Sorry, could you... Sorry,
well,
I didn't quite understand.
So there has been significant concerns raised about connected vehicles, including EVs. So, for instance, the Australian Signals Directorate has highlighted in the last estimates that connected vehicles pose real risks like remote hijacking, data privacy breaches through hacking, and the ASD's cyber threat report of 22-23 also shows a significant increase in exploitation of vulnerabilities by malicious actors, which can impact connected vehicles due to their reliance on software and internet connectivity. So governments, including Defence, are taking these matters very seriously, and shouldn't all Australians take these issues of national security seriously also?
Well, of course, we want our defence capability and our intelligence agencies to keep an eye on any of these trends, whether it be for transport products or mobile phones or any technologies. But I'm assuming that our intelligence agencies and our defence capabilities are factoring these things. What I'm arguing for is that Australians get access to the latest technology that also happens to be the cheapest and the cleanest. Give them choice. But it's assuming that we manage security risks in the way we would do any products coming into Australia, Senator.
Well, there's been particular concern about countries with very high proportions of EVs. They are considered to be a greater risk of cyber espionage and other national security risks. So I appreciate this is not within your remit, but I just wanted to raise this because...
It was the point I was going to make. It's hard,
yeah.
It's hard for the chair of the Climate Change Authority to speculate about security advice.
Minister, I appreciate that, and I've raised that very point. But I'm just making the point in terms of the fervour of take-up of EV cars. We've had a very, very strong warning from some of our national security agencies about those risks. So there may well be a good reason why the government will never, in fact, embrace that dramatic take-up in EV cars in this country. Does that concern you at all?
Oh, yeah.
Well, obviously...
Oh, yeah, sure.
I just asked the question.
Sorry, Mr Keane.
Honestly, grow up.
I will send you the Hansard from my Home Affairs question.
Honestly.
Mr Keane, have you factored that into your thinking at all, given that you are backing the 50%
Please send.
target?
Well, Senator, I think it goes without saying that our security agencies and our defence capabilities should be managing all kinds of risks that you refer to, whether it be around these technologies or any other technologies coming into the country. I think that's a given.
All right, thank you. In your 2025 progress report released last week, it says that gross emissions from safeguard facilities decreased by 3.2 million tonnes, or 2.4%, over 24-25, and I'm referring to page 99 of your report. You also say on that same page that the 2.4% decline in gross emissions was largely due to permanent closures, decreased production and temporary shutdowns, which is of course enormous concern. How much of the total emissions reductions across the economy that you've reported on is due to permanent closures, decreased production or temporary shutdowns?
We might take that. I'll take that on notice, but I might just hand to Mr. Archer if that's okay.
Yeah, I think best to take that one on notice, Senator.
Thank you. Mr. Keane, has the Climate Change Authority undertaken any further modelling as to how many other facilities are expected to permanently close, decrease their production, or temporarily shut down?
Your whole approach was predicated on closing things down.
Stop it.
Mr. Taylor,
you are outrageous.
Mr. Taylor planned the whole approach based on closing industry down.
You do not.
That's how you got it all to add up.
Sorry, we've got a number of
complaining about home security.
We've got a number of senators speaking at the same.
That's outrageous.
Senators. We have a number of senators and Minister. We now have a number of senators speaking at the same time. Senator Henderson was asking a question. If you would please continue with your question, Senator Henderson.
So have you, Mr. Keane or Mr. Archer, have you conducted any modelling, and is this factored in to either your assertions or do you believe that these shutdowns are going to be used for the government to reach their targets?
No, not at all, Senator. We've assumed that industry is able to continue and that government will put in place the policies to support industry continuing as they transition to a low carbon future.
Thanks, Mr. Keane. Thanks, Chair. I'll now hand over to Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you so much. Mr. Keane, in August there were 100,539 new cars sold in Australia. And if that happened every month this year, we'd record about 1.2 million new car sales in this calendar year. With electric vehicle take-up now sitting at less than 8%, that means Australians will need to buy 600,000 new electric vehicles each year for the next decade, off the current figure of less than $100,000 a year. What information do you have to assure this committee that your target is achievable without new subsidies for electric vehicles or new taxes for the sale of non-EVs?
Well, I think that...
My question was for the Chair. My question was for the Chair.
Incorrect. Last month,
no,
year to date,
I just
year
got
to October,
the figures. I'm sorry.
12.7%.
I'm sorry.
Don't try and mislead.
I've just been
don't try
in
and
the
mislead a witness who's coming in on
all day.
TV.
I'm sorry. You're not the Shadow Transport Minister. You're nowhere near it.
Don't try
so
and
let me ask the Chair my
question.
I'm confident he can answer it.
Honestly.
Minister,
you need to put this Minister in his place.
I think everyone needs to just take a step back for a moment. Senator Henderson, just for now, we just need to take... No, I don't. Thank you, senators. I don't need...
They're eligible. They're eligible.
That includes hybrid vehicles.
Senators. Senator
Mackenzie was accurate and you are misleading this committee.
Senators.
And we are sick of it.
Senators, there is all...
Minister.
Well,
sorry, Chair, but it's just
Senator Henderson, Senator Mackenzie and Senator Reyes.
I've had this all day.
Well, what is sauce for the goose in this place is sauce for the gander. And so when people talk over each other, they tend to get the same response or a louder one back. So what I need to have happen here is a question has been asked, the Minister has begun an answer, the question will then... We will go to, I think, we'll go to Mr Keane to provide the answer. Thank you. Senator Henderson again. Mr Keane. Sorry, Senator Mackenzie. No, I was cautioning your interjection.
Mr Keane understands my question. I want to know the data that he's used to... can he assure this committee that a target is achievable without new subsidies for electric vehicles or new taxes on the sale of non-EVs?
Well, I don't think we're suggesting the government is static on these matters, and good policy will put the right tailwinds behind the uptake of EVs. And I cite the policies that the Coalition put in place in New South Wales, which has seen New South Wales lead the way when it comes to new EV sales. And that looked like some supports around stamp duty and fleet buys, but also smaller incentives like off-street parking and the ability to use bus lanes. But don't just cite the policies, also look at the international experience. We've talked about jurisdictions other than just Norway, China, Denmark, Albania.
Chair, I think you've answered my question. Thank you.
And, no, there's one more point that I'd like to make, Senator, with respect, and that is what the automakers are doing with their R&D dollars and where they're going. We don't have a car industry here, so we have to accept the vehicles that are sold into the Australian market, and they're increasingly becoming EVs. And with battery prices plunging, Australians know it makes economic sense that their next car be a cheaper and better one, and that's why we have every confidence the EV recommendations that we thought we've made, we think are very much possible and achievable.
Thank you. Did the Climate Change Authority request any changes to the Transport and Infrastructure Roadmap as proposed by the Infrastructure Department? And if so, what were those changes?
I'll hand that to Mr Archer.
No, we did not, Senator.
Has the Climate Change Authority modelled the action plan and the existing departmental programs that make up the action plan to determine how much abatement it will deliver and at what marginal cost of abatement for each action?
No, Senator, we have not modelled the government's plans.
Do you have plans to?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Noting that range anxiety continues to be cited as a barrier to EV uptake, has the Climate Change Authority undertaken quantitative work to determine the extent and cost of charging infrastructure required to support the target uptake of electric vehicles?
Not specifically, Senator. Certainly the authority has recommended that the government look at ensuring that the rollout of EV charging keeps pace with the take-up of electric vehicles.
Thank you. I just want to go to the inherent disadvantage for rail transport with the safeguard mechanism. Rail freight produces 16 times less carbon emissions than road freight for every tonne kilometre travelled. 1,800-metre interstate freight train removes the equivalent of 110 B-double trucks off the road. Has the Climate Change Authority investigated this issue? I know you mentioned light rail, Mr Keane, in your assessment of the transport sector's contribution, but freight rail, have you investigated this issue? And if so, what advice have you provided to the government about correcting the disadvantage that exists under the safeguard mechanism for rail?
For freight rail, we've seen that it could play an increasingly important role in emissions reduction. I'm a big supporter of incentives and support for freight to do more heavy lifting. It will obviously make a big difference.
Have you provided any advice to government?
No, not as yet, but we would welcome the opportunity to work closely with them to see what contribution they could make.
And I've just got some questions on the diesel fuel tax credits. Does the Climate Change Authority consider fuel tax credits to be a subsidy to industry?
Is that to me, Senator?
Yeah. I'm giving all my questions to you unless you flick it to Mr Archer.
Thank you. So I've made some comments about the diesel fuel rebate. They're a personal view. They're not the view of the Climate Change Authority.
So I know I read your op-ed, but I haven't read those comments. For the committees, what were those? What is your view?
So my view is that we should be incentivising business and industry, putting incentives in place to help them decarbonise, rather than continue to burn fossil fuels where possible. So
you do see the fuel tax credit. The Climate Change Authority doesn't consider fuel tax credit to be a subsidy to industry. That's only your personal view.
This is not the Climate Change Authority's view. This is my view.
As you're the head of the Climate Change Authority, has the Climate Change Authority investigated, modelled or considered any changes to fuel tax credit for heavy vehicle operators?
No.
Has the Climate Change Authority provided any briefings to the Minister in relation to changes to the fuel tax credit scheme?
No, Senator.
Minister, will your government commit to preserving the fuel tax credit mechanism for heavy vehicle operators?
Well, I think our comments, our position goes much broader than that part of the economy. There are diesel fuel rebates available in various parts of the economy, and there is no consideration, no thought being given to any of those arrangements.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Senator Henderson.
I'll leave you with him.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr Keane, I haven't had the pleasure of asking you questions in Senate estimates before. I know you've been asked questions about your role with Woolamai Capital, and I appreciate the questions that you've provided in the past, but can you give this committee an update on whether, as a result, I think you've got a new role now, the head of fundraising. Has there been any declarations of conflict of interest? And have there been any determinations made in relation to conflicts of interest where you've had to either step aside or make appropriate declarations which exclude you from certain decisions?
Senator, as I've provided evidence in the past, the Climate Change Authority Act considers that the chair could be an industry participant. That was the case with my predecessors, and that is the case with me. There is a strong governance framework which requires me to make disclosures and around my roles or investments that the firm I work for makes. I follow that process. With regard to your question around whether I have recused myself from any decisions, there is Chief Legal Counsel that will provide me advice on matters that could give rise to a conflict, and I follow the advice of Legal Counsel. Have there been matters where I have recused myself? Yes, I'm happy to table that evidence to the committee.
And can you just provide an overview of what matters you've recused yourself from in relation to the dual roles that you occupy?
Yes, the Woolamai Capital has exposure to investments in, say, for example, carbon markets, for example. So I've recused myself from decisions or advice around that. There are a number of investments where advice we give could give the perception of a conflict that is dealt with through legal counsel and the governance framework, and I follow that advice.
Okay, so when you say you've recused yourself, have you recused yourself as an employee of Woolamai in stepping aside decisions, or have you recused yourself as the chair of the Climate Change Authority?
As the chair, Senator.
As the chair?
As the chair of the Climate Change Authority, yes.
So how many times have you recused yourself?
It would be... we will table that. It would be a small number. I don't want to guess here. Around 3 from memory, but we will table that evidence for you.
And so one of the matters concerned carbon markets, and that's because Woolamai was involved in carbon market trading, is that right?
Natural capital, we have some investments in natural capital. I don't participate in advice regarding those matters.
Can you just explain what that means, natural capital?
Carbon sequestration, planting trees, for example.
And so on those matters, as you, in your role as chair, you step outside of the room, do you, and don't involve yourself in those decisions?
I follow the advice of Chief Legal Counsel. That can range from stepping outside the room to noting the pecuniary interest that I could have. Again, we follow the guidelines that have been legislated that applied to my predecessors and have been strengthened since I've taken on the role. And that advice is followed. I follow that advice from Chief Legal Counsel and CEO. For your information, Senator, Mr Archer is the CEO, provides that advice. If you'd like to run through the process with him, I'm sure he could outline the process we follow.
And just to be clear, the fact that someone receives, like yourself, receives salary or equity from a private firm does not in itself automatically disqualify you from holding both roles, but it creates an interest clearly that needs to be declared and managed. So you've referred to the fact that you've recused yourself on 2 or 3, maybe more occasions. What other types of matters have you been required to recuse yourself of?
Again, we'll table all those minutes. I think that's appropriate. But anywhere we followed the guidelines around pecuniary interest. That's not just applicable to me, that's other members of the authority who could have interests. So this is not unique to me, nor other participants that have held this role in the past.
Can I just ask you to, ask you to explain what are the other matters that have required you to recuse yourself? Just in general terms.
I don't want to provide... I want to provide accurate advice, which I think is best if we table each of the occasions. But anything that could give rise... We follow the legal counsel's advice and the CEO's advice with regard to managing pecuniary interests. As I said, off the top of my head, that relates to natural capital, carbon markets-related matters. But there may have been other things. I can't think of them at the moment, but there may have been. I don't want to rule out a possibility, which is why we'll provide all the evidence.
Has the relevant minister raised any concerns about the dual roles? Because now that you're in this fundraising role, you're raising funds for Woolamai generally in terms of all of its activities, I imagine. So I even thought before, it's very hard to put a Chinese wall through yourself. So when you say, I'm addressing questions in a personal capacity, I mean, you are the chair of the Climate Change Authority and you can't step away from that. So is it becoming more complex by reason of your new role? And has the government raised any concerns about that at all? Because if I was the minister, I must say I would be pretty concerned.
There is a strong legislated governance process that's been put in place. I follow that. We've advised the minister of any changes to my pecuniary interests as is required under the law, and will meet the highest levels of integrity and ethical standards, as one would expect, as I've always done in my previous roles as a minister and now in my current role as the chair of the Climate Authority.
Can I just ask what fundraising you've done in your new role and whether that relates to any specific deals?
No, I have done no fundraising in my new role.
But you are the head of fundraising?
My title has changed in the recent weeks.
In recent weeks?
That's correct.
Right, so you were the head of fundraising, is that correct?
No, I've just become head of fundraising.
You've just become head of fundraising, so just a couple of weeks ago?
That's correct.
And under those circumstances, have you raised any funds to date or been engaged in any activities which might give rise to further conflicts of interest?
No. And any changes to my pecuniary interests, they have been updated as is appropriate.
I mean, I understand that you need to declare these things, but does it... I mean, I guess I'm raising concerns. Has it got to the point where now that you are raising funds for Woolamai Capital across, I imagine, across its operations, doesn't that give rise to such a serious conflict of interest that maybe occupying both positions is becoming more difficult for you, Mr Keane?
No, we operate in line with the strong governance framework that I think was legislated by the previous coalition government and applied to my predecessor, Grant King, who sat as chair and board director of a number of fossil fuel-related companies. The Coalition put those standards in place with good reason. They have been strengthened since, and I stick to those strong governance standards as is appropriate.
No, I totally appreciate that they are important and that you're not suggesting that they don't apply to you. But because of the nature of your new role as the head of fundraising, I'm just wondering whether there's been any concerns raised given the new role that you've now occupied.
We've again raised the issues following the highest governance standards, taking Chief Legal Counsel's advice. We are meeting all the high standards one would expect of a civil servant in my position, as other civil servants in my position have been required to meet, and I'll continue to meet them.
And in relation to your role as head of fundraising, can you just describe that role? What sort of funds are you trying to raise? And what are your KPIs? Do you have to reach a certain benchmark in terms of how much funds you're expected to raise in a given year?
No, I don't.
So could you describe the nature?
Benchmarks.
Okay. Could you describe the nature of this new role?
Well, the nature of the new role is raising capital for Wallamai. It is an investor, and they manage other people's money effectively.
I would just put to you, Mr. Keane, and I'm not being accusatory at all, but I think there is a very high likelihood that the conflict is now so acute that it may not be possible to properly do both roles. And so sorry, Minister, I'm in the middle of a question.
Well, finish your question and then I'll
I'm entitled to ask Mr. Keane this question. He's very capable of answering his own questions.
And he's done it 4 times so far.
No, this is a different question,
well, let's
Minister.
See. Let's see. Let's see if you can make it different.
Minister, please do not comment in the middle of me asking a question. Mr. Keane, given the new role that you're now occupying, I did ask you, and not sure I got an exact answer. Has anyone raised concerns within government about the new role that you're now occupying? From a governance
no. We have disclosed my role. As we have always done. We're acting in line with the strong legislated governance standards, and I've always acted with the highest level of integrity in any role that I have, and I'll continue to do that, Senator.
And do you feel that, are you concerned yourself that this could give rise to such an evident conflict of interest that it might become difficult in the future to do both roles?
Chair, I am going to just hang on a tick, Mr. Keane.
You don't have to... Mr. Keane was in the middle of answering a question.
This question has been asked several times.
No, it hasn't. It's a different question.
Well, it's in no way different. It is in no way different. It has been asked 4 or 5 times. Mr. Keane has answered it.
My questions.
No, you have asked that question. Now. I'm going to give you a chance to
it's not. You cannot badger the witness by asking the same question over and over.
I have not badgered the witness, and I have not asked the same question over and over, Minister. Mr. Keane's very capable, and he's very capably addressing my questions.
For the 4th time.
I made it very... Excuse me, Minister. Stop interrupting and badgering me. I'm doing my job.
Oh, yeah.
So, Mr. Keane, this is a different question. I'm just wondering whether, in light of your new role, do you have concerns yourself that maybe looking to the future it may be difficult to occupy both roles successfully?
No, I think this is exactly why the previous coalition government put in place these strong frameworks. They were comfortable enough that they worked for Grant King, who was my predecessor and chaired, amongst other things, Origin Energy. So again, it's appropriate that I operate with the highest level of integrity within the strongest governance standards. That's what I've always done. That's what I'll always continue to do. And we'll manage... just because you have a pecuniary interest doesn't necessarily give rise to a conflict of interest. And that's exactly how we'll approach this. It's a pecuniary interest. We'll manage it appropriately to make sure that there is no conflict.
No, and I don't disagree with what you're saying in that respect. Mr. King, could I just ask on notice if you could provide the committee with those minutes to which you referred,
yes,
along with the advices that you have received both from legal counsel and also from Mr Archer, and any other correspondence between yourself or the Climate Change Authority and the government in relation to these issues of pecuniary interests?
Yes, Senator. I think they're a matter of public record, but of course we'll provide them to the committee.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Henderson.
Thanks, Chair.
With that, we now excuse the Climate Change Authority. Thank you, Mr Keane. Thank you to all the witnesses in the room, and may I also pass on the committee's thanks to Mr Archer and wish you well in your next endeavour.
Thank you, Chair. It's been a team effort, and I would like to acknowledge my deep gratitude to all the staff, both past and present, of the authority who have supported me in my time in the agency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Archer.
Senator, on indulgence, could I just acknowledge the outstanding leadership that Brad Archer has provided the Climate Change Authority over a long period of time and over some difficult periods in the authority's history. He has led with distinction and high capability, and he, in my opinion, having worked with a number of very senior civil servants, represents the very best of the Australian public service. He has left huge shoes to fill, and we wish him every success with his next adventure.
And Chair, can I also, on behalf of the Coalition, Mr Archer, thank you very much for your service and wishing all the very best for the future.
Thank you very much. I now call officers from the Clean Energy Finance Corporation.
We are.
Good to see you. Hello. See you.
Now, Mr Learmonth, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, I don't wish to, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Hodgins, mate.
You're here today. Can I ask what your current working capital is? How much is currently available for the CEFC to commit to projects?
Well, we, at the moment, when you say working capital, I guess that's maybe a slightly different concept. The CEFC has about $33 billion in terms of its whole funding remit or appropriation, and today there's in the order of commitments, what we've legally committed to, something in the order of about $16.2 billion of funds on risk. So that gives you kind of a feel for approximately half our $33 billion is currently committed. If you'd like a more precise answer around the undrawn component of the special account, we could give you that as well.
Sure, thank you.
Sure. Andrew Powell, CEFC CFO. So in terms of the funds available in the special account, there's $25 billion in round numbers because we've drawn down effectively $8 billion of that 33. So of the 16.2 that Mr Learmonth talked about commitments, about 8 have been funded from the special account. There's about another $500 million that we've funded from earnings that we have generated.
Thank you. So that is quite a large amount of money. I'm curious to know whether the extra $2 billion that was committed in October, I think it was for the lowering energy bills, is going to do anything that your current funding couldn't have already done.
Yeah, absolutely, yes, and probably worth just exploring how that number breaks down. So we talked about a $25 billion number, but effectively what is our headroom for commitments, so what's left out of all the funding is only about $17 billion, but it's broken into different buckets. So there is $4.5 billion in the general fund, there's $284,000 in the Advancing Hydrogen Fund, $11.3 billion in the Rewiring the Nation Fund, and then 300 million in the Powering Australia Technologies Fund and 643 million in the Housing Energy Upgrade Fund. Now that means that the bulk of the funds are dedicated to the Rewiring the Nation program. We can't use those funds for any purpose other than rewiring the nation. The $2 billion that was committed was towards the general portfolio. So in the absence of that funding, we were on a path where we would either have to scale back the amount of investment we were making or look to try and sell in the open market and potentially incur significant losses on some of our facilities just to regenerate capital.
Thank you for that detailed answer. Was that $2 billion requested for any particular purpose, or was it just offered to you by the government?
We didn't request the $2 billion per se. We're in constant dialogue with the government, of course, and the department about our investment activity, including around renewables. But remembering also that this has been announced but not yet appropriated. It's at this stage still an announcement.
Yes, thank you. And I'm curious to know, the media release says that the $2 billion is to continue to drive downwards pressure on electricity prices. Did you get any more specific instructions on how this money should be spent?
Well, as I say, it's been announced, and we have the same information in that sense that's in the public arena, and that's about investing in renewable energy projects. So I guess by definition there will be an increase in generation, wind, solar, storage potentially, that would help drive down power prices, but nothing further, nothing more specific at this stage than that. I think there's a bit to play out.
And Senator, if I could just say, that would be part of the updated CFC investment mandate.
Okay, but just to be clear, so the money wasn't requested specifically for a project and no specific instructions were provided around how that money should be spent beyond what sort of in that media release?
Not at this stage, although having said that, we have a very active pipeline of transactions in our general portfolio, particularly with a number of large renewables transactions on the horizon. So, it's a welcome announcement, and we believe we've put it to good use.
Senator, just to add, we provide the government with obviously our forward estimates and visibility to what our investment pipeline is. As the CFO went through, there's a number of funding buckets. The general portfolio is the one where constraint was sort of like creeping in over the medium to long term, and the government's appropriated this money. If the government wants to make directions as to specifically what to do with it, for example, targeting affordability measures, then that is something that would be done later through the investment mandate process.
Thank you. I suppose the cynic in me feels that this announcement was made without really a plan for how it would be spent at a fairly convenient time, more of a media prop than a genuine commitment to driving down energy prices. And that's, from someone on the outside, hearing what you gentlemen are contributing today, is that it's a feeling that that's confirmed.
I would say, Senator, that what we're trying to do at the Clean Energy Finance Corporation is bring on more supply of electricity, and if we can, through basically stimulating investment in renewables, storage, grid, and if we can bring on that additional supply, that will place downward pressure on wholesale prices and then retail prices as well.
I mean, cynicism
is
an obstacle to progress, right?
Well, tell me, do you have more specific instructions that you think should be followed with that $2 billion?
It's a very significant additional contribution. As the funds indicated, there is work that they must do. In due course, the design around how that additional contribution will be deployed will be reflected in the investment mandate and some internal work that the fund must do. $2 billion of additional capital doesn't just mean $2 billion worth of additional projects. It's designed, that CFC's job here
is to crowd in investment around wind and solar projects, and that is the job that they have been very successfully doing. I can tell you, as the industry minister, I want to see more and more and more. We need more wind, we need more solar, we need more storage, we need more gas peaking in order to be able to deliver more low-cost energy for Australians and Australian businesses and all of the factories and facilities that we want to see being built around the joint. So I wouldn't approach this with any cynicism, as they've indicated. It's a very significant amount of capital there. We're adding to it.
Thank you, Minister.
That's what you get to do in government, is make big things bigger.
Thank you. Moving on to the Household Energy Upgrades Fund.
Yep.
The profile of funding under the Household Energy Upgrades Fund was that $399 million would be spent in 2024 to 25. Was that met?
Well, let's have a look at how much has been spent on the hoof.
So through the end of November 2025, from program inception at 1 December 23 to November 2025, we've committed $405 million against that youth program.
Say that again, sorry, how much?
$405 million.
Okay. And so, that's of the total $1 billion?
Correct.
So we're on track.
We're on track?
Yeah.
Okay, good. But did all of this money end up in owner-occupied housing, or has it also found its way to social and community housing? Do you have some stats?
At this stage, it's gone out into private housing, but we're working with other financiers to get to provide funds to rental accommodation as well. So there's an expansion of the market that we're financing. But to date, the vast majority of it is in private housing.
The vast majority, or all?
Oh, well, all of it at this stage. Yeah.
And just to confirm, that 405, has that been allocated or spent?
Contract.
That's been committed.
Committed, but not...
Not all of it, I believe, has been drawn down. In terms of deployed, of that, 180 million has been deployed.
180
of that amount.
Okay, so
still a bit to go on that. I mean, we've made some very good progress working with banks and non-bank lenders, but sort of tapping into social and affordable housing world or public housing and rental accommodation has had some challenges, but we are about to make an announcement about a deal with a strata financier.
And Senator, the other thing to note about this, the original budget measure had two elements, one of which was directed at public social and affordable housing, and that program was administered by DQ, not by the CFC. That separate program has now, because of the name confusion between the two funds, has now been renamed. It's no longer called the Household Energy Upgrades Fund. I don't know what the new name of it is, but that separate element is with DQ, not the CFC.
Oh, okay, so the HOOF is no longer responsible.
The HOOF is ours. There was two measures originally under the HOOF. The first measure was for the CEFC, $1 billion. I believe the second measure, I can't recall the amount, but it was... I think it was 300 million, but officials might be able to confirm that. Yeah, it went directly to social and affordable housing programs.
So this was a $500 million commitment over 4 years from 25-26 through to 2029, I think. We expect it to reach more than 100,000 social housing properties. And it is, as Senator Ananda Raja called the SHEPI, the Social Housing Energy Performance Initiative. I don't know whether there's officials who are able to update you on progress, but it was announced at the end of last year. So I'm not sure how much has been committed in that.
Senator Hodgson.
So, yes, I've only got a couple more questions.
Okay.
Shall I just finish?
Yes. Do you want to just briefly, and then
just to follow up, just finish this line of inquiry, if I may. So has that DQ money been spent? Do you know?
Defer to DQ on that.
We might be able to.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to say that's actually under outcome 1.2, so those officials have now left. So we can take that on notice.
Happy to take it on notice, Senator, if that helps.
Yeah, I appreciate that, thank you. So final question. So look, homeowners are fairly well placed already, I think, to shift towards electrification, and which is great, really support that. But I think I hear from a lot of renters who would like to be able to do the same to reduce their emissions. Can you just tell me just a little bit more about how you're going to get money available to renters to transition?
Well, one of the ways is to work with a financier that is providing finance to strata through the kind of the strata mechanism, where it would be lending to apartments, for example, where they would then put solar or batteries into that building, and then that that renewable energy, for example, would be shared amongst the various people renting in there. The challenge, there's challenges with the technology. Sometimes we've also made some investments, looking at making investments and helping with that, as well as the sharing of power of solar, for example. But yeah, working with strata financiers has been one way that we're looking to tackle renters and provide cheap cost finance for them to then buy and make improvements to rental accommodation.
Thank you. I'll follow up a further line of questioning when we see you in the new year then around renters. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator Hodgins-May. We're going to break now for dinner. We will return at 7:35. And there are still some ongoing questions to the CEFC at that point. Thank you very much.